Um, oh yeah, that's a video. Hey, idiots.
Give
It's,
her
mm,
4. So, what my plan for this episode is basically what I did at the beginning. Just basically put a few quarries at different places, and while this technically isn't my first off-planet quarry, it will be the first one connected directly to my base. So, it's not like it is at all. Where's for where? Whatever. Steel poles, flag. There we go. We have plenty of fuel. We have a lot of that. Right, I got that for IO. That's right. I remember now. Yes, and I have that for IO as well. But we were planning to do everything for IO in this episode. We're gonna make base there now, or at least after we go to Ganymede. But then after we do that, we're going to is my action full? No, it's not. What I was saying was after we go to Ganymede and do all that, we're going to come back home, get everything we need to make a base on IO, make that base on IO, and then go back home and then start making quarries so we can really start to ramp up this depression of
well,
this series.
I have so many.
I need to.
I just
But
epic.
I mean, we did get Jupiter in episode 22, but it's not like it was the best. And that's why I'm going to be adding the Morph mod next episode. And maybe Industrial Foregoing as well, just for the black hole unit, which can carry 2 billion of one thing. But, you know, Morph mod is a definite thing that's going to happen. And nothing but that, I do have to update the Curse Forge link. Or the Curse Forge.
Struggling. Monster. Thinkers.
Okay. Oops, like that. Fuel loader, fuel tank, that. Oh, and also, I won't be as many solar panels on places like, say, Jupiter or Mercury because the solar output is apparently for some reason higher on Jupiter than on, say, Mercury or something, which makes no sense. But hey, at least I don't have to make as many solar panels because that would suck if I had to make that many. But anyways, we can now go to Ganymede. I'm not forgetting anything. Flag. This. Nope, I'm not forgetting anything. It's not like
Let's go.
the 22nd episode, hopefully. Oh yeah, after I set up all the quarries, I need to speed run getting more storage because holy crap, will my ME system start flooding if I don't do that. So what I'm thinking of doing is just setting up a second quarry on Earth at the same time and just connecting it via the Enderchest system. And I also have to expand my basement to do that as well, which won't take that long. Oh great, the sun is under the horizon. Just wonderful. But I have a thing. I have a cryogenic chamber, so I can just dig underground and then just chill there, and then, you know, do that. I'm gonna have to watch out for creepers, though. Ow. Okay. Cryogenic chamber. Sleep here. Then we just have to leave the game real quick, because it has to realize that I slept for some reason. And then things start burning, and then we can go back out. You know, maybe I should just keep a cryogenic chamber on me whenever I go somewhere. Just so I can set it to daytime. See? Daytime. Oh, I didn't mark the landing spot. Well, whatever. I'm just gonna mark it here for now. And then plant a flag. Bluey. It's very flat, so it won't be too hard to build much of anything here. Need to get rid of all these mobs. Right, I can't,
Keep it. Keep it.
Gotta be careful, because I can't really jump. Jupiter's far off in the distance over there. Obviously, we want to get something from Ganymede. So, Ganymede, I think, has similar generation to Mars. Maybe it's the less hilly version of Mercury or something, I don't know. But the thing is, yeah. If I did this with regular Galacticraft, I would have been done by now. Like, I already have a bait. Well, yeah, I already have yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, you can't go to Phobos or Deimos in regular Galacticraft. So, it's definitely something. The days are pretty long here. By episode 30, I hope to have a base on every Galilean moon, at least. And maybe be done with
Every
tier 5
moon?
or tier 6 stuff. Episode 29, I'm not sure what it's going to be,
Aww.
but I plan on it being a catch-up episode where I do everything that I missed. Like the Phobos and Deimos bases that I haven't built yet, because I just haven't gone to that. But hey, it's just...
The wrong way looks like I'm not a big app.
I'm also going to build an XP farm that episode, probably. So, alright. let's see what Ganymede can heal us. Well, it didn't heal anything, but I got at least some stone, which is something. I want to see if I can get a little bit more from Ganymede. I mean, I'll definitely get more from Ganymede at some point. Zero. I'm gonna get a quarry on it.
Mr.
It's not gonna be too much of a quarry either. It's just gonna be like,
Mr.
I don't know really, but.
Dude, every time he jumps
Yeah,
down
weird
one
terrain
block,
thing going on.
he just takes 1 damage.
Yeah, there's like pools of something. This crap. Infected water, not infested water. I'm not sure what that's used for. Ganymede is peaceful. Just
Jump
like,
into.
Play Night Out, so.
Okay, so every
Nothing
time
much to mention.
all 2 guys take.
Okay, let's get what we need out. Fuel loader, fuel, that, and that. Fuel loader, solar panel. See, 300%. I don't know why. I don't make it as efficient as 3 solar panels. So, maybe even more when I think about it, because on Earth, it gives about 40 units, 45 units. It's even 180, which is more like 4.5 solar panels. So, I'm not exactly sure how it would be able to handle the ender chests. I'm not sure how that would be able to handle it. But I know I have to make a bunch of redstone engines, so I mean I have way more materials to do that, but it's just gonna be tedious, is all. And at that one. That was a big asteroid. I'm kinda glad that missed me. I don't know what I would have done if it had hit me. Like, that was a seriously large asteroid. Whatever. Okay, back to the old world. I'm in my base, fortunately. Ow. Okay, let's place these right here. Where's it? Gaming stuff. I'm not sure if I have to build another one of these, because I'm running out of space here. I'm gonna have to do one for... I heard one for Ceres, right? Yes, Ceres. And that's right one for Saturn, it's 3 moons. Uranus, it's 2 moons. Neptune, and then I have to make another one. So yeah, not enough chests here.
More, dude. I'm gonna go. Bah.
On the dawn of this day, I had slain Baycock. This fight was sponsored by Vane Minor, several agricultural farms, and 3,000 dirt, and as I returned victorious to my basic base, I received visions for what I must do next. Here was the plan that I had formulated. Since I had obtained the Bow of Baycock, I had unlocked 2 new paths to choose from. I could either begin an illegal vegetable farm starting with a Root of the Fallen One, or I could begin a disastrous industrial revolution starting with bloodied stone, and I choose the second option. This shall entail the creation of preposterous amounts of steel, to build several brutalist contraptions, invent electricity to power my micro-society, and use technology that should not have been given to me, and the ultimate goal is to become powerful enough to face off the next bosses in the way of unlocking the Bag of Truth. But of course, none of this would be easy. Part 1 of Step 1 of Phase 1 of the plan begins with exploitation of the so-called laws of physics in this game. It was time to mine thousands of iron ore and thousands of coal, and I already had a plan to speedrun mining. You may recall the infinite stone vein mining incident of April 2023. I could use stone pickaxes to excavate infinite stone to acquire infinite stone pickaxes, enabling me to rapidly dig endless caves throughout the whole world, essentially turning me into the Eater of Worlds from Terraria reference. But I had improved the strategy for today's infinite iron mining purposes. This time, I brought my bed and a container of lava. Whenever I ran out of hunger from mining 5 quadrillion objects, I would set my spawn point in this tunnel before immolating myself, resulting in me respawning here with full hunger again. Death had no consequences, because everything I had on me would be safely stored in this grave, so it was as if nothing had ever happened. Now I could truly mine in Minecraft forever, as long as I had enough wood to keep making stone pickaxes. And as for the mental consequences of doing this, it was bearable because this strategy was basically scratching lottery tickets to possibly find ores within the earth, and it was getting addicting, so I had no problem doing this for the rest of eternity. The main issue now was storing all of the ores that I burglarized, and the solution was the Epic Backpack, which was basically what it was called. This was simply just a few diamonds, alumite, and leather clobbered together. It was so epic that its real holy name was hidden from us, and zombies tried ambushing me during this epic moment, so I executed them promptly. Also, I got rewarded 30 golden ores. However, after approximately 300 stone pickaxes, I realized that I had statistically unusually low amounts of iron ores, corresponding to 5 standard deviations below the mean amount of iron ores obtained by the average gamer, and it was because the iron ores blended in perfectly with the granite stone, which made it look like granite stone. So I decided to create a texture pack to make the iron ore obvious. First, I cracked open the underground biome modification and extracted all of the textures, which I moved to my texture pack. I then searched for the vanilla Minecraft iron ore overlay. I opened this in Paint 3D and drew an obvious red circle over it. This would make it so that all iron ores would have a red circle exposing them, and it worked magnificently. These iron ores thought they were safe from me by disguising themselves as granite, but they were now exposed to my visual perceptions. I could now locate iron ores from hundreds of blocks away, and to make this moment even more victorious, I just drowned a baby skeleton in lava. But do not let the media trick you, because in reality, I was not obtaining many ores from this strategy of strict vein mining the entire world. I was averaging 8.7 ores per minute, and a few golden nuggets, because they started appearing out of nowhere for some reason. If anyone else sees this, please confirm that this is not a hallucination, by liking and subscribing and commenting. But when all of 5% of all hope was about to be lost, I looked at the top right corner of my screen, and I saw what appeared to be lava. This small visual detail was overpowered, because this minimap was basically an X-ray for caves, and caves had massive amounts of ores, so this minimap was basically an X-ray for ores. I proceeded to rapidly vein mine and destroy and die and respawn my way towards the orange bubble on my minimap. After sacrificing what must have been my 200th stone pickaxe, I discovered a massive cave system, and inside this cave system were several tens of red circles showing where the iron ores were, so it was time to deplete this cave of natural biodiversity and mineralogical constructs before leaving to vein mine and destroy and die and respawn towards the next cave system. All opposition was steamrolled using just lava, but then, I ran into a problem that couldn't be solved with lava. This problem was a dungeon infested with invisible shadows, but their existence led to the downfall of their existence, because their health bars exposed them, so they weren't so invisible after all, and were disposed of quite easily using this emergency diamond sword. Eventually, I reached my vague milestone of attaining a few hundred iron ores, so I switched from personality 5 to personality 6, which focused on mining copper and coal, which would be equally important for the upcoming industrial revolution. To be exact, I would need a few hundred copper and at least 1,000 coal, in order to never have to mine again for the next few days. So after doing a little bit of mining in this seemingly endless cave system sponsored by Young's Better Caves, I was now finished with mining, and my backpack was stuffed with several technology critical elements ranging from silver to lead to osmium to even more coal. Now it was time to double it all into ingots, using the smeltery. Too bad it was too minuscule to handle this sudden wave of ores, so it was time to create the advanced smeltery V2MK3 Generation 4. Here's how. I could melt my infinite supply of cobblestone into molten but seared bricks. Casting these would create free infinite real seared bricks. These could be assembled into seared bricks, which could be used to vertically expand the smeltery, which would increase the maximum amount of substances I could destroy at the same time. However, horizontal expansion was also possible. Therefore, it happened. This 5x5 smeltery now had 5 faucets all simultaneously and automatically casting objects feeding into this chest. The final improvement I did was to make an input system because I was too lazy to shift-click something every 30 seconds. Now, all I had to do was shift-click something every 10 minutes, and that something was osmium, as well as nickel and iron. But when molten nickel and iron touch, they give birth to Inver, and all of these were being cast into multitudinous ingots. With this, I was now ready to get into the first technological age, which was based on immersive engineering, a truly immersive modification that I had trolled previously on this propaganda outlet, a modification where I must create massive machines and feed them energy and raw materials to produce some not raw materials. But the final roadblock preventing me from achieving my first machine was myself. Here is an explanation of what I just said. The first 2 machines to kickstart the Industrial Revolution were the Coke Oven and Blast Furnace. Both of these needed osmium, Inver, and bloodied stone, and bloodied stone needed blood, and blood can be obtained by smelting myself. So it was time for an act of heroic self-sacrifice. I ascended to the edge of my seared altar, before casting myself into the lake of molten osmium and Inver. This gave about 200 milliliters of blood, which is approximately 1.25 blood meatballs. So according to my calculations, I would have to die about 40 more times. And in order to save 0.5 seconds per death, I set my spawn point to the edge of the molten I go by lots of names pit. And then I proceeded to speedrun dying 40 times. But of course, even when I am approaching my final moment, the game still found ways to be annoying, because every time I died, the game gave me a paper memorial. This was the most useless duplication glitch of all time, and it appears I could not even have peace in the afterlife. And it appears that I could not even have peace in the next life, because the game created a gravestone inside the smeltery, which broke the entire thing, since smelteries were supposed to be hollow, and were not capable of smelting graveyards. After accumulating 594 death lists, I got bored and started reading them, but then I noticed that the NDT data of these death lists were multiplying exponentially. This was because the most recent death list contained all the previous death lists. All the previous death lists contained all the previous death lists before that, leading to a combinatronic explosion, with only one outcome: a chunk ban. To avoid this, I stuffed all the inventory lists into the smeltery to dispose of them while still in the furnace, leading to me dying while surrounded by floating bloody paper. At long last, I now had 5 liters of blood, which were all casted into bloody meatballs to be used in the Industrial Revolution. Now this is where Baycock's foe actually becomes useful. While I was smelting clay into bricks and smelting 600 iron ore into 1.2 kilo iron ingots, I used all Baycock's foe, blood, obsidian, Inver, osmium, and bricks to create the Coke Oven bricks and blast furnace bricks. Next, I expanded base to make way for the Industrial Revolution, which concealed the scarred battlefield and approximately 5 of my old graves. There were also a few ancient pillars in the middle of the base now, which were incorporated into the overall aesthetic or something. This gave enough room for me to build 3 Coke Ovens and a singular blast furnace. The next step was absolute torture, because it involved the game mechanic known as waiting and staring at something. Putting coal into Coke Ovens would create coal coke, which took 50 seconds. With this time, I could have eaten a handful of almonds, eaten a handful of berries, or witnessed 2 violent crimes. Instead, I had to wait and do nothing. However, with 3 Coke Ovens, I obtained 1 coke per 17 seconds. And with 1 coke and 1 iron ingot, I could create 1 steel ingot in the blast furnace every 60 seconds. The problem wasn't a lack of resources. I already had 1 kilo iron. The problem was the fact that this furnace was wasting huge amounts of time. But if I upgraded this and gave it electricity, this would be reduced to 20 seconds. So this became my immediate goal: speedrunning getting the improved blast furnace, using all methods necessary. And I mean all. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the production of coke has a byproduct of creosote oil. This was indeed what happened in reality according to BuzzFeed, which proved just how immersive engineering was. And this wood shall be drilled by covering in creosote oil. This unfortunately did not cause them to fly when it was raining. However, I could create the engineer's workbench from treated wood, which was basically a fancier crafting table for making machine parts for the upcoming advanced machines. And as a reward for completing this quest, I got a staircase and a seemingly useless chair wand. This chair wand could create invisible entities wherever I clicked, and I could sit on these. Of course, the original intention of this chair wand was to allow me to turn anything into a chair. But when I say I could turn anything into a chair, I meant it. The wand created the chair entities no matter where I right-clicked, and this included making rideable entities on walls instead of floors. I had invented the wall chair. It was at this moment that I decided to perform further experimentation with this chair wand, and I found that it had absolutely zero cooldown. I could basically turn the chair wand into a ladder wand by spamming right-click on walls with it, causing me to basically ride my way up to the top of any challenging vertical climb. And this chair wand can be used to easily escape sticky situations by creating an entity that I could teleport
to the pool land. Craft. Item craft. Item. Okay. But please, what do they do? Take on. Nothing back. Garden. Rubber. That's easy, so if I don't care, if I start he's stepping. Give it. I'll take one of these stuff. What can you do? Smelt it. Making empty booze. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Got it. I have it on. Every book goes on. How the fuck? There's something called 16. And then everything back. Yes, Gardens. What is the Collins? You got the gun. Game of it. I think bogus. I found a birthplace and I died by him. It's a good time when I'm all alone. Being alone is better. Dude, the game is freaking hacking. I just saw broken land. Taking it. It just um, oh god! You just hit a goddamn chain. That's good land. Yeah, this is good. So I have the wood. What's the best way to make the? What's the actual way to make the best, the easiest? Improvise. Let's see, 12 seed infusion is good. Gambling, mastering by get the scan box. Guys, in wait, make that. Relocated. This would be more peaceful. Plus, away from like the base. This thing was like garbage, but here I found the best. I found a very land. Kind of flat, but too much like need. It's I don't kids need all this tile. You know, but oh yeah that I forgot that I stole shit from there. And why is my game lagging every time I click this one button? If I open a chest, it just Do you have to use all my? No. But why is it happening? Eco. Dude, okay, apparently being small pretty bad because you lag every time. Yeah, that's an issue. To know how to fit out, it just it loads everything. It was better, but it's and it's really what's happening. It also starts on farming. Gardening. So yeah, okay, so we want this, then we want this. What else garden they missed? Tropical. Oh, I only missed tropical. That's it, tropical? Oh, no one near them was tropical. No, we're not near, we're nowhere near. Oh, wait, the desert. This garden. So, yeah. Okay, so I gotta stop starving because hunger. I'm gonna get. I think this server. Yeah, the server's making like very. So, okay, we get some bottles. To be honest, because bottles being like so expensive, like even like have those, so you like gotta do this kind of thing, which any potion and then you gotta die. Hey, E E E E. You're low voltage. Through the. We don't have light though. So it's almost it's day and it's totally saying oh it's night. Day 52. It's been on for 53 days. That's why running a server that is like 24/7 is like garbage because it's now currently day 57. Yes, currently. And there's a gambling cube. Which because I was supposed to find Conquered Evil Witch. Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to do it? Yeah, this stuff is so laggy. Okay, go.
This question comes from Max, who asks, what if all the sun's output of visible light were bundled up into a laser-like beam that has a diameter of around 1 meter once it reached the Earth? You know, I usually assume the best of people, but I'll be honest, I suspect Max might not have Earth's best interests in mind. Here's the situation Max is describing. If you were standing in the path of the beam, you would obviously die pretty quickly. You wouldn't really die of anything in the traditional sense. You would just stop being biology and start being physics. The Earth receives about 0.004% as much energy from the sun in an entire day as the sun emits every second. If Max's beam were only focused down narrowly enough to cover the entire Earth, it would still deliver almost 2 billion times the normal amount of solar power to each point on the Earth's surface. And Max wants to concentrate all of that into a single square meter. When the beam of light hit the atmosphere, it would heat the air to millions of degrees in a fraction of a second, turning into a plasma which would start dumping its heat as a flood of X-rays. Those X-rays would heat up the air around them, which would turn to plasma itself, albeit a cooler plasma, and start emitting infrared light. The radiation would vaporize everything in sight and start stripping away the Earth's surface, like a hydrogen bomb, only much more violent. But the Earth is big enough to protect people on the other side, at least for a bit, from the direct effects of the sun beam. They're still not going to make it, but what exactly would they die from? Turns out, twilight, or moonlight, depends on the details. Twilight is light from the out-of-sight sun that reaches you by scattering off the atmosphere. When Max's sunbeam hit the Earth, everything from infrared radiation to X-rays would flood into the atmosphere, turning into plasma. Plasma is relatively transparent to X-rays, so those would pass through and dump their energy into the non-plasma air around it, heating it enough to give off its own substantial thermal radiation. In general, a lot of this radiation would escape into space, where we don't need to worry about it unless it gets reflected back to Earth. Unfortunately, a portion of the radiation would stay within the atmosphere. A bubble of heat and light would wrap around the Earth, a twilight inferno, rapidly heating the atmosphere and surface as it went. What's more, much of the matter around the sunbeam's contact point would be blasted into space, where it would reflect infrared light back down beyond the horizon. Exactly how quickly the devastation would make it around the Earth depends on many details of atmospheric scattering, but if the moon happened to be half full at the time, it might not even matter. When Max's device kicked in, the moon would go dark, since the sunlight illuminating it would be funneled into the beam that's destroying the atmosphere. The intense light from the destruction would itself, however, illuminate the moon, and this reflected moonlight alone could be enough to burn you to death, just in time for the incendiary twilight to wrap around the planet, bringing on one final sunrise. But Earth might not be entirely doomed. Can Max's mechanism actually swivel to track a target? If not, the Earth can only spend a maximum of about 7 minutes in the path of the beam before our orbit carries us out of the way. Everyone on the surface would still be cooked, of course, and much of the atmosphere and exterior would be lost, but the bulk of the Earth would probably remain, as a testament to humanity's horrible ideas.
I just shut the door to I just shut the door to I just shut the door to
I'm known for two things, being a Roblox YouTuber, but more importantly, being an
William.
Since the invention of the human brain, humans have wondered, what if we use 100% of our intelligence at once? Such an achievement would lead to unprecedented human progress, new inventions, and society. The question that nobody asks, however, is what if we use replacement in accessible infinity% of our brain? We will be answering that question in immersive engineering, petroleum, and technology. A Minecraft mod that allows for the total destruction of nature for monetary gain and genius high IQ factories. Without further ado, we shall begin engineering. Disclaimer. This is more of a mod showcase than a legitimate playthrough, so a few cheats may be used to show the mod's full potential. Also, there are extra mods used which I will list here. Anyways, we shall begin engineering. Now, what is the goal of this game? The goal is to turn this abandoned garbage lamentable city into a bustling factory teeming with nefarious invention, by any means possible. So all of this was mine to explore. I began scavenging around the area. No life inside. There were chests though, so I could repurpose several objects of monetary value, which include iron tools. Step 2. Put these newly acquired objects in my new base, aka the top of a building, and prepare for step 6. While I'm wandering around killing animals for comestibles, I stumbled upon an abandoned subway system, which intersected with several huge cave systems. And guess what is in these caves? Juicy resources. I kidnapped ores for 5 kiloseconds, totaling to about $65 billion worth of resources, which will last a while. I then paid a visit to the Nether for 2 things. First thing was to do a blaze genocide, since blaze powder is an important ingredient for industrialization. Second thing is to use the basic lava here to smelt my ores and to use the lignins. Now that the boring part of starting the factory is done, it's time for the slightly more exciting part, turning raw materials into basic machines to turn raw materials into medium rare materials. Notable mention, I need tools. So I got tools such as this iron convex polyhedron patched to a wooden turret linear prism, and I will start with the coke furnace. It is basically 27 bricks arranged in a trigonal trapezohedron right rhombohedron and activated with a hammer. When it is up and running, this very slowly cooks coal into coke, not to be confused with erythroxylon coca powder. This radically transformed coal can be put into another trapezohedron known as the blast furnace, to very slowly cook iron into steel. Another new addition to my base is the alloy kiln, which combines 2 objects into one fancier object. With steel and fancy objects, I have basically unlocked everything else in the game. Let's not get too excited though, because I have a new problem. I have no electricity, and everything beyond this point needs electricity. So by combining my steel and fancy stuff, I made my first generator, the thermoelectric generator, which uses the difference in Seebeck's coefficient to make power. In common terms, this means putting lava and water next to it. But this is not enough. Power is useless if the power is not powering anything with power. So I made wires and connectors to transfer it wherever I want. I also made a capacitor to store this aforementioned power. But wait, with small power comes small responsibility. Touching power causes the human body to jerk violently. I was doing some more experimenting when I discovered that I am immune to electricity and water, which is cool. Anyways, this is cool and all. But what should I do with power? The answer is obvious. Make more appurtenances. Behold, the coke furnace blast furnace conveyor belt processing line complex factory. These furnaces constantly spit out coke, which is conveyor belted into the improved blast furnace, which is powered by these cables to smelt steel faster. Now instead of an unbearable wait time, there is a disappointingly long wait time, and I had a lot of steel. The coke furnaces also make cumbersome amounts of byproduct fluid, which I had to dump automatically using these fluid outlets. Even though this has created a massive oil spill, the good thing is this is basically an elevator between the ground and my base. There is a bright side to everything, but now it is a bit too bright, because the oil touched the lava pool and burst into flames, and this is releasing a lot of pollution into the skies, in the form of dark gray cubes. But all of this is a tomorrow problem. Work must go on. After about 0 minutes of using this, I determined that this work must go on. After about 0 minutes of using this, I determined that this generator is garbage. For my future plans, I need a power source so powerful that it exceeds the rotational energy of M87. After researching on this thing called Google, I had an epiphany. Lightning is one of the powerfulest forces in nature, and there is a way to harvest and enslave lightning energy. To do this, I shall make a precarious staircase up to the high limit of this world and construct the lightning base. For now, it does nothing, so I attached a large grid of steel to it, because lightning likes metal. Step 54. Wait for a thunderstorm to happen. Step 55. The thunderstorm was already here anyways. As expected, all the lightning is redirected here, and one single strike gives me 16 million energy units. Just how much is 16 million? A whole lot. This makes every other power source in the game look like an ionization energy. Even the cannot come close to this lightning base, so let's make the thunder last forever. With power, resources, and fancy resources, I am unstoppable. However, I forgot to put out the oil fire for 5 days, leading to the creation of a massive cloud of carbon dioxide, leading to acid rain and various health consequences such as all of these consequences. So I had to relocate the base to dodge this giant pollution cloud. Finally, fresh air, and no more oil waterfalls, and I can begin grinding again. Since this is basically a sky base, it should be much easier to expand outwards, and I have an aggressive expansion plan. Speaking of plan, I have a plan to make my sub count surpass sin x plus sin y equals sin xy. Please subscribe so I can surpass a trigonometric function. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. With this steel, I am going to make the materials for the excavator Now what is a good excavation zone? To answer this question, I used a core sample to sample this area of thin air to check what ores were in it. For example, nothing. I don't want nothing though, so I will try again in a new area. Then I repeat this until I find a magnetite vein. Once I place the excavator above the vein, I will Connect them to the power storage, and it will begin automatically mining ores. This is convenient because this works in the sky for some reason. With these ores I can make more sky bridges since I was running out of normal materials to build with, but also use them to procure nonsensical amounts of steel, which I was going to use to expand the lightning rod. This was slightly hard due to the return of the giant cloud of pollution. It followed me everywhere. I was dying, but I must sacrifice my health for the grind for something that may not benefit me. With more iron and energy, the next step is making a factory to automate everything else automatically so I don't have to do it not automatically. 3 negatives make a positive. Anyways, it was time to make my factory. Now this setup is self-explanatory. The ores are automatically smelted by the giant furnaces aka arc furnace aka something that actually exists in real life, and these smelted resources go towards yet another furnace. There is also a new excavator here procuring coal which turns into coal, leading to a conveyor belt that splits coal 32 ways upwards, downwards, and left and right into a grid of 32 floating coke furnaces, which all output into 2 crushers, both of which feed into the giant furnace I mentioned 12 seconds ago, where the coal and iron amalgamate into steel at preposterous speeds, which all feeds into a silo storing all the steel because chests were no longer enough. Now how did I accomplish all of this, you may ask? With more core sampling, clay excavators to make furnaces, more lightning, and more ore. Notable mention, item sorters. With all this I have basically solved world hunger. Or did I? This, along with all the pollution made by the awesome factory, leads to the sky being blocked by giant clouds of carbon and sulfur that are trapped in the atmosphere due to the lightning grid, basically creating a giant hellish greenhouse. A pinnacle of engineering. The health effects due to this were catastrophic. While I was in the middle of building this, I apparently breathed so much pollution that it made me high. I couldn't really see where I was going in the construction zone, which led to several health issues such as being dead, but it was worth it. With the tens of thousands of steel I now had, I then created this. The ultimate lightning grid, supported by about a bajillion lightning rods and many cables connecting the whole thing together. Even though this has turned into a nightmare world under the shadow of steel and deadly wires, I have energy. Not only that, it also serves as a scaffold to get anywhere around the base. This is the magnum opus of engineering, a giant middle finger to the laws of physics and strong nuclear force. But now that I have solved most of the world's problems, I have created even more problems in the process like a true engineer. The pollution levels had reached physically impossible amounts. I was constantly at half a heart and also starving. In order to survive, I made a miniature garden growing weed for bread for sustenance. Meanwhile, the pollution was bringing everyone else down with it, including the hostile mob wandering around the sky bridges. Everyone could die in single hit due to how unhealthy everyone was, including me. This base was basically one giant game of CSGO. It is time to invest in the most American thing in existence, the magnetic iron rod shooting railgun. But why stop there? I added a bunch of unnecessary upgrades to it to create the magnetic capacitor precision scope augmented railgun, which uses rods as ammo. After testing this out, I can safely say that I am now a user now. That was until my gun ran out of electricity after shooting 2 times, and I have to spend precious time waiting for it to charge. I was about to use it again when I got nausea from the pollution, making me miss. The gun was made even more useless because the base was well defended by the wires anyway. So I have a new base defense plan. Say hello to the new chemical thrower, which can throw lava, water, and concrete. It was pretty obvious what water will do when sprayed. But what if there was a concrete thrower? It was time to rebuild the clay excavator and dump all the mined clay into this newly created mixer to make basically infinite concrete for personal use, which I injected into the thrower. After testing this for 2 seconds, I instantly had new ideas. I began using it on live subjects such as this skeleton here, but I was served my own medicine, and this gave me yet another new idea. Why not attach these guns onto a bigger gun? Behold, the chemical turret, watching over everyone and everything. When connected to the concrete mixer, this automatically ambushes every living thing with liquid concrete, turning them into statues. Nearby mobs could no longer threaten me because they were now more paralyzed than me. It was so efficient that the turret defended me from myself. I was going around suffocating stuff as usual when I made a mind-blowing discovery. When liquid concrete is placed, it doesn't go away that easily. It covers the base with dried concrete pancakes. While this may seem like a disaster, I took a step back to survey how much damage had been done. But then, I burst into joyful tears. This is an absolute masterpiece, art in its purest form. Not only is it great at building walls for the base, but it will probably defend me into the mobs. I had to continue. Approximately a few buckets later, I can say that this base has reached max efficiency. I have sacrificed some wire connections for extra defense and I can say that it's working. For some reason, 1 bucket of concrete turns into 1,000 solid blocks. And like everything else, these concrete pancakes do not conform to reality. And don't worry about anything down there because it was already dead from pollution anyways. The only side effects are that I can't sleep now. And sometimes I got trapped in dried stuff which took about 10 minutes to break out of because I am severely crippled by pollution. Overall, concrete was a very interesting feature. So far I have tested nearly everything except oil drilling and solar panel stuff because that is all unnecessary compared to what I already have. So this concludes the immersive engineering test. Overall this mod is a 10 out of 10 and I recommend playing it. This is not sponsored. Please subscribe for more stuff such as this, and shout out to the channel member. Enough to keep up with the solar panel farm. In the precursory adventure of this series on YouTube on the internet, I built an entire miniature factory out of super alloys just so I could process Minecraft tours. Meanwhile, on the other side of headquarters, I used the newly processed Naquata to do several industrial upgrades in a 0.5 square mile radius, and all of this was just to prepare myself for the next step of gaming, the fusion reactor, which comes with even more new nonsensical
Gamble!
materials, as well as excessive amounts of free
Mim.
but major roadblocks still stand in my way. There was still more technology to obtain before the unlocking of fusion, and to start off today, it was time to begin an extremely expensive project for a small efficiency boost. As of the current times, most of the things you see right here are made from assembling machines. Most assembling processes only needed items, but sometimes they needed molten material injection to reach.
Today we gather to witness the upgrade of the TTS known as Joey into the more realistic TTS known as the real life voice. And contrary to popular belief, this is not Moist Critical speaking, despite the allegations that I sound like Moist Critical. Besides that, this TTS is so realistic that any text that gets read by this is voiced into a real voice. However, this leaves a lot of questions. Why now? What does this have to do with anything? And how will this revelation impact the Boltzmann constant? All of this and more will be answered in this video. First, I shall review why I am doing this voice reveal. During the creation of the primordial Hypixel Skyblock videos, I used the TTS known as Joey to communicate information due to me not having a microphone. But by the time I got a microphone, everyone had already gotten used to hearing the voice of Joey, so I simply left it that way for approximately 3 years. However, at the current size of this channel, the usage of such a primitive TTS was beginning to hold back further growth, because a real voice could do so much more, such as actually being able to correctly pronounce simple words without having to do extensive surgery to the word so that Joey could do its job properly. However, this does not mean that the age of Joey is over, because it shall still be useful for voicing characters like NPCs or other people that are not I go by lots of names. Pretty much everything else that has been a part of this channel will also stay the same. However, there are some other things to explain. There are other reasons for the massive TTS upgrade. You may have heard about the upcoming Supersymmetry project. This aforementioned project is unlike any other normal video that can be voiced by copying and pasting walls of text into a TTS website. For those of you who haven't watched the trailer, Supersymmetry is basically an indirect sequel to the original GregTech Space Civilization movie. It has a far higher amount of players, a lot more technology, a lot more drama, and as a result, a lot more story. Basically, just watch the trailer, but everything that happened in the server was so much content that it will be impossible to fit into a single video, so it will be split into a series of 8 videos instead, totaling to at least 12 hours, making it my biggest project yet. The script for
It's
the
actually
videos are already done.
0.
Most of the main fight scenes have already been edited, but over the course of making this, I was beginning to question if it was really a good idea to use the Joey TTS to cover this entire 12-hour series. Listening to a robot speak for 12 hours didn't exactly sound very salubrious, and the monotone robot voice seemed to detract from what was really going on in the screen. It works just fine for the average Nomi Factory super nuclear reactor ultra quantum mechanics fusion crafting 500 billion step video. But Supersymmetry was an entirely different type of video that deserved something better than the Joey TTS. Which is why I have decided to use the realistic real-life TTS to rate the Supersymmetry script and voice it into a real voice. Besides that, the only other things left are editing the other 11 hours of Supersymmetry, which shouldn't take too long because of my rather new approach to editing. But when will it be uploaded?
I am from the future, where humanity has collaborated together to finally complete GTNH, and after an undetermined amount of time, the goal was accomplished, but at the cost of most of the sanity of humanity. After we had accomplished the impossible, I decided to relax and watch some YouTube, now owned by ChatGPT 10 quadrillion, to watch some I go by lots of names. Unfortunately, the Supersymmetry video wasn't out, so I was forced to die at H298,323,788,9,398,323 without watching the video. I am currently uploading a transdimensional computer powered by microverse energy typing this appalling news.
However, what 8542 has stated is actually untrue. The original release date stated in the trailer was simply a few months from August. Technically, this is still true, because I want to take advantage of free ad revenue on December, so I will attempt to at least get 2 or 3 episodes released on December, and release the rest of them on February of 2024 or March. If that doesn't happen, then assume that everything will release on February. The last thing I want to mention is that the original participants of this
Independent science fiction horror movies, there is a top-secret game modification that allows one player to simulate capitalism in Minecraft. That aforementioned mod pack is known as Nomi Factory Community Edition Unofficial, aka G version. But what exactly is that, you may ask? And why is it so addicting to the point that an entire article was written about something similar? The same question is being asked by 4.9 billion minus 26,000 people, amounting to 4.9 billion. But these questions will be answered in this new GregTech series. because I shall attempt to make more than 3 videos on the same mod pack for the first time in human history, and complete what is quite possibly the most addicting game that nobody knows. But first, a bit of lore. It all began with the invention of Europe 5 million years ago, leading to the invention of Marcus Persson, who invented Minecraft. But not everyone was so happy with this, leading to people inventing modifications to turn Minecraft into Minecraft, the main idea behind industrial craft. But what if the industrial modification had its own modification? That question was answered by the Gregorius, who invented GregTech, which would have 6 official versions. But then, these assortments of people had an idea. What if they recreated stuff from a bunch of different GregTechs and combined it into one giant GregTech Community Edition that worked for a later version of Minecraft? Which they did. Of the 1 million people who consumed this product, a bunch of other people decided to combine this GregTech with a bunch of other technological modifications and fidget spinners to create an incredibly deep technology-based modification, called OmniFactory. But this is where things get weird. The main developer, aka Damien, abdicated the OmniFactory throne to XXXX2 to the power of 12, leading to an epic tale of development that is summarized in this ancient text, which included politics. And due to drama caused by these certainly off-topic politics, some developers staged an epic rebellion. They switched around the letters and added some other letters to create their own quest-driven expert large-scale factory automation skill test, called NomiFactory. And in one final chain, a team of people with words in their name received their blessing from Gregorius T to create GregTech Community Edition Unofficial, now featuring realistic black body radiation and troll face. Fictional character Tracer from Overwatch combined this with the automation skill test to create the topic of this series, NomiFactory Community Edition Unofficial Edition 1.4.1 Alpha, the product of several years of progress. A modification of a modification of a pack of modifications based on a modification of a modification of a game from a guy in a continent based on a modification of a modification of a planet modified in the universe. So far it seems that GregTech has been around for so long and has seeped into nearly every corner of the modification addict community. And this is not the first time I have contemplated playing it. Because this is only my 5th attempt in returning to GregTech to beat it once and for all. And it all begins sometime in mid-2021. A partnership of Hypixel Skyblock players consisting of me, Infamous The Realm, Infamous Rice Blades 11 and Infamous iAuctions decided they would play OmniFactory. This ended in catastrophe after I accidentally broke an expensive machine in a fatal accident. And everyone quit. The second attempt came 6 months later when I decided to brute force beating OmniFactory by myself. But the foolish past version of myself did not know it would take hundreds of hours to accomplish this Herculean task. After days of grueling technological progress and building a giant troll face during a renovation, I got distracted by watching Filthy Frank while building my new base, leading to me forgetting to actually play, and eventually losing all motivation to continue gaming. The third attempt is the incident that came to be known as the GregTech movie, where I hosted a civilization event to see what would happen if 100 players were dropped into OmniFactory. The fourth attempt came during the third attempt when I decided to play GregTech on my own after seeing other people having jollification in my own GregTech event. This ended in disaster after I was distracted by self-torture mode, leading to the foolish decision to play it, leading to being annoyed in 2 hours and quitting. Which brings us to today, where I shall once again be plunged into GregTech after being reminded of its existence in the most recent community post. It seems that no matter how much time has passed, the urge to return to GregTech returns in semi-annual lapses. But so far I have not said anything about what is actually inside of GregTech. Why is it so addicting? And why has it become the top suggestion, beating every other mod pack? To answer this question, I will begin to actually play it. It all begins in the Lost Cities. But since I had tens of hours of experience already, I remembered my training from my previous reincarnations as GregTech players. Rather than getting wood as the first resource, I went straight towards the abandoned buildings and started an FBI search of the entire perimeter to locate chests for useful resources. Since this game is beatable on peaceful mode, no food is needed, so food was exiled from my inventory to make way for juicy metal bars. Once I had some beginning loot, I looked around and went for the tallest skyscraper in the city, since the base shall basically be a platform extending outwards from the highest roof, encapsulating everything below. From the 6th floor I looked at my new quadrillionaire view, and discovered what appeared to be a massive black hole. My game theory is that this disproportionately sized object led to the collapse of civilization, and it is my duty to recreate technology by following the quest line of the mod pack, and all society begins with resource obtaining. But not only was there iron and gold, there were a multifariousness of new natural resources to accumulate, a massive amount of which must be extracted from the underground. To do this, I collected some free beginner mining tools from the quest book, since I was playing on easy mode, and because of easy mode, I also got an Orange Kid's iPad that can differentiate all ores in a 1-mile radius. Also because of easy mode, ore veins are now more like ore continents, each with their own realistic ores based on realistic ores. With these hammers I tried hogging as many ores as humanly possible, but kept a broadly nagging amount of cobblestone for phase 2 of gaming. When I was done, I created a staircase to the surface and proceeded to build a major highway leading from the mines to the roof base, and the leftover stone was reconstructed into combustors to reconstruct ores into ingots. But here's the thing, all vanilla knowledge is abandoned when it comes to massive mod packs. The first change is that coal ores have to be smelted before coal is obtained, which will be done with cellulose fiber, and all this wood will be homemade with this new miniature Amazon rainforest without the rain on, for free infinite wood without having to leave the quadrillionaire base. Anyways, I continued following the quest book, which starts off as a comprehensive tutorial until getting the first power source, before dropping everyone into the rabbit hole of industrialization. But for each task completed, a reward of Minecoin ripoffs would precipitate into my inventory, which can be traded with the crafting table himself for free ores. But I must resist temptation. The first mining trip focused on getting iron. When I returned by the highway, I decided to mine copper, nickel, and tin, which were all thrown into the Nightmare's furnace row rights reserved. Iron could be smelted again for iron but pink, or it can be reshaped into industrial tools in an iron hook for energy conservation defying transportation. With the first tool, aka the hammer, I could create plates for a file to make rods for a screwdriver for a wire cutter for blah blah blah, with byproducts of sound effects. Every other part is not really necessary for now. But in addition to new shapes for materials, I needed even newer materials. So by using the kid's iPad I triangulated more elusive materials such as redstone. Due to a better cave generation and a mysterious person known as Kilovash, redstone was now 50 times easier to find, made obvious by the hypnotizing glowy red shader. I then made a detour to mine scrumptious lead and silver. After doing some on-camera mining I had obtained 2% of the game's periodic table, which can be crushed and further combined to create whatever alloys humanly conceivable, before being processed further into even more material parts. But I now had to triangulate rubber, a feat deemed impossible by the Orange Kid iPad. But rather than searching nature for rubber, I bought saplings from the imaginary voices in the crafting table. Almost immediately I performed the rookie mistake known as planting everything with no space. According to GregTech tree calculus, this left no space for leaves to grow, so every generation of rubber trees gave less and less saplings. By creating a spacious growing area, leaves were leaved everywhere, leading to exponential sapling obtaination. But why am I so obsessed with GregTech leaf calculus? Because these leaves could be stolen from myself to be combined and cooked into rubber. The only thing missing from the trinity of industrialization was now water. By using my new tools and material parts, I created the infinite water cube. And now, since I had basic resources and had basic parts made from basic resources, it was time to finally create factory equipment, which included iron to create the first steel in human history. By using this brick conglomeration to transform iron and coal into steel, I was ready to stop playing and start gaming. Because steel is only the beginning of the GregTech progression, which is split into several different tiers of voltages, each unlocked by creating a new type of material. Starting with steel, higher tier materials are used to construct higher tiers of machines, which are needed to create higher tiers of materials, starting an infinite cycle of never-ending GregTech. But it's not as simple as simply getting materials. More energy, more planning, more resources, and more complex industrialization are required to create each new increasingly complexifying and electrifying material. Each new challenge has 10 different challenges before it and 10 different solutions giving 10 different rewards. The factory's demands are inescapable but solvable in one way or another. And perhaps this is why GregTech is eternally addicting. It's a sandbox with an ever-receding boundary, and you cannot escape. Anyways, back to gaming. I set up my first electric generator, which consumed water and burned sugar cane to create power stored in this glowing red tetragon polyhedron. And with steel I could create low-voltage machine hulls to be transformed into whatever I needed to do. If only it was that simple. Depending on what the machine does, the machine needs a different combination of standard tech which consume polyhedron. And with steel I could create low-voltage machine hulls to be transformed into whatever I needed to do. If only it was that simple. Depending on what the machine does, the machine needs a different combination of standardized machine parts, and also circuits, each needing their own complex materials. But that was easy, due to the massiveness of ore veins. I now had a massive stockpile of ingots which were organized for the first time in this channel's history. After a bit of cutting and bending I had obtained not only the aforementioned parts, but also some more materials to mass-produced circuits, which were more complicated. Since these were needed everywhere, it was better to make a lot of them at the same time rather than one at a time. I was also processing steel in the background this entire time, since making stuff before you knew you needed it would be a crucial factor in becoming a billionaire. I also created more resource farms, which included an automatic sugar cane farm. This ran on the biological and chemical anomaly known as SNAD, a Mustel block created from 9 squared times 2 sand. This block increases the growth of anything above it whenever a redstone signal is applied to it. When this is combined with an observer that breaks all sugar cane and an auto clicker to auto click, I got practically some sugar cane. Anyways, I could finally create my first machines, which included the compressor, metal bender, wire mill, and lathe, which made most of these tools useless and gave massive discounts on material part prices. Theoretically, I could just place them down and connect them to the energy generator using cables. But since this is Greg Tech, this failed. Now introducing realistic energy. The energy from this glowing red area will have to be converted into EU electrical units, aka European Union, which have voltage and amperages. Wires will not only have to be insulated with rubber, but will have different voltage limits based on material used, different amperage based on thickness of wire, and sometimes electrical loss and explosions. More electrical engineering info was dumped in this massive text wall, but all of this can be summarized in one fact. All I needed were pin cables with a width of 4, which I made. I also created the aforementioned energy converter to turn my energy into European Union units, and finally, I connected the converters to the machines, and then nothing worked. That was when I realized that besides realistic energy, I also needed realistic energy storage, and there were a wide variety of battery sizes and battery materials and battery boxes to choose from, but they were all distractions. What I really needed were just 4 lithium batteries and a quadruple battery box to go with it. After using more coins to buy lithium and antimony for batteries, I installed the energy storage in between the cables and energy converter, and I thought I could finally return to using my machines. Or so I thought. Due to all the different possible things you can do with a machine, the machine needs a programmed circuit to tell between these different but similar processes. So out of pure frustration, I used one of my precious circuits to put the number 1 into the metal bender to get it over with. And for the first time in human history, the Greg Tech machine finally did something. I had created my first object from a machine. This was unbelievable. After 3 hours, which was less than 1% of the total play time needed to reach the end. But the factory had only just begun. The Greg Tech addiction had already reached stage 6. There was no turning back now. Remember to acquiesce a subscription service and the Industrial Revolution began in 1532, and in today's audio-visual experience, I will be prolegoming industry in this Minecraft world. In the previous episode, human civilization was recreated on top of this abandoned society, shortly followed by advanced tree calculus and professional mining to support fabricating multitudinous articles, all to prepare for today's disastrous revolution. Here's what I possess as of now: 1 electrical generator donut, a massive stash of natural resources, and several powered machines, which will assist me in creating even more material parts for machine parts for more machines. But what exactly is the goal of all of this? Today's gaming agenda consists of inaugurating the blast furnace, which is the furnace but convalescent, and is also the only way to smelt aluminum, necessitated to reach the next tier of machines, which is required to unlock gaming. Before that, however, some people have requested the acquisition of the modified textures depicted in this audio-visual content, so the texture pack has been linked in the description. With that out of the way, there was a problematic problem with the factory. According to theoretical and realistic predictions, the generator donut is too inadequate for future purposes. What I really needed was a boiler and turbine setup before the Industrial Revolution could begin. This shall be done simply by duplicating this donut into a triple donut system, connected with the pipes I made from episode 1. The way it works is that the first donut drinks water from this Amazon box and burns cane from this cursed sand farm to initiate a phase change into gaseous steam to be channeled into 2 donuts that drink the steam to spin the turbine object not depicted in game to create energy, leading to an octuple energy increase. With that out of the way, it was time to check the quest book to foresee the next industrial goals. As it turns out, everything was needing attention. There were overwhelming quantities of new upgrades, new machines, and new materials to be obtained, but one thing at a time. The current machines had heartbreakingly low amounts of input and output slots. To amend this issue, I shall concoctify storage boxes and connect them to the machines using item pipes, with the top box leading into the input, and the bottom box storing the output. With this, the machine technically now had around 100 slots of input and output. But why stop there? I was rich enough to create even more machines to carry out any possibly possible type of industrial task, ranging from cutting to melting to freezing to fabricating to magnetic long roading, all of which are required. So I grabbed a bunch of random materials, put them in the material processors, and used the products to make massive amounts of machine parts at once, which will be used to make new machine parts but more annoying, which included pumps and pistons for machines that dealt with fluids, which included the electrolyzer for using electricity to discombobulate matter into constituents. It can transform crushed clay into blah 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 and aluminum, which I obtained into my hands. Other notable machines include the fluid extractor aka melting autoclave aka the jacket rectangular chamber with high pressure, both of which can lignify metals and infuse it into other objects to create shiny beautiful object. I then took this shiny object and clobbered it with some other stuff to create a vacuum cleaner. The current sugar cane farm had absolutely no collection system, but this vacuum system will swallow all cane in the multiverse, which will be transported into the generator with pipes. I then created some new material processors including the cutting saw and a macerator, which is a fancy way of saying crusher, which made even more hand tools useless. But why go through all these different machines when I could simply melt metals and cast them into any shape I desired? This would be done with a combination of just 2 machines known as the fluid extractor and fluid solidifier, which casted several advanced machine parts in one step, saving approximately 100 years of manual labor. But all of this paled in comparison in terms of usefulness to the outstandingly indispensable alloy smelter, which will be needed constantly throughout the entire game to fabricate basic alloys and create never-ending arbitrarily conceived combinations of metals imagined by the developers. Not only could it conjugate coal and iron into steel without using the overwhelmingly slow primitive blast furnace, it was the only way to create cupro nickel, bronze, and tin alloys, which are the 3 alloys needed to create the infamous Orm coils, the main part of the upcoming modern electric blast furnace 2.0 revamped TBF Greg Tech. While the alloys were being cooked, the motors and pistons were consumed to recreate robotics, which were then sacrificed to create the second most outstandingly indispensable object of industrialization, the assembler, used to assemble advanced objects whenever the measly crafting table and human hands aren't powerful enough to make stuff. which applied to 95% of everything in this mod pack, including the blast furnace coils. The assembler also consumed molten liquids, meaning I would also need a melter next to it too. By melting tin alloys to be injected into other alloys inside the assembler, it started glowing ominously before engendering one item needed for the blast furnace. Out of about 8. This included approximately 10 low-voltage machine hulls made from steel mass-produced in the alloy smelter and tin wires and wrought iron to be transformed into various multi-block components such as input buses and output buses, right, and input hatches and output hatches for fluids, and the maintenance hatch needing every CO2 systems, and the muffler hatch made from annoying rotors and some fluid pipes, and the blast furnace controller itself made from similar circuits. With that out of the way, I could begin building my masterpiece. But first, a bit of an explanation. Every machine so far has been one single block. But later on there shall be multi-blocks, which are conglomerations of several different blocks that work together to form a single machine that does stuff. And the blast furnace is one of them. The coils allow it to reach certain temperatures to cook stuff that is uncookable in a furnace, depending on what material is used. The muffler hatch allows it to become a volcano. The input and output buses can then be put nearly anywhere to take stuff in and out. And due to the realisticity of GregTech, there would have to be monthly maintenance or something, done with the maintenance hatch. The thing that powers it all is the energy hatch, and everything is united by blast furnace controller. However, due to the massive voltage costs, I had to use the remaining space in the multi-block to stuff as many energy hatches possible, and put all the other hatches somewhere random. With that, the glorious blast furnace was formed. The last thing to do was to plug it in and throw in some aluminum dust to cook, and it activated for approximately 1 second, before it ran out of energy. This was impossible. But maybe, it was possible. I went into the testing world and did some gaming experiments. That was when I realized I needed cables with hexacuple aka quadruple thickness rather than my measly quadruple amperage cables, so I used a painstaking amount of tin to create these humorously humongous tin cables, which I wired all over the base. Therefore, according to theoretical calculations, the blast furnace should work now. It didn't. This was impossible. But maybe, it was impossible. This is impossible. I then resorted to nuclear strategy plan top secret plan 56B. I destroyed the energy storage and relocated it right next to the blast furnace, which magically made it work. I was about to get mad at how maddening the realistic GregTech electrical system was, but I couldn't, due to the sight of the active blast furnace, combined with the perfectly timed thunderstorm and the thematically fitting tone of the overly dramatic music currently playing, all of which struck me with awe. The industrialization, the revolution, the Kilobash glowy shader, all of it combined together made me stand still in an uncontrollably overdramatic way, and in the end, there were 4 glorious aluminum ingots. But after that was done smelting, I was back to being mad at how maddening the electrical system was. I spent 5 seconds theorizing about why the blast furnace only turned on when the power source was practically inside the furnace, before I came to the conclusion that the realistic electrical laws of GregTech was destroying ridiculous amounts of energy for each block it traveled, leading to the blast furnace catastrophically ceasing operations rapidly when it was more than 3 millimeters away from the power source. However, there was a better alternative to cables this whole time: superconductors. For those of you who do not know, which includes me, a superconductor has no electrical loss, meaning it doesn't matter how far apart the power source and power consumers are, making it infinitely times better than the pathetic tin cables. And the only available superconductor right now are the laughably cheap conductive iron wires, which don't have to be insulated either. Anyways, this meant that all the old cables were wasted. Where were they? After I used the electrolyzer to obtain some more aluminum from clay, I began using it to separate water into hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen was then pumped into the arc furnace, aka this, which will cook the tin cables back into the original tin ingots. But since I had a functioning blast furnace, what now? Compared to the overwhelming tasks to do at the beginning of this episode, I now had even overwhelminger amounts of tasks that just got unlocked, which includes ascending to the next tier of technology, aka medium voltage. Rather than machines being made out of basic circuits and steel parts, medium voltage machines will need medium voltage circuits and aluminum parts. This plot twist necessitates 2 new things. First is automatic aluminum production, which needs 10 different things. The second thing is 10 different things to make advanced circuits. So here's what I am going to do. The main difference between the first and second tier of circuits is that it needs gallium and arsenic. To get these, it was time to do realistic ore processing. In GregTech, smelting an ore is not the only way to deal with ores, because as it turns out, they can be crushed and washed and centrifuged and bathed and electrolyzed and stuck with refrigerator magnets to get all sorts of ore byproducts, which is where arsenic and gallium is observed. Arsenic is obtained from separating something called realgar, and gallium comes from electrolyzing sphalerite. Once they are mixed, they are thrown together with other basic materials to make diodes. But that was the easy part. The scrumptious phenolic substrate was also required, which needed this monstrosity. A blast furnace multi-block but rotated on the x-axis, aka the pyrolyze oven. But do not fear. All I had to do was create the only big difference is that the pyrolyze oven also needs steam, which is obtained easily from dumping water into a fluid heater, which I connected to the input hatch of the oven. Anyways, the main purpose of the oven is it cooks natural objects such as wood and coal and geodesic chlorine. When coal is sacrificed to the oven briefly becomes a giant thermonuclear bomb before spitting out coke, but more importantly, phenol, which will be dumped into my new chemical reactor to create audio-satisfying sound effects and convert normal circuit boards into real circuit boards. I was half expecting there to be yet another ridiculous step before making tier 2 circuits, but that was it. So I enthusiastically consumed the diodes and brown squares to fabricate the tier 2 circuits. Almost immediately I invested them into the third outstandingly indispensable machine, the circuit assembler. Finally, instead of wasting harebrained amounts of resources to craft them manually, the circuit assembler could make both the tier 1 and tier 2 circuits at a ridiculously ludicrous material discount due to robot arm superiority. Gone were the days of the crafting table, with circuits about 2 times cheaper to create. I could now afford to commence the aluminum automation plan, which is rather simple. According to my calculations, aluminum can be obtained simply from cobblestone. But this would need precedented amounts of machines. It would need 3 forge hammers, 1 cobblestone generator, 1 chemical reactor, a fish tank, and a crusher. All of this would be connected together by item and fluid pipes, and connected to this new power grid, since the first one was already being rather overloaded with all its machines. Anyway, the way it works is that cobblestone is crushed multiple times into dust to be soaked in water for clay to be crushed again, to be shuttled into the electrolyzer for infinite aluminum. But this setup isn't just for aluminum. The reason why these item pipes are here is because it allows me to split the outputs to be shared equally into 2 different destinations. This sand would be split to go to this furnace to be cooked into glass, and the glass would be split between 2 new processing lines that turn glass into silicon and oxygen, and turn glass into quartz. The oxygen can then be looped backwards to feed the arc furnace. To understand the increasing mess of pipes and cables, I began watching lore on the stuff I was using, leading to a deeper appreciation of the humble everyday objects we use and the structure of the universe. Anyways, the quartz will be saved for later for a funny object known as the resonant clathrate. And finally, the silicon was collected and dumped into a blast furnace for a shocking 8 minutes, draining a preposterous amount of energy before finally producing the beautiful monocrystalline silicon pool, which exists in real life. In reality, touching the silicon pool leads to immediate contamination and makes it useless, but GregTech decided to not be realistic this time. The real issue was the fact that no machine I currently had was powerful enough to turn my silicon pool into any useful electronics, because I needed medium voltage to process it. Speaking of medium voltage, these low voltage superconductors were barely surviving the fact that the blast furnace is now real, because I had a near disaster during a blasting session, when these wires suddenly looked a tiny bit hot, leading to an emergency shutdown because I didn't want to know what realistic electrical event was about to happen due to GregTech. The moral of the story was that I needed to begin upgrading the electrical systems of the factory to medium voltage equipment to handle the new demands of the factory. And since I now had medium voltage circuits, a growing supply of aluminum, and considerable machinery to process materials, I had everything I needed to take everything to the next tier of gaming in the next episode. For anyone still confused about how GregTech works, check the description for more information, and how to possibly improve real MV machinery would have to
Harvey, what
Over
the
4 million
5?
people in Brazil live with
What
food
the
insecurity.
Diambo?
The color white has existed since 1522. But due to the American crime drama based in New Mexico featuring fictional man Walter White, any chemistry-related phenomenon discussed on the global systematic internet is immediately associated with aforementioned Walter White. Therefore, the following activities presented in this audio-visual documentation can be referred to as a Breaking Bad reference. In other words, I shall be doing ridiculous amounts of chemistry and transmutating. Previously in this series, I built the electric blast furnace and various other crucial machines for industrialization, leading to the creation of aluminum, which will be needed for stage 2 of this game, medium voltage. And to commence forth towards high voltage, I would have to go Dow DuPont Corporation mode and create chemicals for the factory, which includes polyethylene and pulsating polymer clamp. And to create these I would need a new type of machine, known as chemical reactors, which consume fluids and items to make fluids and items. Plus it needs energy, meaning I would need 2 things: better energy generators and better energy cables, which would require resources pulled from the depths of the nether, aka glowstone. So here is the plan. Due to the realisticness of GregTech, the nether is no longer accessible by a trans-dimensional portal, but by eating cakes that had a side effect of orthogonal multiversal travel. This cake needed realistic dough, realistic buckets, realistic obsidian, and realistic netherrack made realistically. By that I mean that gravel must be crushed and mixed with lava and crushed. The resultant artificial red dust is sprinkled upon the dough and obsidian to create delicious nether cake. Upon consuming a slice, I passed out and found myself surrounded by delicious exclusive nether resources to consume, which included realistic nether quartz and realistic glowstone. The realistic glowstone is mixed with realistic redstone and gold to create energetic alloy, a material suitable for transferring medium voltage, abbreviated as MV. Anyways, here is a further explanation of the realistic GregTech energy system. Currently I had 3 generators feeding into 2 different power grids, both of which only support low voltage electricity, abbreviated as LV. MV machinery would have to be put in a separate MV power grid due to the fact that MV machines will not function properly with only low voltage, and pumping medium voltage into a low voltage machine will lead to a slow sound effect, so these 2 groups of machines will have to be separated. But I lied the whole time. The energetic alloy will not be spent on wires for now, because they will be repurposed for a top secret government project known as Deep Mob Learning. Here's why. Due to all the spending of resources for all the new machines, there is a crisis due to metals constantly running out. But this can be amended with the mob simulation chamber mob fabricator, which I made with realistic energetic alloy. After plugging them into somewhere, I would need some polymer pulsating clay to begin the mob simulation. So I created a comical amount of this exotic clay by using clay stolen from the automatic clay creator. I would also need a model made from circuits and a mob drop. Since I used zombie loot, I obtained a zombie module. By inserting it into the chamber, it commences some realistic hacking and transforms the clay into discolored matter, with a chance of getting pristine zombie matter byproduct, which can be realized into reality in the loot fabricator to get common zombie themed metals. But why stop there? Different entity modules meant different pristine matter to fabricate different resources I needed, which made mining rather useless for eternity. And I began a quest to capitalize on this. I took the discolored matter, which can be combined with realistic netherrack to get red discolored essence to be combined with more shiny squares to get the blaze module, which could potentially produce sulfur. And this sulfur would be needed for sulfuric acid eventually. And why hunt for ender pearls, when a fake enderman could be used to create free ender pearls, which is more free than smelting diamonds and shiny blue dust for the same thing. With Deep Mob Learning now learned, this created 2 new problems. The steam turbines were getting absolutely destroyed by the energy cost of simulating Blaze civilization, and I would need to automate the production of pulsating polymer clay, requiring chemistry, requiring more energy. This could only mean one thing. I would get a numismatic dynamo. Using the ender pearls from earlier, I triturated it and interpenetrated it with energetic alloys to fabricate the vibrant alloys but green, which was promptly thrown into the glorious blast furnace. This would then be bended into plates and plated onto gears smelted with the same thing, with a cherry on top, to clobber together the numismatic dynamo. Here's how it works. Rather than burning cane to boil steam for a measly 4,000 energy units per second, this new donut burns gemstones at a shocking rate to create 50,000 energy units per second. The only reason the costs are reasonable is that diamonds can also be easily automatically produced using deep mob learning, which once again needs pulsating polymer clay. But since I had non-negligible quantities of energy, I could begin the fabrication of this palpitating monomer object. Using the automatic quartz production I set up last episode, all I had to do was create some medium voltage batteries to be stored in medium voltage energy converters and medium battery buffers and set up the medium voltage power grid and place down a chemical reactor and fluid solidifier that melts ender pearls to be reacted with quartz for resonant nitrates, which is pumped into a furnace to be smelted into pulsating dust, which is alloyed with clay from the previous clay chain to finally create infinite pulsating polymer clay. With that out of the way, here was what the factory looked like now. Basically, I took a bunch of basic machines that each did one thing, and glued a bunch of them together, basically combining a bunch of basic machine operations together to add up to increasingly complicated processing chains, ending with advanced materials such as pulsating polymer clay. And the medium voltage power line was set up as part of the plan. Because when you give extra power to high-tier machines to do processes that need lower tiers of power, it creates overclocking. Anyways, I now had infinite pulsating polymer clay. But rather than transferring it all across the base to the diamond creator and diamond eater, I would simply move the DML section and power generation area closer to the clay area. I then did this insane magic trick. Different pipes can be put in the same block, so energy and items could be transferred at the same time. The diamonds created were then diamond napped into the generator. The only thing left to do was to expand to make a second set of mob simulators so I could also simulate Enderman civilization at the same time, to create infinite ender pearls, which would be fed back into this area to help create even more polymer clay. But polymer clay is not the only single use for everything, because further analysis reveals that diamonds are made out of carbon, which everybody knew, and this carbon can be extracted by instantaneously powdering diamonds and dumping them in the electrolysis chamber, for 16 carbon, which is basically a free coal source for making steel. And ender pearls will be used to make even more vibrant alloys, which can be used to upgrade electrical cables. With this, I no longer had to worry about catastrophic power failure. And since I was planning to mass-produce MV equipment the same way I did for low voltage, I would need some severe resource production improvements. So while I was talking endlessly about pulsating polymer clay, I had made some other developments. This giant orange cube, known as the steam grinder, was created using several articles of bronze and haphazardly forged together, and then haphazardly built together and plugged into a steam generator to activate it. The way it works is that it consumes steam to spin an imaginary grinding apparatus to grind 8 objects at once, far superior to the low-voltage macerator. And this will be used mainly to create a humorous amount of crushed ores, which is the first step in GregTech's preposterously realistic ore processing. And as you may remember from episode 2, the crushed ores will be needed for rare elemental byproducts to be injected for even more tier 2 circuits. And this whole time I was blast furnacing this whole time, getting aluminum the entire time, and I now had enough aluminum ingots to commence the plan from 20 seconds ago. The good news is that the MV machine parts are basically made the same way as in low voltage, just with different and expensiver materials, such as magnetic steel, copper cables, and the infamous aluminum, which I combined together successfully. Now it was time to create a few more MV machines, for making realistic CPU and random access memory for high voltage circuits later on. If only it were that simple. Because first I needed the advanced electrolyzer and advanced mixer and basic sifting machine. All because the cutter needed this minor complication known as the vanadium steel buzzsaw. The detour is summarized by sifting through crushed rubies and crushed emeralds for these gems, with the emerald being injected to make MV emitter to be injected into the laser engraver. And the rubies were electrolyzed in an advanced way for chrome, which is mixed in an advanced way for vanadium steel, which is blast smelted. Anyways, after the detour I finally got the world-renowned advanced cutter. With these machines, it is time to begin GregTech Electronics production. It all begins with the silicon bowl I created in episode 2. The first step is slicing the silicon bowl for scrumptious silicon wafers, which can be engraved using shiny lenses to create a specialized wafer, which is cut once again into usable computer parts, which will be needed for high voltage circuits eventually, aka electronic circuits. If only it was that simple. Because I needed realistic plastic for these realistic electronic circuits. And this realistic plastic is known as polyethylene, created from various realistic chemical reactions and tasty sulfuric acid. So without further ado, it was time to do something. Plastic can be made using the good old-fashioned oil cracking, oil distilling, oil reacting oil method. But GregTech studies show that sugar can be turned into plastic using chemistry. And since I already had infinite sugar cane, I decided to do the sugar cane method. So I created multitudinous advanced chemical reactors and similar objects, which were immediately deployed. When sugar cane is dipped in water and left to rot, it creates mysterious green liquid, which contains several other mysterious chemicals that are probably not safe to ingest, including ethanol, which is obtained in a distillery. On the other hand, sulfur from the blaze simulation is oxidized and moisturized to give sulfuric acid. Once sulfuric acid and ethanol come into contact, ethylene is born, which can be contacted with oxygen to create polyethylene, which is solidified into scrumptious plastic. Due to some of these processes needing different voltages, this entire chain was split between different power continents, with cables and pipes going everywhere and over each other and into everywhere. And due to how many machines were running at once, each machine was fighting for energy, usually ending with semi-disastrous lack of free thermodynamic work. And the final addition was a rather extensive item pipe dragging all the sugar cane from here to the machine that dips sugar cane in water, making the entire plastic process automatic. So with the automatic plastic and somewhat automatic electronics, I could theoretically reach the next tier of gaming, high voltage gaming, opening a whole new online GregTech world, leading to losing all motivation to interact with the real world, which will be covered in the next episode. For anyone who wishes of energy I had to handle now. Detroit has peaked in 1633, and in this insane gone wrong social experiment where one player simulates civilization in this decrepit metropolitan, I shall be surviving 86 zillion quintoseconds in Detroit, and after the past 3 episodes in this series of Noni Factory, I am nearing day 75. But what has happened so far? This mod pack is based around recreating the realistic industrial revolution, which I have carried out most successfully in my dedicated territory, to chase the ever-receding goal of becoming wealthier, and face the industrial consequences, the most recent development being the creation of computer parts and the invention of chemistry to recreate sulfuric acid and polyethylene aka plastic. With this I am getting closer to the third stage of gaming, colloquially known as high voltage.
Copie.
So today I will be doing all that is necessary to complete the rather
Epic.
humorous final tasks that are required for obtaining the moderately expensive high voltage technology to
Gabby.
get 5% further.
Gabby, what you have to do?
Moderately expensive high voltage technology to get 5% further in beating this monstrosity. I would also evolve from using primitive chests to using a farm.
Hey,
Beating this monstrosity. I would also
when he's is that Skywalker?
evolve from using
Oh,
primitive chest to using a far superior matter energy storage system. And by the end, we shall see if I can complete the rather difficult Keystone Trials to obtain the legendary glitch equipment, which will either allow me to fly or result in my painful death at the hands of Not Gaming. All of this shall be attempted by the end of this episodic audio-visual presentation, as I reach day 100 of playing in this world. But before that, there were a few serious socioeconomic issues to address in the base. The first problem was that the thing that is needed for smelting anything, aka the blast furnace, was pushing the energy cables to the verge of exploding whenever it turned on, meaning I needed a power grid upgrade. The far more tragic problem is I am slightly running out of resources due to everything becoming more expensive. On top of all these predicaments, there was the major inconvenience that this base is extremely unorganized. So here is the plan. These blue glowing boxes from Deep Mob Learning were basically imaginary mob farm simulations that produced ridiculous amounts of material dropped by imaginary entities. And I could obtain more of these blue glowing boxes to farm more types of resources at once, which included farming zombies for infinite iron, the most used industrial resource. And when this practically infinite iron is combined with interminable carbon from an estimable diamond from earlier, I basically had immeasurable steel. And when this is combined with tremendous obsidian from this gaming trick known as breaking obsidian instantaneously by breaking stone next to it with a mining hammer, I could smelt semi-infinite dark steel. With all the dark steel boxes, I could now make even more blue glowing boxes to hold simulations for spiders, guardians, and blah 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 for copper, blah blah blah, and so on. So with a stash of plastic and aluminum from earlier, and new metal bars, I could create more medium voltage machines. Previously, creating medium voltage technology usually resulted in pain and suffering due to the object known as circuits. But with the scrumptious plastic, making the required machine circuits was less vigorous, and rather than making circuit boards the expensive silver way, I could simply do it the even more expensive chemistry way. You may have remembered the mind coins that I only mentioned 1 to 2 weeks ago. By arranging them in an upside-down Conway glider quantum heterostructure, I could technically buy salt. And after taking this salt and sulfuric acid made in episode 3, I reacted them for a reaction of sodium bisulfite and hydrochloric acid. But not a soul troubles about the sodium bisulfite. The hydrochloric acid was then assorted with crushed iron to create iron but Roman numeral 3 and also chloride. Realistically, this is used for drinking water production, but here, it will be spent to create advanced circuit boards, which is sufficient for 20 medium voltage circuits. This would then be used to proceed towards the next industrial task, upgrading the power system. I created new machinery known as 2 new medium battery buffers and 8 new mediumly fat batteries. This would be used to create 2 new medium voltage power grids. One of them would be used for general purpose medium voltage machinery, and one of them would be dedicated to the blast furnace, to make sure history did not repeat itself with cable overloading. The plan is to eventually completely destroy this low voltage machine neighborhood due to the fact that medium machines can do everything twice as fast, and can do new tasks that were previously impossible, basically being better and superior. This included the advanced assembling machine, which was strong enough to make this blue spaghetti, which can be injected along with electronic parts to create the medium voltage energy acceptor. This will be used to upgrade multi-block machines to medium voltage as well, which is 2% more complicated. I deconstructed the blast furnace and reconstructed it in the medium voltage neighborhood. I then surgically removed the basic acceptors and appended the new medium voltage acceptors, which quadrupled the blast furnace's possible energy consumption. Which is good, because I will need 10,000 EU European unit energy per second to fabricate the stainless steel for high voltage machine holes. But before that, the plan was to continue organizing the base to make something more suitable to handle the logistical and realistic factory requirements for the future. Previously the base was split into unorganized area and unorganized area, but now it would be split into automatic manufacturing such as plastic, manual processing for stuff I needed on demand, the blast furnace area simply because that is actually needed, the ore processing area simply because that is actually needed, and the matter energy system, which I will explain in indeterminate quantities of time. The machines that I would be manually using were all collected and reorganized into the same area, leaving behind the machines that were running automatically, and the low voltage machines that were no longer being used would be thrown into this arc furnace to be sacrificed into juicy raw materials even though I had infinite materials, leading to me having more than infinite materials, aka infinite materials. The next thing to do was to annihilate the chests that were clogging up the base. This included this chest that contained primordial dark ashes and small ashes that were created from using the primitive blast furnace approximately 1,000 bacteria years ago. As it turns out, these ashes could be capitalized by separating them into various fancy sounding materials, but dumping them was more economic because it saved time, and time is money, which is why it is called currency. Anyways, before I destroyed the rest of these chests, I decided I would first unlock the matter energy system. Which is the rest of these chests. I decided I would first unlock the matter energy system, which is the ultimate storage system, which I shall demonstrate after actually obtaining it. This will require several arbitrary resources. First up is 4 blocks of overly dramatically smelted vanadium steel. The next step is to engrave them into these white waffles, which needs 4 different colorful lenses, and these lenses were easy to make in the new advanced lathe which I made earlier but did not tell anyone until now, which replaced the low voltage lathe, which was predictably sacrificed. While that was happening, I used more dark steel to create this coffee machine, which could turn quartz into quartz but shiny and electricity. When this shiny object is thrown into water with redstone and more quartz, it undergoes an exothermic chemical reaction and becomes purple and identifies as a fluix crystal, which is injected with other materials to create the matter energy acceptor, meaning there were now 3 different types of energy I had to handle now. Redstone flux from the generator donut, realistic EU European Union, and now, American Express units, created with the energy acceptor, and transferred using these purple cables, which needed even more processing. But do not fear, because over the past few semi-hours I had sacrificed most of the slow basic machines and created all of the main advanced machines, so processing anything would be approximately 1.9 times faster, accounting for Earth time dilation. All I had to do was report networks into a crystal to create crystal seeds and crystal growth acceleration chamber to grow the seeds into pure crystals, which are vital to create purple finding to create the device known as the matter energy system, which I will call the Me system. How it works is that items could be put in this system terminal, which is stored as data in storage drives. But the real advantage is this system comes with its own Google search engine to find any item that was needed, and this had a theoretical capacity of 1 gaming million amount of substances, so I could theoretically take everything stored in these chests and store them all in one place without any socioeconomic consequences. I then rinse and repeat it for every chest, while leaving behind the useless materials, and demolishing the now deprecated chests. And to finish the cleanup of this compartment, I demolished the ancient primitive blast furnaces and the furnace row rights reserved trademark. The next section of the base to create was the ore processing area. Before this I had to relocate the misspelled sand sugar cane farm to make way, so I kidnapped the farm and reassembled it next to the plastic making area, which was the only practical use for the sugar cane. And now that I had making area, which was the only practical use for the sugar which was the only practical use for the sugar practical use for the sugar cane. And now that I had enough space, I decided I was not actually going to create the ore processing area yet, because I decided to go for high voltage technology first. With high voltage technology, normal processes will be accomplished 4 times as fast, and this speed is principally necessitated due to the massive amount of ores I had stored, which would take 5 stelliferous years to process with current technology. But luckily, I already had everything I needed for high voltage circuits. The main difference with these new circuits is it needed electronic components known as engraved central processing units and transistors, which I materialized from plastic. I also needed some metal parts such as blah blah blah. Now all I had to do was combine them all together in this assembler. I then stood here silently for what felt like the number 40 times 16 seconds to fabricate 16 high voltage circuits. If only it was that simple. You may remember how each tier of machinery has its own base material. The next tier needed stainless steel. Here is how to attain it. I would first need chrome, which is best obtained by crushing and doing funny chemistry on rubies for now. I then mixed this chrome with a mix of iron, manganese, nickel, and chrome to get the shiny white powder, which also had to be blast smelted, consuming energy and harebrained amounts of time. If only there was a way to make the smelting easier. There was, because by adding an inert gas into the system, the smelting will apparently smelt faster. And in this case, all I needed was nitrogen. And as some of you may know, the atmospheric composition on Earth is 70% nitrogen. But how exactly would I extract nitrogen from the very air? First I created an air collector to harvest the atmosphere, which was pumped into this advanced centrifuge to separate out free nitrogen to be dumped into the furnace, leading to an approximate efficiency increase of 30%. With that out of the way, I began smelting the stainless steel. In the meantime, I made some other critical medium voltage machines, such as the advanced circuit assembler, some advanced fluid extractors to melt metallic substances, and the outstandingly crucial extruding machine, which could turn bars of metal into any shape I desired, as long as I had a mold. All of these innovations led to the third wave of low voltage machine extinction and recyclation, and by now, low voltage had nearly gone extinct due to my anthropogenic activity. With the stainless steel, advanced machines, advanced circuits, and matter energy storage system, I had everything I needed to proceed into high voltage. I had accomplished everything I needed for today's gaming agenda, except for one thing, the obtaination of the glitch armor, which would allow me to fly without usage of hacks. So I began with step 1 of the process. I had retrieved some apples from the deforestation in episode 1, and made some realistic diamond swords and realistic iron equipment, and poured myself a bottle of molten material, all of which will be used to kill mobs until they die, which is necessary. With these high voltage circuits, I created this kid's iPad, and made some blue keys. I then swooped down and assassinated these zombies, causing an electromagnetic reaction in which this iPad interacts with something to retrieve these trial keys. Upon attempting to return to the base, I created the trial keystone, which I placed at the edge of the skyscraper. After doing the deep breathing Zen techniques and doing the gamer finger stretches, I sacrificed the attuned key to the keystone, beginning the deep mob learning trials. Zombies and other unpleasant men phased into reality, but I did an evil last sound effect, because I could effortlessly overthrow them by pouring lava without raising my diamond sword. But my overconfidence resulted in a downfall, because the system glitch arrived. The system glitches are entities that look like infamous YouTuber Frozy, which will drop his blue meatball upon its demise, which is needed for the glitch armor. But they also discharged black meatballs that no clip from reality and made me unhealthy. I had to escape, but the keystone detected my cowardice and I had failed the trials. The unfortunate byproduct is that infamous Frozy was still alive. Therefore I died. But this failure was only temporary. I manufactured a Euclidean regular quadrilateral shield, and repurposed the mod farm simulation chambers to create fish to be industriously cooked for a nutritious chow time, which will replace apples as the sustenance source. With this, I was ready to wage war with round 2 of the trials. But rather than being outsmarted, the zombies would outdone me, because the first zombie accidentally defenestrated himself off the roof. When I attempted to chase him down, I accidentally fell off the skyscraper as well, leading to yet another fail. As it turns out, fighting on the edge of the skyscraper was a terrible idea. Several attempts resulted in epic fine battles, which usually always ended in universal catastrophe. And some fights accidentally led to traversing into the lower floors, which were unfortunately plagued with skeletons. Each of these misidentifies led to me supposedly leaving the arena and disqualifying myself from attaining corporate rewards. But I kept attaining more and more trial keys for infinite attempts. After several failures and semi-successes aka failures, I was having the best run so far. That was until I slipped and fell off the edge. But I would not have it. Using the grappling hook made from God knows how long ago, I grappled onto the side and expertly saved myself out of pure frustration. But I I ran straight into the skeleton communion of floor 6. After doing some risky maneuvers, I managed to uncleave myself. The plan was now to dig upward back into I go by lots of names territory. But then, zombies on the surface were pulled downwards by gravitational force and onto me. But I somehow survived this ordeal after they were pushed off the edge. I then finished them off by deploying the lava waterfalls onto their heads and 0-degree no-scoping them without leaving the arena. After this was accomplished, I was rewarded even more blue meatballs. These meatballs can be clipped onto obsidian to get the blue meatball dust, which undergoes a chemical reaction with gold and lapis to make these frozy-themed ingots. And I had enough of them to forge the full glitch set. After donning it upon myself, I gained the ability to fly. I lifted myself into the atmosphere and began whizzing around at the speed of Minecraft player. By now I had gone a bit over 100 days in this simulation of realistic Detroit, but it did not matter. Or did it? You may have remembered the Walter White incident of the previous episode where I haphazardly created the automatic sulfuric acid and plastic production. You may have to go Walter White mode once again in the next episode, where I shall be tackling the art of extracting all possible materials out of a single type of ore and recreating Amazon in Minecraft. So stay tuned and shout outs. But now, instead, coal has peaked in 1919. But in today's installment of Infamous Factory Building Minecraft mod pack known as Nomi Factory, we shall be putting the L on coal by wasting delusional aggregates of precious time to pursue the goal of getting over 2 million coal, which is needed for one of the goals to reach one of my ridiculous goals, which shall be explained further down the line. But this quest shall be hindered by expensive failures, vile corruption, factory reenactments, and increasing insanity in the face of insanity phase. This is the journey to produce harebrained quantities of coal for numerous humorous reasons. But first, I had to deal with some resource management. Coal has peaked in 1919, known as numerous reasons. Resource management. The materials in the resource farms were clogging up everything and driving everyone, aka me, absolutely insane. So I shall invest in household furniture known as quadruple drawers and a drawer and a drawer controller. But unlike in real-life reality, these can store tens of thousands of items. These were used in the infamous great storage wall of all the mods, but in this scenario I shall just be using it to store approximately 25 kilo items. All of the substances were redirected into this drawer controller to be automatically sorted, but this could be vastly improved by the infamous storage bus. Unlike the bus from real life, this bus can be connected to the storage controller to give access to all the drawer resources from the matter energy system, meaning I could simply grab thousands of iron from miles away. But the matter energy system was only a system for magically storing ridiculous numbers of items. It can likewise be used to attach to everything in this base and automatically transport possessions around and everywhere. A far better system than using pipes above ground to turn this base into a logistical forest. And now that I had free flight due to glitch accoutrements, I could create infrastructure in the basement without tumbling towards my grave death. I made an underground cable system of these oddly familiar purple cables, which were connected to machines through import and export buses. As the names imply, these will insert items into the system or move items out of the system. This would be used to automatically move diamonds from the attached drawers and export them to the gem-powered generator, and export pearls to the pulsating. This was simply a glorified, fancier, and more expensive way to move around objects. But this will be needed as the processing chains become more convoluted and chaotic as time goes on, making it impossible to use simple transporters. But then, something extremely sad happened. After a critical incident in which the processing machine momentarily lost power, several digital files of the Nomi factory were corrupted, leading to the quests being forgotten into oblivion. To revive the quest system, I had to extract the quest files from a normal Nomi factory instance and surgically inject them into official Nomi factory, which led to even more consequences. The quests had returned, but now I was being notified of every single quest I had accomplished thus far. As compensation, I received foraginous quantities of mine points. With that out of the way, it is time to get into the main topic of this audio-visual content, coal. Due to the infinite resource farms, I had stopped all mining operations. Consequently, I had basically zero carbon allotropic coal, and I needed 2 million coal for what would be needed later on in this factory. But that begs the question, how would I get 2 million coal? And what could possibly be 2 megakilo pieces of milli coal?
No.
One of these 2 million pieces of coal will have to be resonated into this spicy meatball, which is clobbered into the pathetic core, into the mediocre core, into the decent core, into the decent core, to be upgraded into good tier, into dang good tier, towards amazing tier, into inspiring tier, and finally the perfected tier. Times 6 plus this rare object plus 2 gaming RGB slabs creates the rainbow generator. Times 9 plus each and every single previous tier of cores in the supposed the ultimate crafting table gives something that cannot be seen due to it being shoved off the screen. Times 4 plus other delusional hallucinations yields another object that cannot be seen, but it is called the creative quantum chest. An object that can be commanded to create any amount of any item, using quantum bimanifold or Riemann manipulation. This means I beat a game, and out of the thousands of steps and millions of items needed for this quantum chest, 2 million coal is necessitated due to all of the cores. This means not only will I have to get 2 million coal, I will have to process 2 million coal into the required materials using some sort of ridiculous automatic system. But one problem at a time. After looking through all possible methods of sourcing coal, I have identified 2 possible methodologies. The first one is getting ridiculous amounts of coal from efficiently processing coal ore, which can be procured from dissolving the self-explanatory dense coal ore, which is obtained by that was not going to be partaken. The second method is through using the creeper farm in deep mob learning, which is something I was already using for infinite resource production, so that was much more reasonable to do. In approximately 5 milli days, I accomplished the setuping of the imaginary creeper farm. And after doing some calculations, I determined I would need 1,145 hours to get all the coal I needed. This was unreasonable, but the coal farming system will be upgraded later in this episode. In the meantime, it was time to process this coal into the charred meatballs locally known as red coal. This would require yet another power system known as EU. This was the 4th type of energy besides redstone flux, European Union, and American Express. But since there was something already called EU European Union, this will be called EU2. This substantial EU2 can be produced using the Manuel mill and consumed using this mysterious object known as the resonator. The good thing is that the energy is transferred by player rather than cables, so any special machines used by me can be powered simply by my existence, as long as I was producing EU2. So by mindlessly clicking this fidget spinner for approximately 9 black hole Poincare recurrence times to create some power, the resonator will slowly convert objects into their cursed form, which includes burnt stone. This burnt stone can then be sculpted into better generators which create EU2 from the rudimentary elements of the universe, such as fire, water, wind, fire, and dragon eggs. So I commenced by acquiring 4 lava generators to feed off of this cubic meter of colloidneous rock. But this only created 8 EU2, which was far below what was needed for the meatballs. So I created 4 or 5 generators instead, which I pinpointed on top of this permanent fire on top of this nether rack, leading to the acquiring of 24 EU2. Now all I needed to do was automatically produce red coal for the rest of eternity, which shall take place next to the donut generator. According to my calculations, I will need 32 fully upgraded drawers to contain 2 million objects, so I created that. I then set up the Great Coal Wall for the resonance posterity, which led to me having a major realization. Upgrades could stack for the same storage, but I decided to keep this to waste as much wood as possible. I then set up another jet coal into the resonance chamber automatically. Now that the red coal was theoretically piling up, it was time to come up with a way to now automatically create all of the opinion cores, which will need a slight detour known as setting up an entire auto-crafting system. Unsurprisingly, this all begins with coal. I burned substantial leftover coal in the pyrolysis oven to create some potentially harmful chemical known as phenol, which I used to create even more circuit boards to be attached into more medium voltage circuits. These circuits will then be used to create another system to begin the mass processing of coal, which will be done with auto-crafting. Because not only was the matter energy system a storage system and a logistical system, it could be used to send things to machines to be processed on demand and sent back as a finished product. Basically turning the matter energy system into Amazon from real life for Earth reference.
Original pencil. А можно писю нарисовать?
USA or Canada?
Блядь. А? Тесть. Тесть.
USA or China?
Чайнерма.
No.
Коничима.
Yo, piece of lucky. Wait, you got the rare? How rare is that shit? How you so? Yeah. No. It is my original. Okay. You wanna see the fuck? Gotta fix the problem because but let me check. Since I'm oh wait, oh I should not have started eating that because I'm scared now. They'll keep up eating an accident again. So it feels like it's mad. Yeah, it's mad. Okay, just an easy fixed. Yes, script. March. Recipe pies. Where's the cat? Okay, so here I tried a living mulch one, which didn't work. It also didn't mulch again. So instead, I'm gonna go to the wiki. Crafting. Removed. What's going on with mad? Of mad. Okay, so I don't want the epic cheating. Instead, you better wait, just disable it. And make it like really hard. gonna. Oh, I didn't know. What's the size? That's the S size. Oh, it's just the thumbnail.
After the incident, it appears that I am now in a world of only stone, starting with nothing. It also seems that the physics of this dimension are quite different from the real world, as I can punch pebbles out of a stone without hurting my hands, and I could smash these pebbles back into cobblestone. With this cobble, I was able to create my workbench, and by using my sheer strength, I broke this stone into sticks, and created a hammer purely made out of cobblestone. As you may know, hammers can crush objects, usually leading to the object becoming a new object. The same is true in this world. Stone can be pounded into gravel, and gravel can be reduced to dirt. But wait, did you hear that? There is a live life in the dirt. How do we get it out, you may ask? We would need a crook. With this crook, I could find surprising objects in this dirt, including but not limited to sapphire. These sapphires do not need sunlight or water. Instead, they feed off of Steve's working. There we have it, full-grown wood. But while you might think that these trees only provide wood, these trees will also be essential for human development. For two reasons. The crook can kidnap worms that have been living in the leaves. By purposely destroying my trees by releasing these worms back into nature, these worms leave behind silk, also known as string. And what's better than one string is nine string, enough to make a sieve. By assembling the sieve with the sieve and sieve, I can now filter gravel and other materials into some shiny rocks. But not just gravel. Dirt can be grounded into sand, and sand is turned into dust, which is the final tier. So there's 5 tiers of smashing stuff. And by filling gravel, sand or dust, you can get different ores. And not just basic ores such as iron, but other rare ores and weird items and powders. We can smelt them now, but we will come back to these later. But while these are good for being consumed by worms, they can also be dried in a crucible to separate the water from them. While water can moisturize the average human, Steve's cells do not need water, but water can be used to moisturize dust blocks instead. The result, clay. This is where things get real. Now introducing the smeltery, which requires bricks from clay. The smeltery is basically a furnace, times convalescent and times massiver. Instead of using precious fuel, it uses lava to smelt stuff. Double the output as the noob furnace, which is why we don't use the furnace to smelt anything. But did I say smelt? I meant melt. With this you can melt anything into molten anything and cast it into any shape you want. So obviously the smeltery is our next goal. But first it was time to make improvements for infrastructure. Instead of having to wait until the heat death of the universe just for water because of how slow it was, we can make an infinite water source. And by using normal hammer we can use the compressed hammer. If we do the math, the compressed hammer is 9 times more efficient. And why use a string mesh when we can cover it in flint to make a mesh V2, which makes new items available for sieving. And we got bone meal from going through dust. Mixing clay and bone meal makes this. 7 of these in a U-shape make a crucible. By putting a heat source under it, it can melt stone into lava. With this lava and water, we can make a cobblestone generator. But not that type. We're talking about this mini cobblestone generator that automatically outputs cobblestone. So we can save goodbye to manually mining cobblestone. With this stone, it took a bit of crushing to get all the clay, sand and gravel we would need for the smeltery, and after several other steps, the smeltery was ours. Keep in mind that so far, everything you see here originated from just stone. But what now? It was time to get all the other 100 types of resources we would need to progress, and while sieving and smelting would be useful, there is a new type of resource. Animals. But where are the animals? There is a new type of resource. Animals. But where are the animals?
Nothing happened.
We would need to magically lure them out of the stone. And this would require a bait and we would need to magically lure them out of the stone. And this would require a bait and trap. This aforementioned bait would come from string and from the leaves we destroyed earlier. And now we just wait. Spoiler alert, the trap doesn't work without grass. I then spent several days researching and trying to get grass in this cave when I accidentally got grass seeds while sieving dirt. But anyways, back to getting resources. Except sieving was getting boring. So I used a better version known as the heavy siever, which is 9 times more efficient. It is the efficientest. By mass producing cobblestone and mass crushing and mass sieving it, I was now drowning in mass ores. But ores are no use if they aren't smelted. It was time to melt them and pass them into ingots with a completed smeltery. In order to cast stuff, we would need a mold. By placing an object on the casting table and pouring molten gold on it, you will create a mold that is the shape of the object. In this case, an ingot. I can then use the smeltery to melt stone into molten stone and cast them into more seared ingots. Now we will do the same but with metal. But wait, by melting different metals at once, these molten materials can mix to make alloys. And with a mixture of 2/3 iron and 1/3 nickel, I made invert. This was a good material to make a hammer out of because of this feature. So here's the plan. I am going to mine out a big 50-block long hallway and leave it dark. Then I wait here for mobs to spawn there. and we were going to go hard on these mobs. This was a terrible idea. The difficulty was hard, and these mobs were super buff. Plus I was too lazy to make armor, so we would need a sword, a shield, and a bucket of lava. In case I got overwhelmed by mobs, I would place the lava and drown them all out. This was especially useful when it came to overpowered zombies that I didn't feel like fighting. However, some mobs were too quick for my lava stand, and as if baby zombies weren't enough, we now have baby skeletons. But after a while of mob grinding, I got some decent loot, including bones for more bone meal. After all this fighting, Steve got a little hungry, and the only food source we had were apples, rotten flesh,
Apples.
and zombie bread,
Apples.
which I will be eating throughout
Stop,
most
stop,
of the play.
just stop.
It also appears that I got an epic loot grade, which was not epic at all, because I don't
Epic.
know what this is. Back at the base, I was sowing dirt, and in this dirt were several different crops, including potatoes and beetroot. With this bone meal and the seeds obtained from sowing dirt, we now had a decent crop farm. Just kidding, we only needed wheat for the next part. While I was doing all this stuff, the trap had trapped some chickens and apparently it became an egg, which could become a chicken. But let's do the math. If we multiply the chances of getting a chicken from throwing eggs times 1, we get 1 out of 16. But we have a 1 out of 1, aka 100% chance of hatching a chicken by putting an egg in a nest. This nest needs 27 wheat, which needs a rather considerably medium amount of bone meal to grow. To get that much bone meal, we need a better mod farm than just a hallway. So I made a few improvements to the aforementioned mod farm by turning this wall into a few improvements.
Everyone good.
The aforementioned mod farm by turning this wall into a trap which leads to the aforementioned mod farm by turning this wall into a trap which leads to a mob grinder. These mobs cannot fight back. Not to mention these guys kept dropping surprise mechanic boxes. So if you see random things popping up in my inventory, such as 4 gold ingots, it will be from loot boxes. But as I was using my bare hands to turn bone into bone meal, I had a sudden realization. By making a crusher and using it to stomp on bones, I could double my annual bone meal production. And now that I was drowning in bone meal, we could raise the funds needed to make a nest. But that is half the journey. After my nest egg hatched and grew into an adult chicken, I would need to make a roost to store it. And everything chicken related needs 2 more wheat, which we did not have yet. In the meantime though, I MLG trapped this chicken and let it lay eggs for the rest of eternity, so we could get more chickens. We would need a lot later on. On the quest to grow more wheat, I became desperate, and I went too far into the cave looking for skeletons. As a result, I was ambushed by Creeper Special Forces and was nearly assassinated in the following gas explosion, leaving me at half a heart. But it was worth it. The quest for the roost was over. The chicken now had a place to lay whatever it wanted. But wait, you might be saying out loud at a screen, these chickens are so useless and only make feathers. The thing is, I can breed chickens together for a chance for a mutation to happen. This may lead to chickens being born that lay snow instead of eggs. There were about 15 different resource chickens to obtain, and the final tier will be extremely important. But we are forgetting something. While these chickens were cool and all, there is another type of resource we need. These chickens created solid materials, but cows could be milked for liquids. Not just milk though, but there are about 50 different other cows in the game, and each one can be milked for a specific liquid. Just like chickens, each are obtained by breeding 2 cows together from a lower tier, all starting with this guy. So how do we give birth to this guy? By cooking meat and cane from the trap and drying it to make leather, and pouring some molten stone into a bucket, and combining everything, I created the molten stone cow, and we can milk it for the delicious molten stone, or we can do something cooler with it, by making a lava cow and breeding it with our pre-existing stone cow. It gave birth to a molten coal cow.
That's not even tough.
Are you seeing a theme here? You can breed nearly any living thing. While the tier 1 cows are milk, lava, water, and molten stone, the tier 1 chickens are just different colors. Then we just go hard on the breeding from there. But how do we get color in the first place, in this boring stone world? It was time to upgrade from a flint mesh to the iron mesh. With this we can now find basically every vanilla ore, and other things, including glowstone, emeralds, diamonds, redstone, and lapis. And with that we can get the final tier of mesh, the diamond mesh. By using this mesh, I was now richer than Elon Musk, and we had materials we could use to make colored eggs. But after all this resource production, we had no room to keep all our riches. And the smeltery was going too slow to smelt the aforementioned riches. So as the old saying goes, we should upgrade the smeltery so we can smelt a bajillion ingots at once. The bigger, the better. I then used this redstone timer I found in the loot crate to send a signal next to the smeltery output every picosecond. I then put a hopper and chest below the casting area, so we were now making ingots automatically. Then I just dumped every ore I had in it, which went terribly wrong. Because if you randomly put 2 or more different types of ores in there, you will make alloys on accident. And this led to a lot of wasted items. Other than that, we had a multitude of spare metals. As for the materials I couldn't smelt, I used them to obtain a blue, red, and yellow egg, and I breeded them in this box thingy. Blue chicken plus wood chicken makes snow chicken. Snow chicken and yellow chicken make clay chicken. And we were working on the slime chicken. After getting enough leather to make the water and lava cows, I began making the tier 2 and 3 cows. Disclaimer. Most of these cows are useless and are only a stepping stone to get higher tier cows. Anyways, these cows had a cool down on breeding of 5 minutes, so I would have to wait for them while they wandered around. But when they felt like breeding, water and lava cows give birth to obsidian cows. Stone and water cows make clay, clay and coal make iron. But sometimes, these breeding experiments go wrong, causing me to make a cow I already have. So I executed them. Meanwhile, there was this peculiar object I found while sowing through gravel. The grain of infinity. With this, I can begin making machines. And since we had quite a few basic materials from the smelting thingy, we could begin industrializing. But not so fast. We would need power. How do we get power? I enslaved my lava cow to stand here and produce lava, and using this donut-shaped generator I made, I turned the lava into energy. This energy is stored in the self-explanatory energy storage, and by using these wires, I can transfer energy anywhere. Now for the first machine, the alloy smelter, which is obtained from the infinity grains I got earlier. Now instead of using the smeltery to create alloys very haphazardly, I can now use this more convenient alloy method. Now I only create alloys when I feel like it. As I got more cows, the base got more chaotic, and some of them wandered right into the mod farm. I caught my water cow associating with some zombies and a creeper. I had to go on a rescue mission, but that would probably lead to all the mobs escaping. But I do not care. I proceeded to capture this cow, leading to a near explosion. Speaking of which, I completely forgot I had a mod farm and I didn't clear it out, leading to the entire population of Hero being stuck in the trap. I attempted to destroy them with my lava, but that set about 2 creepers on fire, leading to an SCP-15 failure. I was out of here, but I was overreacting, because it was only 2 zombies, so I just assassinated them and exploded the trap. Anyways, with these cows banned from traveling out of the base, it was time to obtain the normal cow. Ironically, we had every type of cow except the normal type, and the normal type can only be obtained by buying it from the market. The market is basically 1 emerald, 4 wool and 4 wood that basically turns into a market. I then traded with whoever was inside the market, and we agreed on 9 emeralds per cow. Now that we had all 4 basic cows, we can breed anything we want, starting with using the water cow and normal cow to make the slime cow. And unlike these other cows, the slime cow will be useful for reasons I will explain later. I made the second machine, known as the induction smelter. But wait, this is basically the same thing as the alloy smelter but renamed in a fancy way. The difference is that it is the only way to create the machine presses needed to create our first circuits. But that's far ahead of us, so I was going to place it and not use it for the next few hours. We had more pressing matters, including enchantment. This mod farm did not make experience fast enough, and we needed quite some XP to get juicy enchants that would be useful. Luckily, experience can be milked from cows. We just need to do the following: breeding iron and coal cows into steel, having the coal cow remarry to its new child to make dark steel cows. While this was fun and all, I found a glitch that allows you to skip waiting for cows to grow in the breeding timer. If you use the cow want to turn cows into items and respawn them, they forget their age and marriage status. But should we really abuse a glitch for our own benefit? The answer is yes. Obsidian cows and dark steel cows make end steel cows. Making the steel cow remarry to its new grandchild creates ender pearl cows. Iron and obsidian breed gold. Gold and ender pearls create liquid XP. By milking the liquid XP guy and dumping it into a tank, and drinking it straight from the tank, you become more experienced. Now that we were at tier 5 cows, I fired all the tier 1 cows that had run out of breeding possibilities, and we now had enough levels to use an enchanting table. But there is a better way, known simply as the enchanter, a complicated machine, which would need products from other machines. First we make a pulverizer and crush coal into coal powder. Then we use the alloy smelter to make steel from that. Crushing obsidian and smelting it into steel creates dark alloy, the base of the enchanter, and the rest is simple. So the enchanter can create any specific enchantment book you want if you give the right materials, and it doesn't need to be surrounded by bookshelves. This will be very useful later. Since we still had lots of materials, it was time to continue industrializing. Because we couldn't visit the nether, we would have to use chickens to obtain nether resources, and I happened to have 8 nether quartz chickens from failed breeding experiments, so I enslaved them for free quartz. But that isn't the only quartz in town. There is surface quartz hiding in normal sand, with some of it being charged. By mixing these charged ones, the quartz, and redstone and water, you get quartz, a material that will be very important as well. The slime I got from a few days ago would also be useful for sticky pistons, an ingredient for the delicious inscriber, which presses materials into circuit parts into circuits. This and the fluix lead up to the Me system. One of the greatest mysteries of mankind is what the Me stands for, but it is the greatest mystery that the Me system is the useful as tool in the game. You can store nearly anything in it. It has a Google search engine for all your stored items, and it can automatically craft stuff for you. You can say goodbye to these ugly unorganized chests and doing anything manually. There is one problem. The presses needed are expensive to get, even with the current gaming setup. This is where the enchantment table stuff comes in. There exists an enchant known as Civ Fortune, which is fortune, but massive. But to get it you will need 270 end stone. The issue is we were not in the end. End stone without end is stone. So how do we get end stone with the end in it? It wouldn't be so easy, and I was getting tired of explaining everything I did, so here's a time lapse. And there you have it, Civ Fortune. I was not disappointed by the newly improved Civ, and as for the end stone dimension a few hundred blocks above us, we would revisit it later for more interesting loot. Now that we had 4 full metal blocks thanks to the Civ V3, we got all 4 presses. Now it was time to begin making the Me system. First I printed out some circuits and combined them to make processors. I then used the processors to make more processors, by upgrading the inscriber for faster processing speed. The next thing we shall do with circuits is make a bunch of hard drives, a storage for the hard drives. The Me system creating processor. The Me system. First I printed out some circuits and combined them to make processors. I then used the processors to make more processors, by upgrading the inscriber.
You know what they did on E2 stuff?
The next thing we shall do
I have that
is make
mod.
hard drives, a storage for the hard drives, the Me system controller, some computer cables, and a computer screen. After building the new gaming PC and putting on the screen, I can now do one of the most satisfying things in any playthrough, taking everything out of these chests and shoving it into the system through this screen. How this works is that items in this system are stored as data in the hard drives, so these hard drives are kind of like chests, and everything stored in these drives can be accessed through the screen.
Yes.
Now that we had a good storage system, it was time to continue industrializing. Now you may be wondering, what's the point of all this industrialization? What goal are we working for? I will be keeping it a secret for now, but just know that we had lots of things to do. Speaking of things, The amount of things on planet Earth is 100 quadrillion, but the amount of things subscribed to me is 300,000. Can you please surpass the amount of things in Earth in sub count? Thank you. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. The next thing I shall do is make a nuclear reactor. With the amount of machines I was running, this enslaved cow was simply not energetic enough, and even 100 lava cows could not compare to the nuclear reactor. So it is time for the greatest part of the playthrough, fully customizable nuclear reactors. They come in all shapes and sizes, and on the inside are infinitely many different core designs. But which one was the most efficient and resource friendly? I did a bit of thinking, and I hatched a plan. We would make a 7x7x7 reactor, and on the inside were 5 reactor rods that were cooled by graphite and molten redstone. And for fuel, we would only need a few ingots of uranium from Sylvian sand. To get all the reactor materials, I would need to crush into a total of nearly 3,000 cobblestone. But that was easy. I spent the next 2 days going through 1,000 dust, 1,000 gravel, and sand, and dumping all of the ores into the smeltery, which had been expanded recently to prepare for this. Next we use some iron, gold, redstone, and coal to make the reactor parts. This would take a bit of processing, but don't worry about all these different parts we need. They are easily obtained with just a bit of processing of the ores we have. There is just one problem. These processing machines were as slow as the Hubble expansion of space-time. Luckily, these machines could be upgraded to higher tiers, and with these tiers come new upgrade slots. And these aforementioned upgrades include all of these. But this was the best of these, and all this was also pretty cheap and worth it. While the reactor parts were being manufactured, I was going to clear out space for the reactor, and what better place to put it than right here. Next I began building a 7x7x7 cube on the outside, 5 rods in the center, some graphite blocks, and
If you can hear me, say red or blue, say green or black.
Oh, my full name? It's Wingding Gas Turtle. Somebody please translate this. I am too lazy to put that through a Wingdings translator. My friend? Inside me. What if Birdie had WhatsApp? Arch rival, kill yourself. Susan, kill yourself. Who? Kill yourself. Dearest Noel, kill yourself. Madam Queen, kill yourself. Mother, kill yourself. Oh, Birdly? It's short for Bird December. What the hell is going on at the bottom half of this image? Human, I don't remember you looking like that. Papyrus is very rightfully concerned about the situation he's in right now. A pretty average Undertale scene if you ask me, especially the left half of it. Big fan of that one. My name's Sean. Pronounced Shaw.
Chris, Susie, don't worry, I'll always be with you in the dark. Wait a minute, why is that
Text so bright, it's sealed in the grand fountain. Hey Susie, I just want to talk about the body hole. Hey, who the fuck is that? I am by! I call it the barrier. Rhymes with grug. Gaster with high transparency in the bottom left corner. Seems about right. Checks it out. Oh yes, and you can't forget about Goku. Chris, as you know, I am very homophilic. Yeah, you heard me right. Well, what's going on in the corner with these two? Rosie, we remember, you're with us in the dark. Everyone here is with us in the dark, including the man himself. Look, even Birdly got over his snow graves for the occasion. Here to meet your brother Martlet, he even got Pippis. And as if that wasn't already enough, we got female Pippis. And what chaotic Undertale Delta meme would it be if Goku wasn't hidden in the top left corner? Oh, right. Don't think I don't see you over there, friend.
Chris, Chris, I am become stronger.
Not only has Noelle become stronger, but she has also become faster. Can freeze her opponents.
Chris, Susie, I am being crucified.
Every Delta Rune meme is never complete without a high transparency image of WD Gaster and Fred. Oh look, the holiday siblings are having a little reunion. That's nice. Surely everyone's happy about that. Human, I remember your pronounced. Your town has no more love, only love. Can't believe Kara made Chris do this. How could they? This meme is a terrible meme, and for one reason only. Friend is featured on the top left corner, but Gaster is nowhere to be found. Where could he be? Can you ask? Oh, I think I found out why. Kara genocided Gaster. I can't believe they made Chris do that.
My father is Wingdings Gaster.
Look at the proud father of Rosy Deltarune. Samson is very slightly clever Gaster, but just very slightly.
Okay, let's start sparing some darkness.
What the hell is wrong with the colours of Chris and Kara's eyes? I have a sacred mission to fulfill. I must purify the dark fountain. Hi, Gaster. I see you there. Quiet people. Peace. What the hell's Star Wars doing here? It appears that Gaster has taken a hold of the 6 human shadow crystals. Shadow is a hold of the 7 for some reason. Yeah, crackles. With sweet American freedom. This is a shadow crystal. Thanks for letting me know, Gaster. If it wasn't for clarification, I would have thought it was a regular crystal. Oh my Gaster, where would I be without you? That's... I can't read anything. What does that say? That's my free milk. You. And the rest is history. Hey, Undyne, how many years has it been since the release of Deltarune Chapter 1? 7. Hey, Chris. Notice anything weird about that knight-like figure? Looks very much like the Royal Knight, doesn't it? Your town's love is cracked. Hey, Chris, it's not like someone has to tell you to sit, right? Yeah, totally, Susie. Chris, what the f***? Stop staring at me with them big old eyes. Yeah, they are quite big. You know what else is big? The elephant in the room.
I just farted a poo.
You know the knight is already terrifying on their own, but when they... What are you doing here? There are, in fact, 2 humans in this image. What could the other one be doing here anyways? Like, is there an answer for that? Start digging in your butt. twins. Oh, Noel, you poor simple dough. Me dating Chris is a yaoi. They're non-binary. Envy, even. By definition, dating them is heterosexual. You're just mad. If you don't want to be called gay for dating Chris, you can just say, I will not have you implicitly slandered my gaming mutual. Chris, I remember your Frutiger arrows.
Driving in my car, I have to be hey, the phone, you shake like a queer. DUI, how about you?
And that is why Rolsey is secretly a girl, and I am completely heterosexual. Dear Angel, please make it stop. Is there anything worse? Did you know that's actually real? Oh, my full name? It's Vincent Purple Guy. You're innumerable. Hello, Agatha. Nice to see you again. Vance does not at all look very thrilled about this information.
Hi. Hi, Peachy.
Do you like my cosplay? I have killed Tess. I am sad. I kill you, Chris. Very expertly drawn, tears flowing down Azrael's eyes. I am Tess.
Vibe.
Hello? Oh, I think. He's like, I'm eating hamburger. Dude, where you going? You be mad? That capture for one little book. I guess something, but I just forget. Sorry.
The TV remote is a device that you probably don't think much about. I mean, they're usually just a boring gray blob covered in buttons. But it doesn't have to be that way, because recently I discovered the niche industry of 90s novelty universal TV remotes, an entire hidden world of some of the most ridiculous gizmos imaginable. I never would have thought something as simple as a TV remote could be pushed to
I think this is my
such an
mic.
absurd level. And sometimes they don't even look like TV remotes at all. But the most surprising revelation of it all is that even though these tacky devices were made in the 90s, they still work on modern TVs, which is just insane to me. So in my endless pursuit of doohickey knowledge, I just had to collect and review these things. I want to know what they feel like to hold, what it's like to actually use, and test out how functional they really are on a modern smart TV. Can I finally replace my boring default remote with one of these, or do they deserve to stay in the 90s and 2000s? Alright, first off, let's take a look at the Telemania Spin Master Reel 2000, a full-fledged fishing rod themed TV remote, and they fully committed to the bit with this thing. There's a whole reel and everything. It's crazy. If you were a dad in the 90s and you wanted a fishing themed man cave, this TV remote is for you. Obviously, we gotta test this doohickey out, so let's pop in some batteries. Literally 4 AAA batteries. His breed sickens me. In the little manual, you get some tutorials on how to actually pair it to the TV, and after following some basic instructions, there's a massive list of codes for every single TV brand. I have a Samsung Smart TV that was literally made in 2024, probably over 2 decades after this remote was manufactured. But alas, after finding the Samsung code in the manual, it freaking works. 2 completely different eras of technology and design are working together in harmony. This is so beautiful. Anyways, after finally using it, you'll immediately notice that it makes freaking sounds too. Every single button press plays the most obnoxiously loud fishing rod sound effect. And the power button plays a whole thing. Just listen to this. I love how just a random disembodied voice says, reel it in. It's so stupid. But speaking of the reel, you might be wondering, what does it actually do? Well, it turns out the reel is a freaking volume slider. If you hold down the trigger and crank the reel, it slowly but surely adjusts the volume depending on what direction you do. This is the most ridiculous and inconvenient volume slider I've ever seen in my life, and I love it so much. And it also plays even more obnoxious sound effects too. And for some reason, you can also change the channel with the reel too, because depending on if you last press the volume button or the channel button will change which one it does. Also, these sound effects are so freaking loud and obnoxious that they put an entire button on the side to mute them. But that's lame to press that button. You gotta keep them on to get that fully immersive fishing experience, just the way the director intended. Anyways, it's pretty amazing that it does actually work on my modern smart TV, but it really is from the 90s because none of these buttons are even useful anymore, and it also completely lacks the most essential smart TV buttons, the arrows. So you just can't navigate any of these menus, like at all. The only thing this old guy can do nowadays is just change the volume in the channel. Oh, and also turn on and off the TV. But that's pretty much it. This thing is completely useless. I really do appreciate the fact that they fully committed to making such a ridiculous design actually work, completely inventing the world's first fishing reel volume slider in the process. It's so unnecessary, but that's the whole point of this item. Just pure whimsy without any consideration for normal design standards. But if fishing is too boring for you, I get it, it's fine. So how about a different boring activity, like golf? I present to you the Golf Universal TV Remote, an absolutely essential item for anybody who's addicted to watching golf on TV for some reason. I love how this remote just looks like you're holding an entire golf course in the palm of your hand. The way the button layout itself is used as the terrain is genuinely so freaking creative. There's a big old golf ball as the power button, the different grassy areas and the forest surrounding the course, the rough patches, an entire lake, and finally a little hill of buttons with a flag on top. I just love how whimsical this is. I can like imagine a little guy running around playing golf on the remote. After shoving in some batteries, I am delighted to inform you that yes, there's even more annoying sound effects on every single button press. First off, the power button plays a whole 5-second long sound. And the other ones just do a swing sound effect. And the first hill buttons play this hole-in-one sound effect. And these ones just play the guy yelling. Once again, these are so ridiculously annoying that there is a dedicated mute switch, but once again, you're very lame if you mute them. There's also, unfortunately, the same level of functionality as the previous remote. All you can really do is turn on the TV and change the volume and channel. I still can't believe they turned a freaking TV remote into an entire golf course landscape. Like, from a design standpoint, this is genuinely impressive. But if you're not impressed by a whole golf course in your hand, what about an entire football field instead? This is the Sportsbooker NFL TV remote, and the main gimmick of this doohickey is that it comes with a bunch of football team stickers, so you can put your favorite football team on the remote. But I don't really know much about football, so I'll just pick a random one and slap it on. Any football fans watching this can fight about it in the comments. And look at that, it's a whole football field complete with a giant football in the front. I also love how they aligned the button colors to represent 2 football teams in the middle of a game, the red team versus the blue team. After popping in some batteries, I regret to inform you that this time there's no annoying sound effects. I'm actually disappointed about this. What's the point of using a stupid looking TV remote without annoying ass sound effects? That's it. Let's move on to a different football TV remote, the football TV remote. After opening up, this remote is literally just an actual football. It's squishy, it's bouncy, and all the buttons are inside it. There's also some receiver thingies jutting out of the football that look really gross. Anyways, in order to put in the batteries, you have to do surgery on the football. It's actually pretty satisfying to press the buttons, but unfortunately they once again don't make any sound effects. But there is one button right here that is solely dedicated to making a sound effect. Are you ready for some football? This button doesn't even do anything. That's literally all it does. It's a dedicated sound effect button with one voice line. Literally, what is the point of this? Before I watch football, I always make sure to press this button a few times just to make sure I'm ready. Yes, I'm so ready for some football. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is also just such a weird remote to use. It's literally shaped like an entire football, so holding it with one hand and trying to press the buttons is very uncomfortable. And whenever you set it down, it just rolls away. Like, I wonder if there's football fans out there that were actually using this thing. There's also one more football TV remote, but it's just plastic, so it's not really that interesting. The design isn't too crazy either. But what is interesting is the fact that it belongs to the Remote Out of Control series, a series of free silly TV remotes released in 1996, all of which were designed by the infamous Dan Klitzner, the guy who literally invented Bop It. And fun fact, the iconic Bop It toy was originally supposed to be a TV remote. It would have been this silly Nickelodeon branded remote called the Channel Bopper. And the main gimmick is that if you wanted to change the channel with this gizmo, you would literally need to smack it on a table over and over again like a hammer, which is honestly genius. That sounds like so much fun to mess around with. There is even gonna be silly sound effects and twistable knobs too. It's such a creative idea that blurs the line between toy and TV remote. I really wish I was in the alternate timeline where I could just start reviewing the Channel Bopper TV remote right now, but unfortunately the design was so overcomplicated that it got rejected. So instead, the idea was adjusted into the legendary toy known as Bop It. But thankfully he came up with a bunch of other TV remote designs, and 3 were actually produced in 1996. I present to you, again, the Remote Out of Control series. We got the football remote and the couch potato remote, which are both not really that interesting to be honest. And finally, the legendary pizza TV remote. This device is the stupidest looking TV remote. The remote and the couch potato remote. Again, the designs. And 3
Your cone. Use that. Alright, welcome to my epic simulator. You know what to do. What's the molten plutonium? Why is there molten plutonium? did I get? Oh, radiation. No. TNT. Oh, that's all TNT. The games. Apparently, I need to do a whole step for this. Okay, now let's light this. Go to 1 level. Also, I want a milk. Milk. What are you looking at? Oh, great! It just died. Geiger encounter. I have 8 yards a second. Use this shit. Is everything gonna be fine? Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Why is it taking so long to explode? Maybe my redstone. What? Epic, I got a stone aging. Oh god, that's alive. Just not a lot. This area has 0 radiation. This one garbage lake area has 0 radiation. What? Do I give them they killed hunger? That's not even real mobs. What's this idiot doing? Oh, diamonds, and also some of this. Epic, this idiot has radiation poisoning. Am I bringing the radiation? What the fuck? Oh, no, we don't need bees. We don't need 0 radiations a second. And also have like 41 milliamps. Let's see this. Give me some torch. Yeah, torch mass dying. Oh shit. Yo, Cohen, do you think I'm smart? I might have blown up the desert temple without realizing it until it was too late. Like how smart I am. What the? Whoa. What is this? Got mine to the pillars. Got mine to the pillars just to get the free loot. There's no one else like no loot. Instagram's links and profiles. Being safe. Oh, we gotta dig down. What the fuck is a floating crystal? Instagram links and profile. Instagram's links and profile. Nice, links and show. Greg. Get Greg. The fuck is Almeria? Yeah. I am. I have no music, I know, so that's a big. We'll just do this. When tuh terus ayo dari mana? Opa. It's not me smiles, Popa. Why? Oh wait. Something right there. Okay. Setengah minggu boba. Kenapa malam minggu boba? Oh, what is this? Fine. Thank you. All day. More than
over the last 9 months and is $215 million in debt. Funko Pops have become the de facto meme representing the idea of overconsumption, brought to the forefront as an example of a collector's item that seems oversaturated and of poor quality. Arguments against it propagate as the idea that people are not collecting figures from their favorite franchises, they're specifically collecting Funko Pops. That's not to say the act of collecting them is inherently a bad thing. If you like Funko Pops or you have a specific character you wanted and you like the way they look and it makes you happy, please continue what you're doing, as it's important to find a hobby that brings joy. It only becomes a problem when they're bought for the sake of being bought, becoming an insatiable addiction that only stops when all funds are being spent just to purchase a slight variation on an existing character. It's also popped up in other franchises, including representation in Cruelty Squad, as a Target had a room entirely filled with the game's equivalent of $100,000 worth of Funko Pops called Chonko Pops. And of course, some of the Funko Pops Pops are genuinely valuable, with the most expensive sitting at around 25 grand, but generally so many of them are produced that rarities are genuinely rare. Meanwhile, whilst Funko officially began in the late 90s as a company selling nostalgic toys, the reason they really took off is because they started the Pop arm of the franchise in 2010 in tandem with the superhero movie boom. Pops became a cheap way for people to buy Marvel figurines of their favorite characters, and the company used the constant collaboration of IPs to exponentially grow. It seems that now, as the superhero fatigue rolls in and Marvel isn't the powerhouse of cinema it once was, Funko Pops are also taking a dive in popularity. After all, the company has already dumped $300 million worth of stock back in 2023, so perhaps the writing was on the wall years ago. In short, the Funko Pop crash seems to be occurring after years of criticism for overproducing low-quality figurines, and whilst there are people out there who genuinely enjoy them and purchase to collect more obscure stuff, the meme that they're bought for the sake of mindless consumption persists. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me...
Product of gaming. After doing a bit of literature analysis, it appears that for the
Yeah,
best
just what I want to do.
results,
I'm gonna go
I would
AFK.
need one
AFK.
razor,
He's doing
one
something.
ore washing machine, one thermal centrifuge, and yet another macerator. I would also need packing machines to turn the tiny dusts into normal dusts. So after using the auto-crafting system to formulate me some high-voltage machine parts and machine hulls, I created all of the ore processing machines at high voltage tier, which would give me a quadruple speed boost for processing everything. The next step is to connect all the machines together. In this corner of the base I concocted a new high-voltage power grid connected to some high-voltage cables. The first machine to process ores is the macerator to crush ores into the crushed version of ores.
This is my epic way me when I make a base.
Because each ore gives stone dust and some random byproduct as well when they are pulverized. The next ore processing step was the ore washer, but it only worked on crushed ores, meaning I would have to somehow filter out all of this random garbage. But how? A normal filter had only 5 slots, and processing all these different ores gave grand Goljudik ziggling amounts of byproducts. I was about to call 911 for assistance when I discovered the object known as the Ore Dictionary Filter, made of some basic metal parts. This aforementioned filter can sort objects based on what words are in the item's name, meaning I could use this to extract all items that have the word crushed in its name. The stone dust was sorted into this garbage can to violate the conservation of mass, and the random byproduct was sent to this storage drawer wall. Anyways, the ore washer turned the crushed ores into purified objects, with a tiny dust byproduct and more useless stone dust. The tiny dusts were sent into the packager to be turned into normal dust, and the stone was forced to mysteriously disappear. The purified objects were then extracted with another ore dictionary filter to be propelled into the thermal centrifuge, causing the formation of centrifuge doors and even more tiny dust. In the final step, the centrifuge aggregates were pounded into even more dust and byproduct dust. All of these dusts and packaged dusts are then suctioned into the drawer wall. This entire system should be able to extract massive amounts of rubial from ilmenite. To test this hypothesis, I deposited the ilmenite into the beginning of the ore torture chamber and waited for the results to materialize. And they did. The amounts of ruby I got were, for a lack of a better word, falsaphian. I also received a myriad of ilmenite, which could be processed further into actually useful rubial and a byproduct of iron. But the ore processing journey was not over. There are 2 types of ores and gem ores. For gem ores, instead of using a a thermal centrifuge, crushed materials could be redirected into a sifting machine to extract several different tiers of gems, ranging from not even a gem to exquisite shiny perfect circle gem. But looks can be misleading. This is not dust. This is actually purified dust, which can be centrifuged for even more dust. So according to my calculations, sifting was more effective for raw materials than the normal route. To turn this sifting dream into a reality, I created several more high voltage ore processing machines and attached them to the power grid. I then connected it all together using some more pipes and old dictionary filters. The idea is to have the system put gem ores in the sifting machine rather than in the funny hot spinning machine. To do this, I simply added a normal item filter and told it the specific gem ores to accept, and I made this item pipe priority number 1, meaning that instead of going straight into the thermal centrifuge, all the ores will first be checked at the high priority item filter. And any ore that does not match the accepted items will be denied from the sifting machine and sent into low-priority hot spinning centrifuge land. The first gem ore to test with this was salt ore. The salt ore could be sifted for salty gems that could be pulverized to get even more salt, amounting to ridiculous amounts of salt. This would also give byproducts of rock salt and borax, which are sources of the mouth-watering boron and potassium elements. A fine addition to my growing material collection, which shall be used for when I would need more advanced alloys eventually. All of the salt I was getting could then be electrolyzed for sodium that nobody cares about and chlorine that someone cares about, because I needed it for ridiculous amounts of hydrochloric acid eventually. So the salt will help me survive the storm. And now that I had Brudio, I could use it to get titanium. There is just one problem. Doing this needed the troll process, just one letter away from troll. This was indeed a massive troll because to get titanium, I would need to react the Rudial to get titanium tetrachloride, which is blasted with magnesium at extremely high temperatures for hot titanium, which has to be cooled in this Tyrolean regular parallelepiped to yield titanium. All of this needed advanced vacuum freezing technology and advanced blast furnace technology, which also needed advanced vacuum freezing technology, which is not even realistic. But enough complaining. Actually, it was time to complain about one more thing. Doing all of this titanium process consumed massive amounts of energy, since each blast furnace and vacuum freezer would be running at the same time. Supporting every titanium processing machine needed the beefiest power system possible. This theoretical beefy power system would be comprised of the highest possible amperage energy converter and high voltage batteries to go along with it. Unfortunately, lithium batteries were getting boring. The real deal were these communism-colored two-dimensional rhombohedrons called energium crystals, made from a mix of redstone and ruby dust, cooked in a boiling pot of molten blue steel. And making blue steel needed steel and rose gold and brass and black steel from copper and gold and zinc and copper and silver and gold and copper and coal and void crystal and red coal and coal. But do not fear, because I had all of the materials I needed due to the deep mob learning resource farm, meaning all I had to do was just mix everything together. After patiently waiting for crystals to cook, I now had all of the batteries to make a 16-amp high-voltage power grid. Now that I had the power system I needed, it is time to fabricate the actual blast furnaces themselves. Note, plural blast furnaces, because from now on I would need massive amounts of blast furnaces to deal with the levels of mandatory blast smelting that is present in the late game. Previously, making a single blast furnace manually was a 7.5 on the Thane scale, but with the matter energy system, I could create patterns to autocraft the blast furnace parts automatically, meaning I could mass produce the machines needed to mass produce materials. Not only is mass production rather humorous, it is necessary from now on. So I got to work making patterns for making blast furnace coils, which I then used to create autocraft enough coils for 3 blast furnaces. To go along with this, I also made variegated amounts of heat-proof casings, input and output hatches, and blast furnace controllers. After all of the blast furnaces were created, here is the blasting plan. The one I already had would still be used for automatically creating common alloys such as stainless steel. A new one would be used specifically for making titanium. A third blast furnace would be adjacent to the titanium maker for blasting sperrylmanite dust into rudial dust. The only thing left to do was to devise the vacuum freezer, which is the only way to refrigerate hot titanium into normal titanium. Disclaimer: the second law of thermodynamics is egregiously non-existent. Hot ingots do not automatically cool down because need to be forcefully cooled. Also, for some reason, the vacuum freezer needed extreme voltage circuits even though all it did was refrigerate. Meaning this refrigerator was basically a NASA supercomputer with more computing power than this entire base combined. But no questions asked. The only extreme voltage circuit I could make at the moment was the workstation, which needed to be made in a clean room, and also consumed high voltage circuits. Fortunately, I possessed both of those objects already due to the events of episode 6, so making the workstation was rather easy. Now all I had to do was conjoin the workstations with some machine parts to generate the vacuum freezer controller. The vacuum freezer multi-block also needed approximately 20 aluminum machine casings. If only I magically had hundreds of spare aluminum ingots randomly laying around, which I already had. Once again, all I had to do was put them in the metalworking machines to amalgamate the aluminum integuments. With cooked energium crystal, refrigerator NASA supercomputers, and mass-produced blast furnaces, it was now time to actually build the blast furnaces and vacuum freezers. So, refrigerator NASA supercomputers, and mass-produced blast furnaces. It was now time to actually build the blast furnaces and vacuum freezers. The first thing I shall create with this industrial blasting complex is the infamous Kanthal ingot. In reality, Kanthal is a trademarked alloy created by Hans von Konzauenholster Hammer, Sweden, with resistivity 1.4 microohms meter and temperature coefficient 49 millionths per Kelvin. In Gregtech, Kanthal is the base material for the second tier of blast furnace coils, the self-explanatory Kanthal coil, with a maximum heating temperature limit above the current coils, allowing me to smelt tens of new materials, including titanium and nichrome. Using some nickel, iron, and chrome from redstone, I hobnobbed a few stacks of the Kanthal, which I threw inside the blast furnace. This would create hot Kanthal ingots, which would have to be escorted into the vacuum freezer. The bad news is that touching hot ingots led to a slow and painful death, so I would use an item pipe to save materials into the vacuum freezer, using a filter that only accepted ingots with the word hot in its name. This is so that normal ingots that don't have to be cooled will not be sent into the vacuum freezer, which will do absolutely nothing useful. The cooled ingots will then be chaperoned into the matter energy system through this interface. Since smelting all this Kanthal would take hours, I decided to do something else in the meantime. And what better thing to do than to scrutinize the processing of rutil? The first step is that rutil is reacted with carbon and chloride to create titanium tetrachloride and carbon monoxide. This titanium chloride is then blast smelted with magnesium in a Kanthal air furnace or magnesium chloride and hot titanium.
Why?
The The humble beginnings begin on this grassland. I already had ambitious plans, which begin. The humble beginnings begin on this grassland. I already had ambitious plans, which include getting the Draconic Habiliments, the most powerful experiments in existence. The game starts off as usual, with me getting decent equipment, getting Eyes of Ender, traveling to the End Dimension, and slaughtering the dragon. But if you look closely, you may have noticed something idiosyncratic. The island is inhabited by molecules known as Draconium, and the dragon relinquishes its vital organ upon death, aka the dragon's heart. These two resources allow for momentous amounts of gaming. After bringing them back to the overworld, I set up a base near the end portal since I would be making many trips between here and there. And in this base I shall begin working towards the technology known as fusion. But just like in real life, this requires exceptionally commodious assortment of resources, which I got from mining at the beginning of the game. Not only that, but it consumes electricity in cosmic proportions. The best energy source currently available is the Sterling generator, which I concocted. With this, it will simply take 4 whole days and 12,000 coal to engender the awakened Draconium, which is required for everything later in the game. But what if I told you that the Sterling generator behaved like sand because it obeyed gravity? And as some of you might know, things that fall can be duplicated. After doing a bit of research in the field, I came up with a genius dream high IQ plan, which gave me enough riches to build this. Behold, the unnecessarily loud Sterling Confraternity. Now how exactly does all of this work? First, allow me to explain the Sterling generator do. It involves kidnapping the dragon egg, destroying the exit gateway with the aforementioned egg, stuffing coal blocks into generators, and launching them into the exit gateway with this slimy piston. This leads to Sterling generator mitosis for some reason, with twice the generators showing up on the ground and in these hoppers. I also used Science Ender Just technology to transfer the duped generators back to the end to create an infinite cycle of Sterling generator life. Better yet, all the aforementioned generators had the coal I put in them and were still running. After getting a reasonable amount of generators, I placed them here to run for the rest of eternity. But these generators were quite useless without cables connecting them, and making 1,000 cables manually was simply intransigent. The solution to this issue is the crafter, which is a crafting table that allows you to keep any item in it, but it also behaves like sand. You can probably see where this is going. Behold, the crafter complex, which I exploited for gratuity.
Sensual toilet advance. No. Finally cleaned up. Also made a hopper. Okay. Eat same. Why? Why is this recipe? And why does iron and iron alloy? Whoa! Look, this is iron alloy. Yeah. And this is this. It's supposed to be that. Look, this has ingot iron and this has ingot construction alloy. But why is it doing this double both things? Why? I'm so this. I don't understand. So it's called off. So this thing showed up so this thing should remove every item that has this hopper, which is 4 SPs. It is recipes from hopper. That's only comes in so only damaged. Do the same thing for bench. Like one hammer. And you need only damage and any metadata. Oh, it just chose. Stain. Any hammer. Which does all tool. Pretty much anything that has tool hammer, which is like these hammers. What is such a hammer? It's any Gag Tech hammer. Crash the epic game. I joined the epic. The Vegetus. China cat.
Zhao Mao wandered into a shipping container in China. She got closed up and sent 3 weeks on her way to Oakdale, Minnesota. That shipping container went to a business that had a partnership with a business in China. They opened up the shipping container and they saw her run to the back and hide underneath some of the pallets. Animal control came out, set some traps for her, and that poor little being was so hungry, she did not even hesitate. She was in the trap very quickly. She was very scared. She was extremely thin, very dirty, had to have had water. She would not have lived if she did not have hydration. So we suspect that there was either some condensation or there had been some water on the ground that kept her going through that time. Potentially there might have been a couple rodents in there, some bugs that she fed on. We're not certain.
Grade 2 to 3. One thing I do notice as well is I think she's definitely been a mommy at some point.
We set up her room for her. You can tell that she just wants to break through, but she's a little nervous. She's getting that desensitization to humans, that we're safe, we're good. And she likes it. She definitely did not know what we were saying to her. So that's one of the reasons why we named her Zhao Mao, even though we probably aren't quite pronouncing it the way she's used to. It's a little cat. When we started calling her Zhao Mao, she perked up, her ears came forward. She started chirping at us. When we were calling her little girl or hey kitten, wouldn't say a word. So we needed to shift gears pretty quick.
These are the best cat videos from the past 10 years.
Как мне лезть? Не надо.
Boy. You can't even, what you hit him with? You have no other arm. You have no other arm. You can't even, what you hit him with? You have no other arm.
What did you just say?
This cat is not being harmed in any way and truly enjoys doing this trick.
It's a little flip.
Part 2, double mom hug.
Oh, it's cold.
These people use their cat to catch a bug.
Yes, girl.
Oh. Oh my god!
Oh. Hi, how you doing?
Hey, you hungry? Say yeah.
She came home after petting a cat that her cat absolutely hates. This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any pain and is pretty much a normal cat in every other way.
Are you gonna pray or someone else is gonna pray?
Yes, you can do it. You can do it, Snowball. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
This cat seems to have adopted this monkey.
Huh? I can't find my screwdrivers anywhere. Like, where did they go? Where did they go? Anywhere. Like, where did they go?
This poor cat had an existential crisis.
Why are you doing this?
He was trying to force his cat to love him.
It's not that serious.
Have one. You can have one bite. It's pistachio ice cream.
This chunky monster of a boy. He's not overeating. I know that. Look at.
The streamer's cat really loves her.
I don't know what she's looking at. He just flung cat litter out of the box. He's probably gonna do it again. Oh my god.
Who would you save in a burning building, me or Kenzie?
You?
For some reason, a bat latched onto the collar of this cat. This poor cat was halfway to heaven.
Noah, stop. Jesus Christ. You want to eat? No, it's not time. You just ate.
They wanted to introduce their new kitten to their older cat.
Stop. Shut up.
This cat was in trouble and yelled for backup from her big brother. What do you think is wrong with this cat?
Stop it. Stop. Do you like your new tie? It makes you look very handsome.
This cat was really upset that they woke up from their nap.
What happened? Do you wake yourself up? No, you're so very grumpy.
Careful, please. Really careful. Not yet. Roger.
A cat got too close to a candle, and its tail caught on fire. The outer layer of fur was protecting the cat, which is why the cat didn't freak out. I have never seen a cat run a cursive before.
Unfortunately, Oliver, as you know, your sales have not increased, for this month. So unfortunately, we have decided that we will need to be letting you go. This behavior is not professional. I will be calling security.
This cat got a little nervous and protective when the baby put their hands over the balcony.
Attempt to make this shoe launch off the desk on its own. You ready?
No.
Hairless cats often need lotion in order to protect their skin.
Epic. Epical.
Armen.
Moment. Ui.
Tight shit.
What the fuck?
What mod is adding this?
Cool.
I'm Sponge.
Young Thor.
The end.
Alright, I've been here for 3 seconds, so I have 3 health, 4 health, 5 health, 6 health, 7 health. Every second you're here, you get plus 1 health. So right now, I'm like in critical condition injured. So I guess you gotta stay here for a really long time and then be able to withstand punches. Right now, I have the strength of an elderly woman. Yeah, you basically age backwards in this game. I'm 25 years old, meaning I have 5 more years to live. This game, I'd have 1 million. Alright, who's this? You have double my health? Uh-oh. I'm gonna win! How far can I make it down this pit? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no. Alright, this guy's low health. Now's my time to... Aw, that's sweet. Hey. Sorry. Oh, no! Alright, let's see if I can strategically make it through here. Okay, wait, I don't think that'd be possible, but I will try. Yabba-dabba-doo. Uh-oh. Wait, can I just take a... no! That's supposed to be Minecraft Steve. It's like an anti-drug commercial. This is Steve after a few too many enchantments in Los Angeles. You have to have 200 health to get over here. Why would I want to fight people on an even playing field? Alright, what's your, 1,000? Uh-oh. Hey, buddy. Hey, my best buddy. Stop! Ah, I killed him! That just happened! Look, he is in denial of it. So easy. Oh, I just made him rethink his whole life, and he threw himself down the pit. He probably just sneaked down there, right? I don't think anybody... I made it. Dude, you don't have to do this. Collect 3 wins or 3 wins. What do wins get me? I think the game realized I was trying to cheat. Under wins, it says I have 0 when I clearly have earned my win. I jumped all the way down like you asked, and I collected my 3 wins. Still says 0. Get in there. Whoa! Hey! Wait, I could go way slower, and I could heal up a little bit. Look at this. Ah, no! Get off my head. Get off of my head. Stop, you're gonna push me down even. Stop! Why is there so many of you? Fat. You know what? I can... Whoa! See, where are you now? You're probably still up there doing just fine. Come in!
Get off! You're pushing me! You're making me go faster!
No! I'm moving to this one!
Come on, stop! Stop!
Oh god, I gotta move really slow for this last part. My health is gonna need to regenerate
A lot faster than it currently is.
Oh! Oh no!
Oh! I'm so close.
No. No! Come on! Give me like 200 more seconds for my health to go up! Stop!
What the? Hey man, it doesn't work. Maybe I can do this. Maybe I can just jump around. Look at this. Yeah, but oh, you can't jump. They thought of that one too, I guess. Man, it's waiting at the end of this. Hey, that's that person that's on my head. Hey, I can fight back over here. Forget what his name was. You have.
Oh, this is easy for me.
Yabba dabba doo.
How much you have? 100?
Hey, buddy.
Oops. Who are you? Whoa! How'd that happen? You have way less than me.
All right, who goes there?
Oh, I just made a man end it all. Look, wow, he's still going. Huh. I'm the highest ranked in the server.
I'm the highest level.
I'm the biggest loser who played the most amount of time.
Oh, that hurt so bad.
That was way more than I thought it was.
Ouch, ouch, slow down, slow down. Oh, I can make it, I can make it. Yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba dee. 3 wins. And that, I just got rid of everything.
How does that benefit me?
Hey man, remember me from earlier? I'm really sorry about what I said.
Here, I think this means the amount of damage the sword does. If we go all the way back over there, it's pretty much an instant kill for either of us.
Haha, haha. You again. He's sitting on the bench after saying this is unfair. Little does this guy know he has 16 times the amount of health I do.
I'm gonna leave now before he can embarrass me because I have no more health left. I'm gonna let him think he's a failure. One thing I was not aware of is you can just buy wins. I think that's such an insane concept that games have introduced is purchase wins. Don't purchase things that help you get to the win, just purchase the win. Doesn't that kind of make everything pointless? Don't you feel a deep hole where your heart used to be? Look, I have 30 wins. I earned every single one of these, and it's giving me nothing.
I need to take my business elsewhere. I will spend my life savings here.
This is a very similar game, except more. I could spend more.
I have voice chat in this game.
Sword fight, steal time from others.
Don't lose your time.
Does my time give me more health? 13,000? Die, die, die. I don't think that's giving me more health. E-boy manipulator is your name.
Yo, G, let's talk some business. Business? We're talking business?
I did it. This is cool, but I'm not getting any health from this. What's my advantage to having more time? Just the risk of it? Just the thrill? I got your 1 second plus 1 time. I ended a man's life for that. Man, I am such a loser. I just went to a small server because I'm so scared to lose this number. This is the exact opposite of the game I just played. This game, you get time. No, I want that. I'm not willing to fight over it. We all kind of are respecting each other's boundaries.
Oh god, look who's here.
Hey man, you take that corner. Okay, there's too many of you now.
Yo. Oh yeah, say that to my face. Who said that?
All right, come over here. Say that to my face. Oh no! God. All right, I have to go rebuild. I have to. I feel like I can throw up right now. I have to rebuild. They're gonna see me back in the server with 0 seconds. They're gonna know what happened. Yeah, what do? Oh, all right, I got all my time back. Thanks. Who was I fighting earlier? Say that to my face. Wait. Ah! Shut up! There's a glitch in this game. There's glitches in all these games I'm playing. Well, I tried to wait it out, and I got it all taken away from me. Then I tried to take it away from others, and eventually it came to my demise. But I don't think any of it's my fault. I think moral of the story, your time on this earth is fleeting, and you need to waste all of your life on games like this. No, wait, moral of the story is, if someone's beating you at a game where you have to spend time on, they're the real loser. Not me.
Black Pencil. What the f?
Hold up.
Black water.
Coca-Cola.
No shit. Black water.
No shit.
Говно.
Cultivé juste à côté.
Spooky season. You knew this was coming. We're always talking about all the ways nature and the things anything we want to share, but we never talk about how diseases can have animals permanently parallel to the ground. So that's what this video is. Animal diseases that are rated R for the regret I feel when I see what researching them has done to my search history. And of course, viewer discretion is very much advised, especially for disease number 1. What's a Halloween video without a jump scare? This photo was taken just outside the Caribbean Bay Hotel in Zimbabwe of what appears to be a hairless baboon. The deep-pelted primate appeared to be an outcast, only following her troop from a distance, almost as if she had been rejected for her appearance. And according to a nearby vet, the most likely cause for this abandoned baboon's condition, mange. Mange is a nasty-looking disease caused by parasitic mites burrowing into the skin, where their collective feces can cause severe allergic reactions and an unbearable amount of itching. That's why the main calling card of mange is turning animals into the most down-bad version of themselves. And while the word mange is usually an insult reserved for dogs, these mites can be a certainty from anything from foxes to bears to porcupines, occasionally birds like eagles, and many, many more. In fact, the legend of the chupacabra was more than likely jump-started by a severely mited up coyote. And in 1996, there was an outbreak of sarcoptic mange that grieved the family of mountain gorillas in Uganda, even expiring one of their babies. The mites themselves aren't a death sentence, but they slowly weaken the target, making them much more vulnerable to infections. And they can easily spread, especially if you're a wombat whose burrow mates with a walking mite mosh pit. The mites are so persistent that in Pennsylvania, a black bear with more than 50% hair loss is considered a lost cause, and not only is it retired from life, it's also incinerated so the past tense bear can't possibly infect any others. And yes, mange is zoonotic, meaning it can be passed on from animals to humans, and when that happens, it's called scabies. To be fair, it's normally easy to treat in people, but those with weak immune systems or those taking immunosuppressants can find themselves gatekept from from a life of comfort. There's also Demodex mites, which shack up in hair follicles, and even a couple species that make their home in the human eye. So yeah, mange just might be the most aesthetically upsetting ailment here. The polar opposite of the next disease, because where mange is visually visceral, zoochosis is almost purely psychological. You've probably heard of the condition where animals in captivity do the same thing over and over with no goal or purpose, almost like they're in a trance. And one of the most popular examples of this are those videos of elephants swaying back and forth. Except zoochosis is much more than that. Of course, you have your swaying and almost neurotic pacing around their enclosure, but the zoochosis signature also includes excessive grooming, personal punishment like self-biting and self-mutilation, turning puke into an infinite food glitch, and coprophagia, even in animals that wouldn't normally do it. But the disturbing part is, like mange, it's believed that zoochosis can also be contagious. If an animal is housed next to one exhibiting the stereotypes associated with it, chances are that same animal will too. This captive psychosis is likely triggered by a lack of stimulation and enrichment, and it's more common in higher intelligence animals, especially those that would normally have a wider range. Elephants checking both boxes is likely why 40% of captive turned pachyderms show symptoms of zoochosis. Orcas are one of the smartest non-human creatures alive and can travel well over 40 miles a day for food. And almost a year ago today, in 2022, a captive orca named Hugo tragically resigned from reality after violently slamming into his tank wall until he suffered a life-ending aneurysm. And in 2005, a mother homunculus baboon groomed her baby so excessively that he looked like he came out the womb beefing with wizards. To be fair, we can't really prove that this was zoochosis working overtime, but bro got the Mr. Clean Cut. That ain't a fade, it's a flea. The most popular and probably most depressing case of chosis was Gus. Gus was a polar bear that lived in Central Park Zoo for 25 years. At one point, visitors and keepers noticed that Gus would spend all day swimming in figure eights, sometimes for up to 12 hours straight. Keep in mind that polar bears can cover nearly 50 miles in a day searching for seals. Not only did the zoo spend 25 grand on therapy for the bear, Gus went on to make history as the very first zoo animal to be put on Prozac. Speaking of which, the 25,000 bones of behavioral therapy basically amounted to the therapist saying, "It be like that." This isn't an anti-zoo video or me trying to morally grandstand to y'all. I think zoos have the potential for a lot of good and a lot of bad. It's just that the bad can lead to a chronically pilled out polar bear. But wait, it gets darker, because with how far removed humans have gone from nature, there's a legitimate fear that humanity as a whole could be suffering from zoochosis on a global scale. That joke about us being no different than ants stuck in a death spiral becomes less and less of a joke as time goes on. Do you remember the Will Smith movie I Am Legend? You know, before his wife publicly neutered him and then smoked both his family jewels in 2 packs? Well, the post-apocalyptic movie started with a doctor attempting to re-engineer the measles virus in an attempt to find a cure for cancer, instead infecting 99% of the human race. A pretty good example of what can happen when humans try to play God with the natural order. Another example is what happened in Florida, specifically Silver Springs State Park. It's Florida's very first tourist attraction, famous for having a couple Tarzan movies shot there. In the 1930s, tour boat operator Colonel Toohey was looking for a way to spice up his Jungle Cruise ride, so he brought in 6 Reese's macaques and had them placed on a small island in the park. And it was at this moment they f***ed up. Apparently, nobody involved was told that the monkeys could swim, and the moment they touched down on dry land, the macaques proceeded to swim out to the mainland. And following lots of multiplying without a calculator, there are now currently hundreds of rogue macaques, with a good number of them carrying a deadly herpes virus. Herpes B is an incapacitating condition that can cause severe brain inflammation, permanent neurological damage, and a permanent lease in a casket-shaped condo. Now, fear-mongering aside, the chances of catching it from a monkey are incredibly rare, but not rare enough to be zero. In 1997, a researcher was working with a Reese's when she was splashed in the eye by indeterminate fluids. Even after immediately flushing her eye out for several minutes, the 22-year-old died December 10th, 1997, almost exactly 6 weeks after first being exposed. According to the Center of Disease Control, since 1932, there have been 51 cases of people being infected with the B virus, with 21 deaths and an 80% mortality rate for those untreated. That same fatal virus is currently being backpacked by up to a quarter of the hundreds of macaques running around the Sunshine State. Worse, it's believed they shed the potent virus through their saliva. So far, there's no known case of one of these Marion County monkeys passing off the virus to a human. The problem is, the monkeys have managed to lose their natural fear of humans, and there was even one incident where the park had to be shut down after a family was threatened and chased by an especially malicious macaque. It's the worst kind of invasive, and it's 100% our fault, and although the virus-peddling primates haven't caught a human body, it's definitely one of those cases of F around and find out. One of the most unsettling diseases in nature is a sickness that affects deer, known as chronic wasting disease, called so because it essentially destroys the animal from the inside out. In fact, this type of disease is a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy, a name that literally comes from the fact that it causes several sponge-like holes in the brain. It's like the forbidden final boss of trypophobia, and it's caused by a single misfolded protein known as a prion. This prion triggers a chain reaction where the only outcome is a canceled life subscription, and the only thing the victim can do is wait for the sweet release of death. Here's what the endgame of a deer with CWD looks like. It starts with a misfolded protein affecting and altering perfectly normal proteins. It's almost like a cellular level cheese touch, and the moment it starts, it's already over. Step 2 includes the prions exploding in numbers exponentially and accumulating in the body. The whole time the deer, elk, or moose looks and acts perfectly normal. The deer can walk around with this disease for 2 whole years before the chronic becomes critical. Eventually, it escalates to the point where the prions manage to break into the blood-brain barrier, where they start destroying neurons, putting enough holes in the brain to get it cursed out by an octopus, and slowly wasting the poor, unexpecting deer. Deer with CWD seem unable to process anything around them, including danger, and if predators or playing freeze tag on the freeway doesn't take them off the senses, they die a slow and painful death of starvation as their brains shut down. The worst part is, the nightmare doesn't end once the deer does, since the prions responsible can exist in an area years after the victim, and can even be absorbed by plants in contaminated soil. That's assuming they don't just leach into groundwater. In fact, the only surefire way to eliminate a prion is literally that, fire. Except, it's not as simple as cremating a casualty. That'd be too easy. It's said that it takes heat at a minimum of 900 degrees Fahrenheit or 482 degrees Celsius to properly pack up a prion, and some sources say to hike that up to 1800 to be safe. But the part that makes prions one of the most horrific things not native to a horror movie is where they come from. It's believed there are 3 main factors that cause prion diseases. Genetics play a relatively small part, with only 10 to 50% of cases in people being attributed to them. The second and by far most common cause is the disease being sporadic. Basically, that just means that not even science can fully explain where they come from, but that it's like it happens out of nowhere. And the third is an infected deer contaminating something like a water source or a feeding station with body fluids and passing it off to the next. And remember, not only can prions insist on existing years after the fact, keep in mind that most infected deer look no different from any other, right until it's time to disconnect from interface eternally. That means that the 3 main causes of wasting disease are completely RNG, and that is remarkably terrifying. And it's not just deer that can get packed up by
So it has yeah, it has raspies because Martin. Why did I remove that? Oh. E mette collo. Colin. Darwin. But why? Why did I have a couple more recipes? High flag. Yeah, it's MBT and Mayday. So this I want. Aren't you being able to craft only this? Colin. What the fuck is a bad? Oh, Colin. What the fuck is a charging battery? If they have like a drill, like an empty drill. This was not a wrong mod. They're all the wrong mod except this one. Okay, let's take a. Okay, turn games. Doing a concept unit. That's everything. Okay. Okay, so we can delete extra utilities shortcut. So let's have. So first off, we're gonna move the extra utilities to shortcut hopper. baby. .io. Fuck yeah! Dude. I'm like, I don't want to use Notepad. Let's just look at those people hoppers. The shuttle hopper, tree hopper, word hopper. Okay, .io. Just the last of this. And it is called .io tweet. Underscore wood underscore hopper. And in this one, just no. Apparently just does not want to delete this USB. Why? Why does recipe not have a ID? Yeah, which idiot made that it struggles it can't get a block hopper? Yeah, I made this block hopper. I'm just gonna what is that? Shut up. Feeling sleep. $16 million. Okay. Mhm. Is it because with the GregTech version? Because yeah, that's really the mysterious one in with GregTech Hub. Yeah, this will help whenever people get the copper. And do CTGY and oh never mind, it's crafting table. So first off, I want to make the bucket actually accessible instead of stuffing. So let's do this, and it's just how about I'm plate. I was Tomcast plate. I just okay. Boom, added. And now I need to move the get that iron bucket. But now I need to do the hopper and which. Okay, let's do this. Add it. We nerfed that tech just a little bit. Iron bucket. So that so I made the bucket slightly cheaper instead of having all of this. Is that made hoppers because I was going to delete this thing. Punch this thing, but I couldn't. So instead, there's now two recipes. You can either custom to get automated away, the garbage way. Okay, so here's everything I've done. Pretty much this thing. Pretty much it deletes NIO tweak wood hopper. In short, a hopper from it's just two. Almost a hopper from GregTech. Almost the iron bucket from GregTech. Instead, it has a new recipe for the chest edition.
I enjoy trying to figure out the laziest and fastest way of doing things, so that's what it ends up to be. Also, I would be scared if someone told me my playtime on GregTech. Like, I have seen those memes about when you pass out, you see like an endgame screen for lives. There was that meme about endgame screens for lives, like how much mosquitoes you kill and such. I would be afraid of my GregTech playtime in that end screen. I wouldn't be surprised if I hit some hours at this point.
This assembly line is previously in Nomi factory in Minecraft. I had painstakingly farmed the iridium element and several nether stars in a brutal lunar war. All of this was done in preparation for today's gaming, in which I shall synthesize the quantum computer from several more techno-babble items, leading up to the assembling of the assembly line, which will assemble our first ludicrous stair trinkets, pushing us further towards the fusion reactor. But all of this would come at the ultimate price. But first, since mostly every electronic-related thing from now on needed a clean room, I was planning to expand the dimensions of the current cleanroom 2.0 to 11 by 4 by 11 cleanroom 3.0. According to NASA calculations, this would cost hundreds of plascrete and hundreds of filter vents. So it was time to get to work mixing several kilotons of cement, creating Falstaffian amounts of steel, combining them with molten concrete and polyethylene, and combining them with even more steel parts and medium voltage parts, and rinse and repeat until I
played modern Minecraft 1.2, that would be crazy. Yeah, 1.2 is not correct. Anyway, I'm lagging behind with chat questions. Are you aware of other modern touch? Modern industrialization, I'm not sure which one it is. Maybe I know, maybe I forgot which one it is. It could be an idea. Yeah, I never played Mechas, to be honest. That's my sin, I should confess. I never played Mechas. I mean, I did look at it a little bit in creative, but it was boring to me after coming from GregTech mods, Mechas, man. Every mod that just uses FP or RF, I don't even want to know about it. I mean, no, maybe there are some mods cool, but most industrial machines using RF or FE are just boring to me. Will you play the new version? I already addressed that earlier. When at least a couple of years before I come back to this pack. By the way, a GT mod that looks interesting. Okay, I heard about this, not going to look at it now. Your video has become my comfort. Okay, thanks, man. Yes, I had fun. I wanted to try to ask if he will play the pack. Okay, I don't even know which pack you are referring to. Next mod pack is going to be a Garage Class 6 mod pack because right now I really want to play Garage Class 6. This one is Itachu and yeah, true. I also don't really build anything. Next mod pack, I'm probably going to try to build something nice. I'm going to check the playtime again. I think I should pin in chat my playtime. I have been told on Discord there's a better way of checking playtime. Give me a moment.
This is Mumbo Jumbo's favorite piston door, and I can totally get why. I mean, this thing is sweet. I mean, just look at it. Just look at it. It's super fast. And the coolest part of it is that this thing is ridiculously compact. The perimeter of the redstone is literally flush with the pistons. It's literally flush on all sides, even the bottom. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this, doesn't it? Wrong! This thing is trash! Okay, Mumbo fans, I'm sorry, let me explain. You see, the thing is that Mumbo Jumbo always says himself in his videos, I quote, that if he can't sprint through your piston doors like this without being stopped by the piston door, not for even a second, well, you can't be friends with him. Which is a bit of a problem. Let me explain. So here I have Mumbo's vault door set up with trapdoors with a piston that's gonna push those blocks up, pretty much instantly opening the door. And I've been really generous here. I put the pressure plates a good 2 blocks in front of the door. And well, if you actually try to sprint through it, that's what happens. Which means that if you put this door with pressure plates inside of your base, Mumbo can't be friends with you. And I don't know about you, but given the opportunity, I'd want to be friends with Mumbo. But I also want a vault door with pressure plates inside my base. Which only leaves me with one option. Figuring out a way of making this thing faster without making it bigger. Yep, I said it, without making it bigger. Being super compact is the whole point of this door. It is why it is Mumbo's favorite door, and it is also why it's super cool. So I'm not doing myself any favors here if I make the redstone bigger. And this is going to be quite a challenge, because Mumbo spent hours and hours perfecting and refining that design to be as best as it can be. And you guys know it, Mumbo is a pretty smart guy. But this all doesn't matter because I'm smart.
Guardian Angel. Guardian Angels are spiritual beings believed to protect and guide individuals. It keeps you on the right track. Mine quit years ago. This is what I used to look like. Look at me. I'm full of life. I'm cute. I'm young. This was me this morning. I'm not doing well. In this game, you guard a not-so-smart Robloxian from the dangerous world around him. I'm gonna make my Robloxian walk into traffic and do drinks. I'm a cool Guardian Angel. This is Lucas. He's just a normal guy. Not a very smart one, though. I'm not really the Guardian Angel type. He can die easily, so take care of him as a Guardian Angel. He's racist, apparently, too. Saying, I hate guests his first day out in the real world. Bro, I gotta look out for this guy. Look, everywhere. The danger is always present. Oh, he just slipped on a banana peel. Oh, I could have prevented that. I'm not going to, though. I'm not really the Guardian Angel. Look out! I'm not a very good Guardian Angel. He's already lost 2 lives. He got hit by a car. Oh, crap! I guess he already died! Hey, I'm gonna need a new guy. This is John Studs. He's just a normal guy. I've seen all this. All these people wake up the same. I'm not really a Guardian Angel kind of guy. I'm more of a let them into the world, and if they come back, then that means it's meant to be. Do they all start by walking towards the banana peel? Oh, no. Oh, okay, there's a puddle. UFO invasion. Weird beings came to town. Keep your guy safe. I think he's got bigger issues to worry about. Oh, poor guy. I feel bad about that one. There's aliens. Oh, aliens! They're abducting people. Hey, you gotta be careful, John Studs. Oh, uh-oh. That's not good. I wonder what's that snail. I wonder that do. Oh, crap! John Studs, they're about to probe you! Trust me, it's gonna do great. I'm not pushing them off. Oh, hey, you're fine, John Studs. I gotta visit the danger zone. Going to danger zone? You were just there. I can't help this guy until he helps himself. Once I start seeing him making productive life choices, only then will I... No, we're not doing the UFO thing again. I'm helping him out just this once. You're not going with them. You saved your guy. John Studs, I like the cut of your jib. Is that a cop? Chicken. You lost, boy. You can't walk, huh? That's it, boy. Oh, what are you gonna... Police brutality! You're lucky I can't do anything to you. John Studs, are you okay? Goober. Oh, no, he's going back up to him. Don't call him a goober. John Studs, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. Cool. I got the... Look out for the car. I saved his life. Oh. What the heck? What did you just do? Huh? You trying to break into the vending machine? John, stop playing in the street. Why? He keeps running into the street and messing with this cop. All right, John Studs. I'm gonna take a smoke break real fast in the park. Don't get up to any funny business, okay? This is a cigarette. This is a flower. John, where are you going? John, don't go to that truck. You don't know anything about that stuff. You don't know anything about cars. John, I'm not really doing my job, but you stayed alive thus far. Don't go back to the car. Okay, thank God. I thought he was going back to the car. This is the life of John Studs. John Studs isn't very bright, and he dies easily. Unless he gets hit by a car. That won't kill him. It's interesting just to watch where he goes. You know? You guys know what I mean? Like, don't step on the banana. That was close. Gotta pull up to that playground. John, you're like 25. You don't need to go to the playground. I want to check out the playground. It's right behind you, idiot. What are you doing, detonating? Look out! Don't ask me why I just saved your life. John, I don't like you. It'd be fun at the playground. Then go there! It's right there! It does look fun! Yeah, look at this. It looks fun! Oh, nice weather. I want this guy to die. UFO invasion again. Gotta go bakery. I don't think he knows where the bakery is. John, look out! You're welcome, John. Oh, crap. Oh, I thought I was about to abduct him. I almost pushed him into it. Oh, bakery's right here, John. Yeah, go get. Is that the food? John, I don't think you should be eating that. One cookie, please. Oh, John, you should not be eating that. Well, he had a sweet treat. It hurt him a little bit. That's fine. You see, he's still got 2 more lives. These guys are hard to kill. Where are you going now, John? I go play. Whatever that means. Who's this guy? This guy doesn't look like he's up to any good. Stay away from that guy, John. Are you heading towards the green ooze? What building is this? Electro Slurp. Oh, it's Slurp Juice. That's good for you, John. It's good for you. You're getting shield. No, you just lost a life. Here, John, you know what? Stay right here. I don't want you going anywhere, okay? Dude, they're fly glitching! They're fly glitching! They're fly glitching! Oh, I love going to the construction site. That does not look like the place for you, John. John, you're gonna get killed in there. Yeah, this thing is gonna flatten him. John, you're gonna be so flattened by that. Don't go on the X. This cannot be. You know what? I actually want to see this go down. Let her up! You're an idiot, John. You're a funny guy. I wonder if guardian angels exist. Probably not. I want to get this guy into trouble. Minecraft world. After the incident, you wake up in a hallway of bedrock. What now? It is all over. Just kidding. In this hallway you will find something that is known as a compact machine. Compact machines allow you to store entire rooms of blocks inside a single block, but that's in a normal playthrough. In this playthrough, the compact machine is the new home of the player. After entering it, you are surrounded by unbreakable walls and nothing, except there is a feature known as scavenging. By knocking extremely hard on these walls, aka punching, you can shake some dirt and gravel loose from them. After compressing the dirt powder into dirt blocks, you place it down and begin scavenging the dirt. By holding right click you can find seeds to grow wood, comestibles, and string. I planted a wood sapling, but due to the nature of this compact machine, the nature being that it is 3x3x3, harvesting these trees only give you 1 log worth of wood. With wooden tools you can now pound these trees only give you 1 log worth of wood. With wooden tools you can now pound on these walls without causing bodily harm. These wooden tools are also stronger, so you manage to knock pebbles out of the walls. By putting 4 pebbles next to each other, they undergo fusion and become cobblestone, and now you can get stone tools. These stone tools are powerful enough to loosen some metal dust out of the walls, which includes some iron dust. Unfortunately, attempting to destroy something that is indestructible can only lead to destruction the other way around, and having multiple pickaxes on you will be a common theme in the game. Even then, the pickaxe gives you a lot of other random materials besides iron, and it was time for a more effective method of getting iron specifically. Do you remember the metal dust I was mentioning earlier that I knocked out of the machine walls? By combining dusts together you can make blends, and smelting them makes alloy ingots, which in some cases can be better than normal ingots. By making a pickaxe out of 50% copper and 50% nickel, you get a 100% chance at mining iron out of the machine instead of this whole mess of drops. Using the wood gained from my 6 stunted trees, I smelted that dust into ingots for an iron pickaxe, which unlocks new drops. But we only want these 3. After quote-unquote mining some iron, redstone, and uranium, I made a blue powder. Smelting this blue powder causes you to obtain an ingot known as modularium. Keep this in mind because this will be important. But did I mention that this game contains radiation? Approximately 15 seconds ago, I mentioned that I have uranium. And as you may know, uranium is radioactive. If you let too much radiation build up in your living space, it will become the opposite of living, which is death. Space, and all of the methods of fighting radiation are only in the end game due to game design. However, I have one thing that radiation doesn't have.
Sur Vinted, vendez vos anciens appareils électroniques. Vous ne l'utilisez pas? Vendez-le.
The quest book. The developers coded it so that you get a hazmat suit at this point of the quest book once you get irradiated. But why deal with all this annoying and useless radiation? With this radiation I made a decay generator, which turns radiation into power. With this power I could now power my first machine, the small compactor. It's a single machine made out of several blocks you have to place down, which took up a 2x3x2 area, which was the majority of the space I had, causing me to relocate all my stunted trees and stuff I had. The machine also requires clay, which can be made from smashing cobblestone into dust and then mixing it with water. But how do I have water, you may ask? By making a wooden crucible and throwing some natural material in there. And this water will be very important. With that out of the way, the compactor makes even more compact machines, for 16 modularium ingots per tiny machine. And to answer your question, you can place compact machines inside of compact machines, infinitely. So instead of one 3x3x3 box, you get 2 of them, which is a very big difference. Here's where the space management comes into play. Machines later on require more space to fit into the room and actually function, like this 9x9x9 fusion reactor. And no, you can't split this up into 4 different smaller rooms. Eventually you will need to make the endgame bedrock crafter, which requires a 13x13x13 space. Where you put stuff will be important, compared to a usual Minecraft playthrough where you can just throw stuff down wherever you want and not have it change anything. Each higher tier room needs 4 of the lower tier and new materials every time, so that's what the progression is based around. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Speaking of too ahead, there is no such thing as too many subscribers. Please join me in the journey for more subs than the number of Rubik's Cube permutations. Nothing's impossible.
Epic goal. Get infinite
back to the
subs.
3x3x3 world. It was time to make steel. The first serious alloy. In the real world, steel is obtained by combining carbon and iron. But we are not in the real world. And in Compact Claustrophobia the main character does not have carbon due to being stuck in a machine. And the nature of the machine is that it is 3x3x3. So here is a new method. The first step is to throw human waste into water and then mix it with dust to obtain disc powder, and then you combine it with grounded up wood and an RNG drop from sieving. And now I have gunpowder and now I have TNT. The second step involves exploding iron blocks with TNT. Supposedly, the TNT will explode the carbon into the iron to make steel. And I did this in my third compact machine, because I did not want to blow up my first or second machines. Did I mention that this pack, like most other packs, will require materials in increasingly massive amounts up to end game? So later on you will gain more efficient methods to gain the same materials. Instead of using a wooden pickaxe to mine stone, I could just use a sieve to turn dirt into rocks into stone. And by using the water, I could now grow crops faster. One of which was sugarcane. A material that is useful in high-pixel skyblock, and also in Compact Claustrophobia. In this game it's used in the sewage duplication feature, which will be useful because the sewage is an ingredient for pressed off, also known as press off, which is German for artificial leather or ersatz, which can be stacked on top of each other to agglutinate into a single leather, since cows do not spawn in compact machinery. This fake leather will be used in the 3x3x1 metal press, which can just barely fit in my machine. After getting all the leather I needed, along with some other machinery requiring steel, I assembled the metal press in the third compact room, right next to a new power generator called the thermoelectric generator, which is made from the exploded steel and some metal ingots that have been flattened with an engineering hammer specifically, not just a normal hammer. The way this generator works is that when you have two different things and one of them is hot and one of them is cold, it will create energy due to the Seebeck effect, which exists in real life. This also works with radioactive stuff, which counts as a hot material and will also undergo the Seebeck effect. With this, you will obtain much more energy than the decay generator. This is what the game told me to do, but do you know what's even hotter than uranium? Technically the Landau pole is hotter at about 10 to the power of 290 times hotter, but we do not have access to that. However, we can make lava by crafting a and then stomping on it over and over again. You get a bit of lava. Now do the now you use the lava and water to make a nether portal to escape the machine. Nether portals are disabled. So it was time for a more useful use of the lava. With the lava, water, and generator, I powered a metal press, which can crush a tiny compact machine into this more pixelated and useless version, which is actually a crafting ingredient for the 5x5x5 machine. And this space upgrade will be needed to fit in the crusher, which is a 5x3x3 machine. The crusher isn't even the most expensive part. The 16 tiny machines required for the 7x7x7 machine was going to be catastrophic to make, requiring thousands of pounders. But no matter. As the player gets more room and more materials, you can begin making and placing down pipes, hoppers, cables, and even more machines to automate obtaining resources. Doing the entire progression manually is looked down upon, and later on you will see setups such as this that have been designed to save as much space as possible while doing their job. Soon enough, most of the items you need will no longer come from pounding on walls, but from technology. But before that, it was time to get the 5x5 machine. And this requires a few more steps. First, I made a steel pickaxe,
The fuck is
which is
power
apparently
thing?
powerful enough to knock the blue out of the dark blue walls. Then you use this blue lapis lazuli to make a blueprint, and you use the blueprint and some other engineering tools to engineer a square-shaped mold, which is needed to make the metal press work. After painstakingly getting 4 tiny compact machines from setting up an auto clicker, I crushed them all and then used them as the sides for the brand new 5x5x5 room. I moved some of the generators and machines in there, including a new machine that allows you to make niter without having to use the sewage duplication feature, which I used to explode more iron into steel. I also put down some more auto clickers running 24/7 because I would need a massive amount of resources for the 7x7x7 machine. So after going through tens of custom pickaxes and collecting auto clicker powder, I relocated the auto clickers so I could make space for the crusher, and even then it took a while to find a way to fit everything into the same room. It's kind of like a puzzle. But this crusher is used to crush materials that cannot be crushed with your bare hands or with the metal press made from the pre-stall. For example, coal coke. And also, supposedly to get the normal machine you have to crush 4 small machines inside the crusher. So I crafted 16 tiny machines, flattened them, turned them into a cube, and then into hexagons, and then back into a machine, which caused me to obtain the medium compact machine. But why go through all this pain? Because we need to grow real trees, which only the medium machine is large enough to do. And due to game design, some materials need real wood instead of the wooden planks I've been using this whole time. And due to game design, you can turn wooden logs into diamonds. But first, I need some graphite. The way it is achieved is by burning wood logs into a ball, then crunching them into little charcoal flakes, and then recoloring it to a different shade of black. And this will be used for machine plating to create the alloy smelter, cobblestone generator, item melter, and pretty much every other endgame machine. Instead of the vanilla way where you have to sit there and mine a cobblestone generator, you can use the good way, where you craft a cobblestone generator, which drops cobblestone in nearby storages. With this, you can skip having to constantly make wooden tools to farm pebbles. And as for the alloy smelter,
Fame.
Phantom.
Les parfums de Rabanne.
this is for when mixing metal dust together with your bare hands is not powerful enough, and when you need high amounts of energy to create or maybe 3, which is the case for steel, boron, and lithium. These 3 aforementioned metals can be fused together into a supposedly tough ingot, which can be made into a pickaxe that only mines uranium. Now this may sound stupid and like a waste of time, but you need over 5,000 uranium for the large compact machine, which allows you to fit in this 9x9 mystery machine that will be important. More on that later. Getting the large machine will use up 5 tough alloy pickaxes and more than 20 Constantan pickaxes, but that is not the full ordeal. Besides flattening and crushing the first 2 tiers of machine, the next tier requires you to melt a normal machine and then solidify it into yet another hexagon with a small green planet orbiting it, because the developer wanted to add a cool animation. And due to the massive amounts of energy required to melt a machine, I had to find a material hotter than lava to acquire a stronger Seebeck effect for more energy, and this fluid was pyrotheum, 3 times hotter than lava. Creating such a liquid would need lots of sulfur, which I got as a byproduct of throwing blaze rods in the big crusher, which is overall much more effective than breaking blaze rods with your bare hands. But all of this blaze stuff needs quite some steel, and I was done with having to use the risky and overall terrible method of blowing up iron. But now that we had an infinite water source and basically infinite cobblestone source, it was time to create the blast furnace for more steel than was previously thought possible. And after just a
few seconds.
If you want to inflict emotional damage on Millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid either is or is about to be a teenager. In a couple months, it'll be a year short of a decade since the gorilla was prematurely walked off the census. And despite being named after a Swahili term for coming together, Harambe's death has been no less divisive. But the closer you get to the full story, with crucial context, the question becomes less of whether the zoo was right for turning the legacy of Bob Marley into a hashtag, and more of everything that went wrong to force the zoo to pull the trigger. Because Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Now hear me out, I'm not blaming the gorilla, in fact quite the opposite. Literally everyone involved but the gorilla ultimately failed him. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to show you just how horrendous Harambe got done. The same 10 minutes it took for them to end him. Flashback to 2016. Eggs were $1.68, a light skin and Under Armour was no-scoping entire teams, and Kanye was still Kanye. When he made graduate, all was good until the 3-year-old canon event changed the course of mankind. On May 28, 2016, a mother took 4 children to the Cincinnati Zoo and got to the Gorilla World habitat when the youngest boy said he wanted to go swimming with the gorillas. She went back and forth with him and then turned around to start putting kids in strollers when she heard a splash, followed by immediate screaming. Like any other human, she went to the railing, and that's when her mind took an indelible screenshot when she realized.
Cincinnati 911. Hi, my son's out in the zoo. They're gonna have the gorilla because the male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please. He's dragging my son. I can't walk here.
In an unfortunate case of free will, the 3-year-old climbed the 3-foot fence, army crawled through 4 feet of bush, and before anyone could grab him and save the timeline, he fell 15 feet straight into the gorilla mode, where he was confronted by 450 pounds of relative adult primate. Harambe didn't seem especially aggressive, but watching him ragdoll the toddler likely took years off his mother's life. No one can say what was going through the gorilla's mind at the time, but we know what went last. It was at about 4:10 p.m., about 10 minutes after the boy fell in, a member of the Cincinnati Zoo Dangerous Animal Response Team life retired Harambe with a bullet to the head. And life as we knew it was never the same. The slain simian was mourned by millions, and memed by even more, to the point where there are people who use their right to vote on the corpse of a Kennedy gorilla, and that is the most political statement that will ever come out of this channel. But before we can judge what had to be an impossible decision, it's only fair to look at every angle, starting with the nature of gorillas. Gorillas aren't the menace to society and skyscrapers we thought they were. Male gorillas are way more child-friendly than the average orang and chimpanzee. It's been said that the males that babysit more are considered more attractive to a tribe of hairy women. That's how they got their name. And being good with kids is more of a turn on than size, strength, or status. It's proven that guy gorillas on daycare duty will have 5 times as many children as those that avoid it, which is probably why they fight so hard for custody. You've never seen a gorilla hit the burners like that. But gorillas don't need mori, they'll even step up for children that aren't theirs. A couple years back, the alpha gorilla of a group in Rwanda got sick, and since its sickness and health is a human construct, the 4 gorillas of the group left, abandoning not just their baby daddy, but their progeny as well. With the infants barely old enough to feed themselves, it should have been curtains. But this story had a plot twist. The sick male had a brother, Kubaha, and Unk stepped up and looked after them. They'd sleep in his nest, treat him like a literal jungle gym, and he single-handedly kept the next generation up. And Kubaha wasn't an anomaly. In 53 years of gorilla research, it's proven that orphan mountain gorillas that lose their mothers early on don't have a greater risk of becoming a statistic because males will often step in. Not only did a different study show the exact opposite happens to baby chimps, monkeys, and baboons that get the Bambi treatment, even if they do survive, they inherit 0 social rank and virtually no chance of having children. It's the same story for animals like elephants, orcas, and hyenas. Being motherless is social cyanide, but not gorillas. Having one mom short of a full house, has 0 effect on their social status, and it's believed that since mama gorillas often dip out before their babies mature, the males have evolved to cushion the blow. Plus, with chimpanzees murking monkeys, bush babies, that's a bush baby, and even doikers for food, and even the good vibes tree hippie known to turn lorses into lunch meat, gorillas pretty much being knuckle-walking lawnmowers probably doesn't hurt Harambe's case. Gorillas go out of their way to avoid conflict, and you really won't see them beating on something weaker than they are, unless it is something to deserve it. But there's always a but. The rules of nature often change when you're talking about captivity. A wild orca has apparently never depulsed a person, but those confined to a glorified fishbowl have a body count. Pandas normally mate, date, and procreate no less than the average black bear, but those in captivity often get less play than Helen Keller's Spotify. In captivity, mother gorillas will often reject their own babies. It happens a lot more than you would think, so maybe the parental instinct doesn't apply as much to a gorilla behind the glass. Yeah, no, because if I had a nickel for every time someone's son ended up in a gorilla enclosure, I'd already have 2 nickels by the time player number 3 decided to keep the tradition alive and airdropped himself to the gorilla grotto. On August 16th, 1996, another 3-year-old fell nearly 24 feet into the Brookfield Zoo gorilla exhibit. In a scene you've definitely seen before, 8-year-old Binti Dwak climbed down to the boy, cradled him in her gorilla arms for nearly 60 feet, and gently placed him at the employee entrance where officials could get him. But what you might not know is that Binti was one of those gorillas rejected by her mother and was hand-raised by humans. Part of this raising meant her caretakers had to train her to be a mother once she became pregnant with the same baby riding shotgun while she rescued the boy. Part of this training included handing off her baby to staff for checkups, so there was low-key an argument as to whether this was an actual gorilla guardian angel or just an animal doing what it had been trained. Well, almost a decade earlier in 1986, 5-year-old Levin Merritt followed the same script, falling into the gorilla pit and knocking himself all the way out. And 25-year-old Yumbo stood protectively over the boy, gatekeeping any other gorilla from him, and when the child regained consciousness and cried out, instead of matching his energy, the silverback calmly led his family to a small hut on the other side of the enclosure. But unlike Binti, Yumbo wasn't human-raised or trained in childcare. This was actual gorilla free will that looked after the injured kid. So now you might be confused, because if you were on the fence on the Harambe happening, hearing about their social psychology and the gorilla history lesson would have surely kicked you onto the Harambe side. Well, every gorilla is different, so let's talk about the story of Harambe. Before he became a hashtag. Harambe was born in the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas, May 27th, 1999, meaning he had just turned 17 when he got sniped. Just like Binti, he was also rejected by his mother Caleb when he was only 3 weeks old. So zoo director Jerry Stone hand-raised Harambe, taking him home. The tiny gorilla was by all means his family. Jerry was actually the one who helped Harambe's grandparents settle in after they arrived from Africa, and it was even there at Harambe's birth, cutting the umbilical cord. He changed diapers, got up at midnight to feed him. Nobody had put in more Harambe hours than Jerry. Jerry described him as a lovable troublemaker. He'd do things like throw water at female keepers and run away. He'd steal blankets just to give keepers an excuse to chase him. He'd even climb walls to get his keepers' attention just so he could fall backwards and make them catch him. By every account, Harambe meant well, but there was a point where Jerry stopped getting in the cage with him. Not because he was aggressive, but as he got bigger and stronger, there was a legitimate chance he could accidentally roughhouse Stone into eternal submission. But Jerry also noted that Harambe always looked after his siblings, fully embracing the big brother role. But on January 6th, 2002, before Harambe was even 3, someone left chlorine cleaning tablets way too close to a space heater, causing a leak of toxic chlorine gas that suffocated the gorillas. Zookeepers immediately called EMTs, and by administering oxygen, they were able to revive 8 of the gorillas. But there were 3 that never woke up: Harambe's mother, brother, and sister. Yeah, Harambe got hoed by humanity long before Cincinnati. Speaking of which, almost 10 years later, in 2014, Harambe was now 15, and time came for him to be relocated to hopefully start his own troop. Jerry actually pushed for Harambe to be sent to Cincinnati. That way he could contribute to their breeding program. And in September, the gorilla named after a Bob Marley song was transferred to the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden. And less than 2 years later, he would exist only as a statue. So there, now you have more background information than 90% of anyone who's given their opinion. Everything so far points against Harambe being a threat to the toddler. Yet experts like Jane Goodall, Jack Hanna, and primatologist Franz de Waal all seem to agree the zoo made the right choice. And I'm with them. Harambe had to die. But why? Basically, it was the best of a bad situation. A lot of people say tranquilizers, but tranks don't work the same way they do on TV. It can take 10 minutes to take effect, even longer when the animals turned up. There was a story of 2 polar bears wandering too close to town in Churchill, Manitoba, and the first bear was slept and put in polar bear jail. Yes, but the second bear had no reaction to the same trank. If anything, it probably made him mad. But the real reason tranquilizing wasn't an option. This is Cha-Cha, Dasha the chimp. Cha-Cha went full Caesar and escaped the Yagiyama Zoo in Japan. And I want you to see what happened the moment he got darted. That man was a second away from becoming an Instagram reel. Animals don't understand the concept of anesthesia, but they do understand getting shot in the back, and in those 10 minutes to take effect, Harambe could have been the most dangerous gorilla outside of Hollywood. The next option would have been trying to have a keeper rescue the kid while distracting Harambe, but here's the thing. The moment the kid fell in, zoo officials signaled for all the gorillas to come inside. The 2 females complied, but Harambe, he was also using free will. Clearly he wasn't in the mood to cooperate. The last argument is that Harambe wasn't hurting the kid. In fact, it looks like he was protecting him. I actually agree. I think the father instinct was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but here's the thing. Harambe was a 450-pound immature teenager who never had a kid or was trained for it. He could have killed that kid completely by accident. This isn't 25-year-old Yumbo. Young gorillas play rough, and one hard pull could rip his arm out of the socket, and too hard of a drag could bash the 3-year-old's head against a rock. Also, Harambe was clearly stressed out. The situation was a time bomb. The little boy freaking out and screaming, suddenly running away, or even just looking Harambe in the eye could have been enough to light the fuse. And speaking of time, don't forget, that kid was in gorilla custody for 10 minutes. Might not seem like much to you, but let it be your bloodline. 10 minutes will feel like and cost you 10 years. Now, what they should have done, in my non-professional online opinion, was get you 10 years. Now, what they should have done, in my non-professional online opinion, was get anyone who wasn't a keeper, paramedic, or zoo vet, get him out of there, form perimeter, something. I feel like all this could have been avoided if you didn't have a whole coliseum yelling at my mans. Silent game would have been golden, but at that point, it was too late for all that. And so the last option meant erasing an endangered species and future father. I don't like it, you don't like it, nobody's happy, but let's be real. Think about what the conversation would be if that kid became a chalk outline right there. Well, I can tell you, because it's happened. November 4th, 2012, Pittsburgh Zoo. Mother lifts her 2-year-old over the railing for a better view. Mother ignores several warnings and signs. Mother somehow lets child slip, and Maddox Durkosh fell, bounced off a safety net meant only for phones and cameras, and touches earth inside the enclosure. Problem was, the toddler landed with the African wild dogs, the most efficient pack hunters in Africa, the ones infamous for turning body to buffet before it can pass away. I'm not gonna spare you the details, just know it was quick, it was gruesome, gruesome, and there was nothing anyone could do. The Drakashas would file a wrongful death lawsuit against the zoo, seeking $300,000 because he can't put a price on life, which can pay a lawyer to try. The family and the zoo would reach a confidential settlement. The endangered dogs were all relocated, except for the one shot by cops, and the entire exhibit was repurposed for another endangered African predator, the cheetah. You know, for the longest I thought the zoo got screwed, but what I never knew was that in May of the same year, some of the same wild dogs dug out of their den and got the entire zoo put on lockdown. And as early as 2007,
From Ludwig desperately changing his tune after receiving hate,
Mr. Beast messed up, big time.
to Joe Rogan losing his audience after glazing his favorite billionaire.
We all owe Elon Musk a huge debt.
Here are 7 meat riders who got humiliated by the internet, starting with the streamer who, according to fans, would win all the awards if meat riding was a professional sport.
That's a good amount of money here. That's a lot of money here.
This bag of cash was for American rapper Playboi Carti, whom Aiden wanted to host so badly that he was willing to offer $2 million.
Nuclear reactors. Alright, this is the whoa. So the first spawn is merely a world spawn ever. Not up to my guess. Okay, this is free slime. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I can't see this idiot. But yeah. Got 10 twice on. I hope they will fall. Gently. I'm all focused on running away from the book. Don't see him. More slime fell. Oh! 10 books at the spawn. You know, 10 books you get. Fine, I'm taking your shitty book. Cool, I feel like a couple jumps. Nice seafood. There's no Malabar.
Come on, dodge left, boost, got it! Yes! Alright, let's see what happens now. Whoa. Okay, what is... I'm floating? I'm actually flying! This is insane! Okay, back...
Oh, I can't upload off with this. Why? You only post AI! Why you upload the chipmunks too? Suicide version. You shut the fuck up. Bonk. Give me your slime, bonk. Whoa. Man, I need more smart. Let me stop posting. Ooh. Hanging it. No. I don't care. Oh shit. Dude, I just got fucking jump scared by a lightning strike. I know what to do. I know what to do. Is that the 5-minute thing? No. Go ahead. Fuck you.
Okay, the word is cone_guide. 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 This is when you to make it hard to tell. You know what, Elmo? I happen to be.
Help.
Yeah, In fact, I can totally disguise myself, and you would never or even know on never it was me. Yeah! Check out action!
Oh, okay. Let's see this. Mr. Jack.
Wait a minute.
What?
I've no thing.
Underscore guy. Hey, all right, I just have to dig a little deeper.
I'm fucking give.
Underscore. Excuse me.
Jack Black comeback BC.
What? It was me again. James one.
Susie 11.
Oh, sorry.
What did you say?
That's it. I'm done.
Наш
It's nice. Copyright reasons because of a fucking cop. What lawsuit they got?
Сочек.
My disguise works.
Come on. I'm actually flying! This is insane! Okay, back to the game, I guess.
Натуралс. Where труба, я любак, трубочка, блять. Копиба. Майли. Наш си.
Now, see.
Нет.
That's all you
Сочек. Where труба, я любак, трубочка, блять. Копиба. Майли. Имкен профайл. Original.
USA or China?
Чайнерма. Мам. Oh my god.
Look at this. Oh, what's the book? I have a slime commit. Ooh, thing. This lady's strong. Die. Yep. That thing. Fine, I'm gonna take your stupid book. Move, you idiot! You. No. I probably remodded and I just saw for floating double glass. This is normal. You'll see that in normal. Right. And I'm going crazy. Ooh, gambling! Let's go gambling. Well. Let me out. Oh God! Don't open the lucky block safe. I got it. I fucking got it. Dude, I almost instantly died because of some idiot silverfishes. Yeah, fishes are evil. Chang. Chang. Hades. If you type it up, this is what happens.
Happens when you get arrested in other countries. In Germany, you're usually arrested, booked, and put in front of a judge in less than 24 hours.
You Germans are pretty quick.
Yeah. While waiting, the police are required to let you call friends and family.
Oh no, phone! How's it going, my Russian friend? Dude, they put me in a straitjacket and they asked me so many weird questions.
Yeah.
He's right. In Russia, police put criminals through a psych evaluation to determine if they're mentally fit. But many experts believe it's more about political corruption than health. Tell me, who do you see here?
Vladimir Putin? Our supreme leader?
Nah.
Dang, that's rough. But that's nothing compared to what happened to my friend in Japan. Moshi!
In Japan, police rarely use guns during an arrest. Instead, they use a special martial art called Taiho Jutsu.
Anyway, like I was saying about the... Hello? Are you still there?
He be like for you. This one. Not this world. Just went to the desert. That's it. I'm gonna make a base in the desert. Too fucking guys, I got riches.
I'll be here to leak stuff. The cops just open the door and let them ask if they say no. I don't say you. Hey, can I even if the cop will ask the door, it's legit. Oh, it's me. Oh, you know, cop. You got right. It's the door. Check that. That's, hey, by the way, goes wrong.
So, may have accidentally clutched without actually knowing it. Nice. I have one sword. Well, just do it already. You guys, you idiot. You made me just die of gambling. I know the thing just started killing me, and the game just did nothing to help.
1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of the 10 games on the popular page are all botted. You think I'm just being stupid because it has like a high like rating? Look at this. Two-player YouTuber Tycoon. It looks like a real game, right? It was made not that long ago, and look at all these people. Oh man, me and Caden played this for like a video, and you know it was fun. I'm not taking that away, but it's like you don't get coincidences like this. You don't get this many beautiful men in one server. It is statistically impossible for this many good-looking guys to be in one place. Unless this is like the Met Gala or something, or just some high-end fashion show, you're not gonna have this happen ever. And you're also not gonna have it happen as far as the eye can see. Look at all these guys. Why hasn't Roblox done anything yet? It goes on for so long. You know, this game hasn't made that much. I know that says 1.5 thousand real life dollars, but this has 12 million place visits. That's not that much for 13 million people playing your game. I mean, mainly because it's like, you know, it's all these high-end fashion models playing. Yeah, this one, yeah, I'm sure this one has a 99% rating. So this is just like the other one, except...
Dear employees, wait, I need to say this. This pack is not going to take you 5,000 hours to complete. It's more like 1,500 to 2,000 hours. I just have to get that out of the way. Now let's get started. Dear employees, the training manual is now complete. You are now expected to know every last detail of your training. Let's do one final review together, and I will comment on the various points of the material covered in the manual. You start off with nothing, as usual, punching down a tree. Then you go mining. Soon enough, you have steam-powered machines, then electric machines, and then multi-block machines, which are more powerful. As you progress, the machines get more complex, requiring automation challenges or stronger infrastructure to run. You have chemical processing lines for platinum group metals, lanthanides, and even fictional materials like Naquata. Further on, you get more and more into the science fiction realm. The four-dimensional transcendent metal, tachyon-rich temporal fluid that goes backwards in time, port gluon plasma at far too low of a temperature, magnetic monopole matter. You can even hold molten space-time itself. Early on, you have realistic things like an ore washing plant, an industrial centrifuge, assembly lines, solar towers, and so on, but later on, like, just look at this. A particle accelerator and synchrotron that uses Larmor radiation to engrave wafers, a space elevator to mine asteroids and pump fluid from other planets, a stabilized black hole that utilizes the warp space-time around it to compress items, the Forge of the Gods, harnessing a neutron star to melt items, and the Eye of Harmony, allowing you to simulate other solar systems. Feeling a bit overwhelmed? Don't worry, the progression is gradual and well-paced for the most part. For the majority of the game, there is lots of varied progression to work on. If you get bored of doing tech, you can do some magic. If you get bored of that, you can work on breeding some bees. There's a lot to do, and the questbook guides you through almost all of it. GTNH has one of the best questbooks out there, with nearly 50 quest chapters and hundreds, if not thousands, of quests. GTNH will guide you every step of the way. Almost. The magic chapters are, in my opinion, not extensive enough to cover the extremely broad range of magic content, but besides that, there are...
Why? Why? Epic! First off, you didn't much of me when playing. Secondly, where's the book? No book. There is a book, but I don't know why. That's my reaction. You just let me play Minecraft for a bit. That's a probably. Give me saplings. More dirt. Okay, let's compress some dirt. Too lazy. Lazy to compress the dirt. Too lazy to compress. Compress it. I finished one. What game do I play? Epic Gaming or Epic Gaming? Code, he unbanned you. He fucking unbanned you. It's not like it's... Where's the 2 islands? I'm gonna go to purple. I think it's because he got banned. Yeah, you probably know why. Finems. Where's this? Run around a bit. Apparently you say, yeah, that game is just as better moderation. Yeah, that's like 5 trillion pay to win, you know. Like, Code, your entire game has pay to win. And pay to lose at the same time. Give me my letter. I think it's one letter. Two letter. Two. Two. Hey, funny sheep. Come on, but wah! Hey, funny sheep. Come on, bro. Drop and thunder. Would you poop it? Would you poop it? What does it matter? What the fuck you? Oh wait, we got that first cactus used for. Crafting detail! Oh, fuck you! Bleh. Bleh. Cactus juices? Cola juice? Cactus soup. Okay, I gotta smell making actually better food than whatever I'm eating, which is just prepared shit, like prepared. Yeah, lag in my face. Finally, I got some. Alright, we're gonna get a bed so that we can skip nights. Definitely don't have to worry. Like idiots. I keep getting 2. I accidentally went to what the villager then villagers live. An accident. Yeah, I didn't even realize I was going there. And boom. Okay, I just got enough. Just killing randomly cows just gave me always 2. So let's do this. Okay. So since like our stuff is nerfed. Alright, so now we have a hand glider. Now explore way easier. I'm full of like random stuff, including a lot of stick. Let's just get another sword and then we'll pick. Oh! Ouch. I found a Give me some saplings. I know the Oh Oh, it needs XP. Okay, so that's good. Okay, I accidentally went all the way down on accident. Just, you know, an accident. It's still. It's basically inventory management. Also, I got the free food. That's not free food, but that thing is free food. Just need bad luck and luck at the same time. Except for slightly longer, though. So now I can start flying. Which keep in mind, I'm on the lookout for the wild flag. Go on another. No hunger. Give them off hunger. Okay, now I can fly. Like, look at this. A2. I don't trust this. Oh, there's one in. I'm very low in health currently. Let's go here. Let's set a base here. Set this up. Set this up. Need pretty much everything in here. Did it just give me spectator mode? Why is there iron pockets? Whatever. It gives me spectator mode, then gives me weakness. And I might have, you know, used the last of my wood. So let's start going. Pretty much my objective. I'm just gonna live in the desert. It's kind of flat. So let's start doing something kind of like, you know, the one more pack where you're lost. Except I propelled myself before, so except I don't have food. Just say this is my base. Yeah. Yeah, cone. Why is that me? Yokon, can you look at the image I sent? Yokon, look at the image I sent. Loading -1 players. I almost died because of. Find an underwater stuff. Just dig straight down. Fine. A secret room, except it's covered in water because fuck you. Okay. Attends-moi. The lime sapling, some of these. One of these. Kind of. This. Yeah, I was supposed to, get some other stuff, but I'm currently doing this in place. Alright, they're cool. Okay, now though. I don't care about that. I only care about flying. Get back here, you fuck, dude, bunny. Nom nom. Shalom. Take that, oh. 22 minutes in my day. Let's quickly loot some beautiful, beautiful gardens. Let's steal this. Okay, next. Let's see some more. Cool, we keep finding 82. There's like only 2 gardens I can get, which is a lot of food. Actually, a lot of food. Nice, dude. I got some of this. Oil sands. Oh, no, that's oil, that's oil. It fell. The oil fell. Get some free blazons. Alright, let's have a set up a base here. Currently, it's one of the bases, obviously. And I'm gonna go pee. Mine. 119 messages. Yeah. Yeah. Let me add something to it. Make it so that you can't spawn the same exact map. Which you should have used a better kit because it's so much. If you feel you have to be, most people can just force a whole map. Five. So I have to hang out. Which means like this. Forgot to ask me for the gold separate. No, I deleted the gold sapling last me fast. Why? Okay, Nope. I mean, thinking, constructing. Yes, I might be eating a lot. I don't care about inspirations though. I just want to know. So here we're supposed to have one first sapling 4. Liquid. Gold. Actually, let's just copy this entire thing. Let's make it and like it gives. But if you use the gold one, so but you need. Let's go to my creative world because I can change some shit. Yeah, that's the issue with mod pack developing. You can do fine until boom bug.
You had headless, and now you can have bodiless, or at least this person created it for themselves. It's a UGC like jacket or something that just gets rid of all of it. Only he has it. Let me have this. It's not for sale. That probably won't go on sale never. So it probably won't go on sale never. Double negative equals a positive. Look at me right here, enjoying the fruits of other people's labor on UGC, just blending in kind of with a brick wall, living a peaceful life in Murder Mystery 2. There's some Roblox items that have been like banned from games, like Murder Mystery 2, the game I'm at. It was a really big thing to just become like a box, and everybody was doing it. Then he started banning UGC items. I talked to him at RDC, and he said there's too many now, and he can't really keep up with it, so we gave up. I feel like more and more things are gonna start getting like that. You know, UGC is becoming widely accessible. The obsession with just fading away is growing more and more.
Please give me this item. Yeah, as you can see, he has headless and he has bodiless, which is.
Who joined?
Oh, wait, I found it. His body is in here. What happens?
Wait, what?
Does it just like compile your whole body and?
Oh, didn't realize. Also, can these idiots stop beating maps every second? Dude, you have 5,000 wins! Stop beating the world's easiest map! Dude, the idiots at FEU 2.2. Bang bang. Come on, baby, come on. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the.
You call this a cheeseburger? It's missing cheese, it's cold, and you charge me. Look at this!
Sir?
82 million rupees! That's over $1 million! For a soggy burger and a small fry!
Yes, that is the total on your receipt.
Why would I pay that? Why would anyone pay that?
You tapped your card twice. It approves, sir.
The fuck is this?
You call this a cheeseburger? It's missing cheese, it's cold, and you charge me. Look at this!
Sir?
82 million rupees! That's over $1 million! For a soggy burger and a small fry!
Yes, that is the total on your receipt.
Why would I pay that? Why would anyone pay that?
You tapped your card twice. It approves, sir.
If I accidentally deleted some recipes. Like accidentally. Internal link at profile.
Quantum circuit, but this needed an entire epic conquest throughout the lands of gaming, and several disasters that will test my faith in Greg technology. My faith in Greg technology.
Yo, Coleman, is this Finnevs? When he's scoring a game? Faster, you fucking idiot. Fast!
The power generation was not so happy with having to support Trio's amount of processes at once, but upgrading the power generation means I would have to improve the system that is feeding power generation in the first place, which is diamond generation. Diamonds came from this network of mob simulation chambers and loot fabricators, so this should probably mean that simply adding more simulators and fabricators would give me more spare diamonds to feed to the power creators, but this was an incorrect assumption. The simulators needed pulsating polymer clay as fuel, which ran on an entirely separate system that turned cobblestone and ender pearls into the precious simulator fuel. So if I wanted more polymer clay, I would not only need a faster producer of cobblestone and pearls, I would need faster machines to turn these two ingredients into the polymer clay. Luckily this was rather simple. I built 7 basic cobblestone generators and combined it with the original CobbleGen to create one single advanced cobblestone generator. I also installed Enderman models into the simulation boxes to churn out ender pearls at an astonishing rapidity. Next I counted and calculated all of the low-tier machines in this area, and then made an exact replica of all of them except at extreme voltage for a quadruple speed boost. The old machines and power grids were then replaced by their extreme voltage counterparts to produce enough polymer clay to feed all of these chambers. Now that the clay was feeding the simulators which could feed more generators, I demanded that the auto-crafting system craft me some more numismatic dynamos, which was met by opposition. This was because the storage system had run out of a single ingredient for the dynamo, known as grains of infinity. These grains were apparently only obtained from setting bedrock on fire. But how could I possibly automate the action of arson on Earth and bedrock? After watching several alpha male tutorials, I manifested a vision of a system that could generate these grains easily. The liquid known as lava could set places on fire, which could spread to bedrock. But there was a more demonic version of lava, known as pyrotheum, which was extremely enthusiastic in setting everything it touched is on fire. This pyrotheum was rather easy to create from sulfur, redstone, and blaze powder. So the next phase of the bedrock arson plan was to return to Earth, dig out a rather large sanctuary at bedrock level, dump the pyrotheum on the floor, and surround it with netherrack in a diagonal square shape to encourage spreading fire basically everywhere. This artificial inferno had the side effect of popping out tens of grains of infinity per minute, which could be harvested conveniently with a vacuum. With that out of the way, I made a heroic return to the space station, with new grains of infinity to behold. Now I could auto-craft as many dynamos as I pleased. After staring at the system while it made my stuff, these dynamos were then promptly deployed next to their brethren in the great line of power generation. And now, I had enough electricity to do more stuff. It was time to recreate quantum computers in Minecraft. Just a few episodes I had invented nano supercomputers, but these were quickly getting old. If I wanted to make even higher tier circuits, I would have to invest into quantum computers, which shall assist me greatly in future projects such as the assembly line. But these quantum circuits would require several exotic materials including but not limited to radon, nether stars, iridium, platinum, and pre-existing nano CPUs. I already had radon from radium salt and platinum from nickel, but the iridium obtention process was longer than Artemio Legrand Cyrus by Madeline de Scudery, and it all begins with Sheldonite, which requires a mining mission in the end. Our previous visit to the end had led to the trolling of its main inhabitants and the vandalization of its obsidian pillar natural landmarks to feed and steel production. But today, I shall travel to the end cities and use the ore prospector to find the Sheldonite, which contained not only iridium, but also platinum, osmium, ruthenium, palladium, rhodium, the platinum group metals, all of which I needed. Anyways, after just 4.8 picoseconds of mining a Sheldonite vein, mining became unbearable. Usually I could automatically harvest ores using the multiverse mining missions, but Sheldonite missions were not available yet, forcing me to do 4 minutes of manual labor for once in my gaming existence. Fortunately, I had a way to make this more bearable. I was going to spend 20 minutes to speed up something that would have taken 4 minutes, by making the electrical drill. I already had an electrical tool known as this high voltage wrench, but did you know that the prefix high voltage can be applied to any tool imaginable, including mining drills? Indeed, after making a new high voltage power unit and attaching it to this diamond drill head, I now had a tool capable of mining out a 5x5x5 region of Cartesian space in 3 picoseconds with zero impact on durability, as long as the tool had enough energy, which I supplied using these energy and crystals that were charging in this buffer here for a few weeks. This was far superior to this measly mining hammer now, so it was time to return to mining precious Sheldonite. Immediately after the left click button was pressed, all windows in a 10-mile radius of this computer were shattered by a cacophony of 125 drill sound effects being played simultaneously, which each overlapped over each other and began overwriting its own sound. It was so loud that it destroyed the sound, leaving behind silence. I had to turn this down to avoid the destruction of all of reality, but I still managed to mine a copious amount of Sheldonite. Now for the next step in obtaining iridium, dissolving the Sheldonite in acid to obtain platinum group sludge aka the PGS. This would require the infamous Griefer Aqua Regia, which was unironically infamous after it was used to dissolve several golden Nobel Prizes during World War II. Anyways, this Aqua Regia is made from hydrochloric acid, which was easy since I had practically heptaquintillion milliliters of chlorine from the ocean drilling, but it also needed nitric acid, which I had practically zero of. Luckily, this could be done in 2 medium voltage chemical steps. All I had to do was combine some nitrogen and oxygen from air distillation for nitrogen dioxide, which was reacted with more oxygen and some water to recreate the nitric acid molecules, which were subsequently mixed with hydrochloric acid to make some yummy Aqua Regia. To keep up with all the oxygen consumption, it was time to bring back an ancient gaming system. The lost technology of extracting oxygen directly out of sand by smelting it into glass, crushing it, centrifuging it, and electrolyzing it. This only needed a few medium voltage machines, which was enough to produce oxygen 10 times faster than the air distillation. Anyway, I now had the acid required to dissolve Sheldonite into the PGS. But how exactly does one separate all of the platinum group metals from the PGS? The answer is tens of machines ranging from high voltage chemical reactors to extreme chemical reactors with no chemical reactors on top. The entire process will be explained as we go on, but the total cost was a bunch of chemical reactors and one large chemical reactor, and the total cost of the total cost was approximately a bajillion stainless steel.
Préparez-vous à...
Nobody has existed since 1523. But what nobody knew in... Nobody has existed since 1523. But what nobody knew in 1523 was that in the electronic game based on Canadian independent science fiction horror movies, there is a top-secret game modification that allows one player to simulate capitalism in Minecraft. That aforementioned mod pack is known as Nomi Factory Community Edition Unofficial, aka G version. But what exactly is that, you may ask? And why is it so addicting to the point that an entire article was written about something similar? The same question is being asked by 4.9 billion minus 26,000 people, amounting to 4.9 billion. But these questions will be answered in this new Greg Tech series, because I shall attempt to make more than 3 videos on the same mod pack for the first time in human history, and complete what is quite possibly the most addicting game that nobody knows. But first, a bit of lore. It all began with the invention of Europe 5 million years ago. Not everyone tapped into the industrial mass, leading to people inventing modifications to turn Minecraft into Minecraft, the main idea behind industrial craft. But what if the industrial modification had its own modification? That question was answered by the Gregorius who invented GregTech, which would have 6 official versions. But then, these assortments of people had an idea. What if they recreated stuff from a bunch of different GregTechs and combined it into one giant GregTech community edition that worked for a later version of Minecraft? Which they did. Of the 1 million people who consumed this product, a bunch of other people decided to combine this GregTech with a bunch of other technological modifications and fidget spinners to create an incredibly deep technology-based modification, called Omni Factory. But this is where things get weird. The main developer aka Damien abdicated the Omni Factory throne to XXXX2 to the power of 12, leading to an epic tale of development that is summarized in this ancient text, which included politics. And due to drama caused by these certainly off-topic politics, some developers staged an epic rebellion. They switched around the letters and added some other letters to create their own quest-driven expert large-scale factory automation skill test, called Nomi Factory. And in one final chain, a team of people with word in their name received their blessing from Gregorius T to create GregTech Community Edition Unofficial, now featuring realistic black body radiation and troll face. Fictional character Tracer from Overwatch combined this with the automation skill test to create the topic of this series, Nomi Factory Community Edition Unofficial 1.4.1 Alpha, the product of several years of progress, a modification of a modification of a pack of modifications based on a modification known.
Test procedure is imminent. You are breaking super doors to make sure students can't leave before their class is over. An apple?
I'm Jules. Doei. Bruh.
Give me something great.
Oh. Leave. Five minutes left. Yeah. You just run. Oh, boulder. One is leaving. I am early. How did Bolly find you? That was sapling, but now you can get a gold sapling! I didn't see. 5, 2, 0, -5, 1. Ready or not, here I kill. Can the Baldi music stop? It's like 5 times. I went faster miles an hour. Aquaman. My top. Yeah. Whoa! Okay, probably prepared enough. Because of torches, so we can torch. And fuck this! Fine. No! 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 Yeah! I win. And now you gotta place that one. That was the shortest thing. I just got told something at my face. Men jag ska köra med en aska. Men okej. Men. Aquaman. Okay, I'm now finally going to go to this one spot. I look up the place and yeah, wish me luck. Oh! Oh my god. That's some good food. And also, wait. I have an in the chest, but good. The ender. A golden apple. That's godly. I thought you left. Bones. This. What's that thing? Electric efficiency? More bones. Stuff like they all have 0 if you attack. Aquaman. No, that's my reaction.
USA or China?
Asashai. Original. Можно писать?
USA or China?
Блядь. А? Тест. Тест.
USA or China?
Чайнерма. Коничима. Oh my god. Oh my god.
One marble brick, that's it. How expensive is marble? France Poisson. Kazakhstan. Als Busenbrett. Es que bueno. ¿Qué burger? Fine. What is this shit? Bro, hell nah. Concrete. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And yes, it was lovely. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kazakhstan as Buchenbreads. I know. Hamburger. Kazakhstan as bat. Meh. Tita from Titania. Spicy. Oh my god. Oh my There's so many seeds. Like there's always one of these. Like on every page is at least one. Never mind. Cryo-stabilized flux. Alchemical. Cookie cola. Dude, it's so good. It's negative. Yeah, smelter point is negative. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. With casing you can make. Okay, yeah. Okay, so all you gotta do is find a way to cook. I'm currently live streaming, but yeah. I might have done some progress. This is my own backpack, by the way.
What?
I hope you don't mind that I
Lighting, bro. Hacker, hacker.
hang glider. What is this? Certus.
Stupid little
I'm just holding shift whilst I'm using the hang glider. Dude, the hang glider from Open Blocks is like very good. Like just holding shift makes you go 1 time to speed. What? Alright, I stole that from a village. So, I'm not safe. Dude, I need more storage. I need more storage, dude. Right, I want this. Okay, cool, I can eat this. And now we have some epic crafting materials, such as 1 copper. Aww. Alright, let's try to find the iron veins. Nope, it's nickel. There's an A2 million. Let's go in. Oh, you're supposed to open it. Okay, cool, free stuff. I'm gonna mine this entire thing now. I think I have enough. Epic 2 AE. Why is there 2 of these? Why is there good loot here? Never mind, that's almost nothing. Just bones and two constellations. That I don't care about. Cool, took a couple of hits to cool. Okay, actually gotta find where the fuck the ore's at. And here? Okay, this is interesting. They are all interesting because we have iron, then iron, then iron. Another iron. Let's go with the magnetite. There's also been an iron here.
Yeah,
Yo, what?
it's for me, so.
I'm currently digging straight down. I have like a couple more slots, so I'm finding mine a lot. Yeah, I never saw that cave. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Why is there more copper here? I don't care. I got one banded iron. More banded iron. 52! Whoa! But one! Fucking one! Diorite. More yellow. That's a lot. Malachite, that's copper. That's 2 copper. Dance walking. Shit. Skin. And -1. Zinc. Create edition. I am feeling that there's a lava pool nearby. Dude, this game sucks. I have enough ore for like gaming purposes, so I forgot I can just fly up. Like I can do this, then jump a couple bits, then fling, and start flying straight to my base. Oh What? What do you mean I survived falling? What do you mean I survived fall? Oh shit. Steve these nuts. I want Snad. Oh my god, I forgot Snad, the mod, epic mod. Snad. Cash.
A modification of a game from a guy in a continent based on a modification of a modification of a planet modified in the universe. So far, it seems that GregTech has been around for so long and has seeped into nearly every corner of the modification addict community. And this is not the first time I have contemplated playing it. Because this is only my 5th attempt in returning to GregTech to beat it once and for all. And it all began sometime in mid-2021. A partnership of Hypixel Skyblock players consisting of me, Infamous The Realm, Infamous Rice Blades 11 and Infamous High Auctions decided they would play Omnia Factory. This ended in catastrophe after I accidentally broke an expensive machine in a fatal accident. And everyone quit. The second attempt came 6 months later when I decided to brute force beat an Omnia Factory by myself. But the foolish past version of myself did not know it would take hundreds of hours to accomplish this Herculean task. After days of grueling technological progress and building a giant troll face during the renovation, I got distracted by watching Filthy Frank while building my new base, leading to me forgetting to actually play, and eventually losing all motivation to continue gaming. The third attempt is the incident that came to be known as the GregTech movie, where I hosted a civilization event to see what would happen if 100 players were dropped into Omnia Factory. The fourth attempt came during the third attempt when I decided to play GregTech on my own after seeing other people having jollification in my own GregTech event. This ended in disaster after I was distracted by self-torture mode, leading to the foolish decision to play it, leading to being more than 2 hours and quitting. Which brings us to today, where I shall once again be plunged into GregTech after being reminded of its existence in the most recent community post. It seems that no matter how much time has passed, the urge to loot. Community post. It seems that no matter how much time has passed, the urge to return to GregTech returns in semi-annual lapses. But so far I have not said anything about what is actually inside of GregTech. Why is it so addicting? And why has it become the top suggestion, beating every other mod pack? To answer this question, I will begin to actually play it. It all begins in the Lost Cities, but since I had tens of hours of experience already, I remembered my training from my previous reincarnations as GregTech players. Rather than getting wood as the first resource, I went straight towards the abandoned buildings and started an FBI search of the entire perimeter to locate chests for useful resources. Since this game is beatable on peaceful mode, no food is needed, so food was exiled from my inventory to make way for juicy metal bars. Once I had some beginning loot, I looked around and went for the tallest skyscraper in the city, since the base shall basically be a platform extending outwards from the highest capsule. From the 6th floor I looked at my new quadrillionaire view, and discovered what appeared to be a massive black hole. My game theory is that this disproportionately sized object led to the collapse of civilization, and it is my duty to recreate technology by following the quest line of the mod pack. And all society begins with resource obtaining. But not only was there iron and gold, there were multifarious and supernatural resources to accumulate, a massive amount of which must be extracted from the underground. To do this, I collected some free beginner mining tools from the quest book, since I was playing on easy mode. And because of easy mode, I also got an orange kid's iPad that can differentiate all ores in a 1 mile radius. Also because of easy mode, ore veins are now more like ore continents, each with their own realistic ores based on realistic ores. With these hammers I tried hogging as many ores as inhumanly possible, but kept a Brobdingnagian amount of cobblestone for phase 2 of gaming. When I was done, I created a staircase to the surface and proceeded to build a major highway leading from the mines to the roof face, and the leftover stone was reconstructed into combustors to reconstruct ore into ingots. But here's the thing, all vanilla knowledge is abandoned when it comes to massive mod packs. The first change is that coal ores have to be smelted before coal is obtained, which will be done with cellulose fiber, and all this wood will be homemade with this new miniature Amazon rainforest without the rain on, for free infinite wood without having to leave the quadrillionaire base. Anyways, I continued following the quest book, which starts off as a comprehensive tutorial into getting the first power source, before dropping everyone into the rabbit hole of industrialization. But for each task completed, a reward of mine coin ripoffs would precipitate into my inventory, which can be traded with the crafting table himself for free ores. But I must resist temptation. The first mining trade focused on getting iron. When I returned by the highway, I decided to mine copper and tin, which were all thrown into the Nightmare's furnace row rights reserved. Iron could be smelted again for iron but pink, or it can be reshaped into industrial tools using an iron hook for energy conservation defying transportation. With the first tool, aka the hammer, I could create plates for a file to make rod for a screwdriver for a wire cutter for blah blah blah, with byproducts of sound effects. Every other part is not really necessary for now, but in addition to new shapes for materials, I needed even newer materials. So by
Колбасы, колбасы. Колбаса, колбаса. Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile. Yeah, Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile. Yeah, yeah. Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile. My white small pencil. Instagram LinkedIn profile. Instagram LinkedIn profile. Instagram LinkedIn profile. Instagram LinkedIn profile. Yeah, Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile. Yeah, yeah. Snoop Dogg LinkedIn profile today. Instagram and profile. LinkedIn profile. Instagram LinkedIn profile. Instagram and profile. LinkedIn profile. Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile. Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile. So halal mod. Instagram Sushi Monsters LinkedIn profile.
Level 1 Bulldog. Level 2 Bulldog. Level 3 Bulldog. How to make a burger.
20%. Black pencil chick America sis. Mehe. China. Japan.
$1,
Bitch.
$10, $30, $50.
Yes, yes. Normal people. Nigeria chicken. American chicken nuggets USA. Japan American chicken nuggets USA. Peru chicken. Hops, nuggets. Nigeria chicken. Normal people. Vegan burger.
Apple just revealed a new product.
Normal people. Vegan burger. Survie.
I'm gonna go to my house. Wait, no, we should go explore.
Wow. No, remember. Ah. Oh man. No reaction. Japan. Deutschland.
Nous avons une innovation basée.
No, remember. Ah.
Oh, man.
Bro, this is not TikTok.
What?
You know the TikTok where the video is at top
No.
or on the side, and basically
Family Guy.
it shows, yeah, it shows Subway Surfers or some shit.
Man, that's shit.
It looks like you look like you're doing it.
Reaction.
Dumbass, I have so many dirt.
Why do you have so many dirt?
I don't fucking know. Do I have any cobblestone?
No.
Okay, let's cut some of this.
Anyways, I'm gonna go offline because I have school tomorrow.
Same.
It's literally, yeah, it's literally 10 a.m.
I made lava.
Yeah, you could just melt cobblestone or stone to make a lava.
No, it's only cobblestone. Look at that. Look. Bryce has 7 pages of uses.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, you can make lava for free. Hey. I'm gonna go to temp group. Okay. Dude, Felix is too busy playing Jamus Me Dad.
USA or China?
China. Mom. Mom.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. The fuck you do with this? It makes clear and gives this thing. I was gonna get the shit back. This thing is only used to make it I took 1/2 damage. Hell, under the hell. Oh no, no, that's Tom. Oh god, this exploded. Didn't I just lost my entire world because of fucking Tomcraft? Yeah, apparently Epic mod that has idiots that are like stronger. Because also, why did they tell no?
Original.
Yeah, can you think this is funny?
USA or China.
China.
Mom. Mom.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Colin, can you look at the image I sent? Wait, can you look at the image, epic images? So, Susie looking at one pen. So, real edition. But what the fuck? Why did you post this? Why did you post the Microsoft Windows 95.3?
This is what happens when you get arrested in other countries. In Germany, you're usually arrested, booked, and put in front of a judge in less than 24 hours.
You Germans are pretty quick.
Yeah.
Germans are pretty.
Less than judge, booked, and put in front of a judge, in front of a judge, corruption than health. Tell me, who do you see here?
Vladimir Putin? Our supreme leader?
Colin, can you look at that image I sent?
But that's nothing compared to what happened to my friend in Japan.
Moshi! In Japan, police rarely use guns during an arrest.
My epic start to my mop. Yeah, you saw my full hot bar worth of books. Then the first thing I do is start getting glitches. Actually, never mind. I start running. Go from a safe distance with these idiots. Because it's super dangerous. Oh, you took a bit of damage. Which requires a lot of food. Never mind, I healed back up. Hey, fuck you! Yeah, but this is my reaction. The easy, lol. Apples. That's the cursed one. It has Japan. It's pretty good, but how to say it? I need slime, which is not bad, and then you need chocolate, which hell. So you need cocoa beans for bar mulch, which is one of the base mulch. So you're supposed to go get a jungle. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna go to the jungle, but first also I'm gonna get a garden, just because, you know, gardens equals food. Okay, I found diamonds, right near there. So let's just say that, like, you know, Boom. Diamonds. Okay, let's get some cocoa beans. And just heal chip. But can I give one Junga? Junga boonga! Bimbos! Epic! This is Windows! Peak Windows. Yo, Cone! Yo, Cone! Nice Windows 11! Owen. Fans, poisson, onça, van. Oh, colors, dude. Lemons live in the desert. And magnetite nearby. Nearby the diamonds and magnetite. So we want cactus. Get to these nuts. Hit like a big problem just doesn't help. But I'm out. Also, yes, this one is like this.
Juga booga. Juga booga. Juga booga. Juga booga.
Previously in Mini Factory Edition of Minecraft Java Edition, I had extracted extremely valuable titanium and blah 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 from all ores possible to create extreme voltage machinery and send more mining missions into the microverse. This all led to the widely anticipated launch of my upcoming space station masterpiece in Minecraft, which was easier watched than said than done. Putting everything I had on the station was a separate Brobdingnagian challenge, fit only for the fittest of gamers. I had good news, however. Space stations did not always have to be stations. As I was saying a duration of time ago, it was time to move everything on Earth onto the space station that I had launched in episode 7. But I lied. Because a few durations of time before that duration of time ago, I was extracting tungsten from the Shaylite and tungstate ores obtained from the Tier 2 multiverse mining mission. But why? In real-life reality, tungsten is used to reduce the firing rate of SWDM-11/9 submachine guns. But in Gregtech Technologies, tungsten is one half of the tungsten steel alloy, which is the base material for insane voltage machinery. This insane voltage technology shall be further developed after I set up my base in outer space. But first I wanted to at least get a tiny bit of tungsten. In order to mass produce tungsten I would first have to grind the tungstate ore into pure tungstate dust, but I already had a system for that. The tricky part is dissolving the tungstate dust in hydrochloric acid for this yellow tungsten acid with a hint of some lithium chloride. This yummy acid is then electrolyzed to obtain pure tungsten with a hint of hydrogen and oxygen. That was when I realized that since this lithium chloride had chloride in its name, I could separate it to get full chlorine refund, which can be recombined with this hydrogen to recreate hydrochloric acid. Meaning that the tungsten processing chain could hypothetically infinitely recycle hydrochloric acid, so the tungsten ore is the only input that is consumed forever. So to set up the tungsten extraction chamber, I would need 2 extreme voltage chemical reactors and 2 extreme voltage electrolysis chambers. I then hooked them up to a brand new extreme voltage power grid and proceeded to place down all the machines. The tungsten ore dust shall be banished to this chemical reactor with a starting reservoir of delicious hydrochloric acid. The produced chloride shall be sent to the first electrolyzer to extract the chlorine, while the tungstic acid will be siphoned to the second electrolyzer to get the tungsten and hydrogen. All the hydrogen and chlorine will be pumped into the second chemical reactor to resynthesize my precious hydrochloric acid. And the tungsten will be trapped in this drawer for 1% of eternity, which is still eternity. Now all that was left to do is dump the rest of the tungsten-containing ores into the ore processor to extract as much tungsten as humanly and inhumanly possible, because I would need thousands of it. Now for the next phase of preparing for insane voltage technology. I used some tungsten to concoct the infamous tungsten steel for testing purposes, but I would also need insane voltage tier circuitry to supplement the insane voltage machinery. The only insane circuit unlocked at the moment were the mainframes, which were perhaps the most expensive circuit so far in the history of IGO by lots of names time. Created from workstations from big integrated circuit with electronic parts and metal parts sprinkled on top. But not only was it necessary, I wanted to do it, because this mainframe is a necessary ingredient for the extreme voltage circuit assembler, which shall open the gates for creating the next theme of circuits, nanocircuits. So after several tetratugradular amounts of steps of manufacturing circuitry from materials I already had, it was time to finally put together the mainframe. I finally put together the mainframe. What now? I used the mainframe and other assorted machine parts to left-click the extreme circuit assembler into existence. This was part of the evil plan to replace all high-voltage objects in the electronics production area with extreme voltage objects. This also included a fluid extractor, laser engraver and cutting machine to go along with this. After demolishing all the old machines and old power grid, I undemolished, aka built, the new world order of extreme voltage electronic producing machines, which were all capable of creating nanocircuits for later purposes. And now that this was built, it was time to destroy it. because it was time to actually begin the plan of moving the entire base to the space station. If you recalled from episode 7, the plan for the space station was to create several floors each with 4 quadrants dedicated to a specific industrial task, so that each quadrant had infinite room to expand on 2 sides as the factory grew. And each quadrant on each floor would be connected to a central power grid and matter energy system somewhere at the top of the station. So after using the dislocator to transdimensionally transport myself to the empty station, I began laying down the cables and marking the Y level of each floor, which would each be approximately 15 blocks apart, except for the distillation tower floor, which had to be much larger to fit in the planned oil distillation industrialization super-industrial complex of oil, which would be the 3rd highest floor. The 2nd highest floor would be power generation and the resource farm to feed the power generation, and the resource generation to feed the resource farm to feed the power generation. At the tippy top of this industrial mountain was the matter energy system. Anyways, it was time to go down. The 4th floor would be general purpose machines, blast furnaces, and chemistry area. The 5th floor would be the microverse and ore processing. And the 6th floor would be the infamous clean room. Previously I had also created Home Depot electronic diamond high voltage power unit super durable tools to assist with all the heavy work that needed to be done. And in order to move all of the storage drawers, I would need to use packing tape so that the drawers could be picked up without dropping all of their contents, which was what happened in the incident number 4. So now that the floors were planned, it was time to actually begin moving objects. It appears there has been a major change in plans. Rather than having actual floors, every machine line shall be floating to conserve on building materials. This has created a unique situation which can be referred to as Hypixel Skyblock. Besides that, Everything has been reconnected together once again to create a functioning space station. All of the machines were working as intended, and the matter energy system could still do tasks such as auto-crafting items. Except instead of appearing to be a station, it is actually a monstrous entanglement of agglomerated machinery and infused garbage, orbiting the Earth at a speed of 20,000 miles per hour. And this shall be our headquarters of gaming from now on. And the first decree I shall decree as ruler of International GregTech Station, I will invest into infinite water machine covers to supply water to certain machines, instead of using these inconveniently large water tanks. Each of these costs high voltage pumps and advanced circuitry. But I was wealthy enough to the point that this was basically nothing. So I created a few and installed them simply by right-clicking on stuff, which had the side effect of giving infinite water. Next I shall set up an automatic sugarcane farm, which is still the main ingredient I have used to create plastic, which is still the main ingredient for basically everything important at this point. At first I almost refused to do this since it is impossible in real life for life to grow in outer space due to the lack of everything. But I decided to build it anyways due to one simple fact. Advanced rocketry is broken. This fact was proven to be a fact after I saw that my sugarcane farm design still grew sugarcane in outer space. As usual I used another vacuum to suction up all of the sugarcane. Disclaimer. Technically this shouldn't work because of the absence of pressure in outer space, meaning a vacuum would not make any difference. But I do not care. The next crucial ingredient for plastic was the sulfuric acid. But currently, the machines responsible for conceiving H2SO4 were still at pathetic low voltage. So I recreated the entire sulfuric acid production field at medium voltage, which was barely any improvement, but good enough for me. With infinite water and sugarcane improved, it was time for another major improvement that will improve all improvements. The wireless terminal. This would allow me to access the matter energy system's contents at any location in Euclidean and Cartesian three-dimensional space. But this would need a security terminal, a wireless connector, and wireless terminal, all of which needed extreme voltage equipment as well as blah blah blah. But do not fear. Because due to the hundreds of titanium and certain amounts of radon I had obtained previously, I already had everything I needed to make everything I needed for everything I needed. After just a few more short and simple steps, I created this brand new security terminal and wireless connector, both of which shall be placed next to the matter energy system. The wireless connector is upgraded by slapping on approximately some network boosters, which shall escalate the wireless radius to this rather high number. This brand new wireless terminal shall be linked to the system simply by dragging it into the security area, but this was not enough for the terminal, because it needs electricity. So I imprisoned it for just a short amount of time in this charging station that I had ever since the second episode. Anyways, after waiting approximately 8 minutes I could finally test out this new toy. And it unsurprisingly worked. Gone were the days of flying up to the Matter Energy Center whenever I had to retrieve anything. Here were the days of retrieving anything at anywhere. The fourth sponsored industry improvement campaign I shall partake is the banning of crafting cards. This has been petitioned by various anti-crafting card lobbyists such as, but not limited to, basically everyone. Currently the crafting cards were used to send a request to the general purpose machines to auto-craft certain materials, to be sent to the machine that is connected to the crafting card. But apparently these cards will ruin the TPS if they are used excessively. But how will I achieve anything without crafting cards? The answer is to automatically make stuff on location rather than having a crafting card order stuff from somewhere else. The first crafting card to annihilate was the one responsible for ordering copper foils to be made for circuit boards. This shall be replaced by having 2 bending machines that make foils automatically, with an export card automatically sending raw copper ingots to be bent. Speaking of circuit boards, if you recall, the production of these boards facilitated the consumption of iron the third chloride, which requires hydrochloric acid, which requires chlorine. This means chlorine is perhaps one of the most used chemicals thus far in the history of the Cenozoic geological era. Therefore, I would have to create a system capable of creating massive amounts of chlorine not only in the form of hydrochloric acid, but also in the form of pure chlorine, since that was needed for other purposes. So this is what I shall do. The main source of chlorine is salt and rock salt, also from salt, which I had a lot of. This could be separated by electrolysis in this electrolyzer. Half of the chlorine made would be stored in this tank for certain uses, while the other half shall be sent to this chemical reactor to create hydrochloric acid, using hydrogen from the hydrogen production area, which was basically just an electrolyzer splitting hydrogen from water. So now I had a source of both pure chlorine and hydrochloric acid for whatever purposes I could come up with. Now that I had renewed acid production, obtained wireless gaming, and driven crafting cars to extinction, it was time to re-begin the journey towards insane voltage. You may have remembered the tungsten steel, which is the main material for insane voltage. Smelting it would take immense quantities and qualities of energy and time, but this can be shortened by supplying helium to the blast furnace, and helium originates from the air, along with gaseous green argon and ridiculous amounts of nitrogen, both of which are needed for other crucial engineering tasks. In order to separate helium from the air we breathe, I would need one vacuum freezer to liquefy the air, and a rather massive distillation tower, which is constructed from stainless steel and aluminum. Luckily I had massive quantities of both from previous episodes, so all I had to do was to reshape them into material parts to be reconstructed into stainless steel casings, some of which would be expended to establish the distillation tower controller. Last but also least, I created some input and output hatches so I could put stuff in the tower and take stuff out of the tower. Next it was time to actually form the distillation tower. The bottom of this tower would contain the input hatch containing the fluid to be distilled, and each layer on top would contain exactly one output hatch for each different product of distillation. The tower was then covered with stainless steel. Then I constructed the trigonal trapezohedron vacuum freezer out of the aluminum casings. Now that I had the means to freeze and separate air, it was time to actually obtain air. Except we were orbiting approximately 1,000 kilometers above the exosphere. This is so sad. But it didn't have to be this sad. In order to transport air I would need to do trans-dimensional black magic. After contacting the voices in my head, I was told in return that there were two objects by the name of the Ender Tank and Ender Chest, which I made from several rudimentary objects. Not to be confused with the Ender Chest. Anyways, all of the Ender Tanks and chests with the same color code would share the same inventory even across dimensions. So theoretically I could transport diamonds to one of these chests, return to Earth, place down another chest, and access all the gaming diamonds. I would use these diamonds to power a new numismatic dynamo, which would power this brand new high voltage power grid, which would power this brand old air collector. The resulting commodified air would then be sucked into Ender Tank number 1. Meanwhile on the space station, I placed Ender Tank number 2 into existence, which contained all of the trans-dimensionally linked commodified air. Now all I had to do was pump the air into the refrigerator, which provided liquid air to be fractioned into the precious helium and argon and not so precious everything else. All of these rare gases would then be stored in these superfluid tanks for a long-term high-air hyper-volume super storage, which would be connected to the ME system to be integrated into the rest of this industrial complex station. Remember how approximately 3.09 minutes ago I said I would use helium to speed up making tungsten steel? This was true. But that was a lie this whole time. Because over the past few hours of preparation, I had already smelted enough tungsten steel in the background by now, to create the next tier of blast furnace coils, out of tungsten steel. With a maximum operational temperature of 4.5 thousand Kelvin, only 1,000 degrees above the melting point of tungsten. But do not question this contradicting information, and return to being brainwashed by Greg Tech. 4.5 kilokelvin was a temperature high enough to smelt lumium, required for many different high-energy purposes, starting now. Luckily this lumium also needed helium, so it was not useless this whole time. At first this may not look too complicated according to the chemical formulation. But mixing this alloy in the first place needed molten mana. which in reality is a mixture of 10 different objects ranging from snowballs to yellow fire to sulfur to blue fire to diamonds to gray fire to niter to blaze fire. All of this fire originates from these 4 different thermal blazes added by infamous mod thermal expansion. How could I possibly hope to get all this fire? Option 1 is turning on hard mode and grinding mobs for approximately 50 Bashiku matrix number of heat depth of the universe on planet Earth. Option 2 is using a deep mob learning farm. So I used option 2. In order to farm thermal stuff, I would need this thermal mob model, which needs approximately 1 thermal mob dust in the approximately first place. To get this, instead of going all the way down to Earth and spending 10 years locating 1 thermal blaze, I would instead use the chemistry method. Step 1. Spend mine coins to buy topaz. Step 2. Grind topaz. Step 3. Electrolyze topaz to get this extreme dangerous gas called fluorine. Step 4. Combine fluorine with hydrogen to get hydrofluoric acid. Step 700 billion. Turn hydrofluoric acid into elemental reduction liquid. Step 700 billion and 1. Dissolve rocks with this reducer to get 1, which is 1, dust. Finally I could create the first thermal model, which shall occasionally secrete the thermal pristine matter, to be converted into either the blitz, or basalt rod. Since one model gave 3 different products, I would use 1 simulation chamber to create all the pristine matter, which would be evenly split between 3 loot fabricators to evenly get the 3 different thermal rods. All of which can be grinded down to the fiery commonute I needed. Notable mention. I already had ridiculous amounts of blaze rods from technical farming blazes with the same system. The fiery commonute must then be turned into their respective fierier powder, with redstone, snowballs, saltpeter, obsidian dust, and sulfur. I already had sulfuring obsidian from annihilating the pillars in the end dimension. But snowballs and saltpeter would be grueling to farm. Just kidding. Snowballs were easily created by simply dumping dihydrogen monoxide into this self-explanatory fluid solidifier. What happened next should be self-explanatory. And saltpeter is created by reacting potassium with nitrogen and oxygen, both of which I controlled colossal aggregates of due to the air distillation plant. With all of these dusts and compounds and snowballs, I then did the 5 quadrillion step process of crafting everything together to obtain the mana dust. Now I could finally create Lumium. But wait, you might be saying at the screen on which you are viewing this broadcast, what about all of these random dusts that also constituted Lumium? And also this luminescence? But I was already 3 steps ahead of myself. I had created a system that automatically imports sulfuric acid and leftover apatite minerals to create phosphoric acid, which went to this mixer that had automatically imported glowstone, redstone, and aluminum, which automatically fabricated luminescence. As for the metal dusts needed to create Lumium, I had set up a new machine complex with 1 macerator per different type of metal ingot to be crushed, each with an export bus automatically dumping in a different metal to be sacrificed. This is so that I had at least 1 stack per useful metal dust on hold to be used, which was connected to the ME system so that they could be used by other connected machines. And these metal dusts were indeed used. I began mixing them together to create sterling silver and other blah 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 metals. The final odd object needed for Lumium was the synergized clathrate, which was produced simply in a chemical reaction between quartz from glass and also molten glowstone. I then proceeded to take some luminescence and some liquefied mana dust, which when combined with the mixed thingies, would begin coalescing together, into the most unnecessarily complicated alloy I have created in the history of creating and history of alloys. Lumium. Meanwhile, with all the tungsten steel I had smelted in the background, along with some extraneous metallic objects, I assembled the tungsten steel coils in this mediumly new extreme voltage assembling machine I had created from spare titanium. But rather than replacing these nickerum coils with the tungsten steel ones, I would simply create a brand new blast furnace. The reasoning behind this is that this current blast furnace already used nitrogen to speed up smelting low-tier ingots. So in order to use helium instead to smelt medium-tier objects, I would need a new blast furnace. And I would use the new tungsten steel coils for the purposes of constructing this new prophesized furnace. I used the ME system to send helium from the super tanks into the brand new blast furnace, which I connected to the vacuum freezer as well so it could cool all of the newly smelted ingots. With this out of the way, I could now smelt my aluminum dust. Doing so caused the furnace to get overly enthusiastic, creating a glow so bright that I could not help but look at it for 4 seconds. Unfortunately, smelting a single aluminum would take 4 times 30 seconds, aka 120 seconds. And I would need massive amounts of aluminum for purposes that shall be purposified in the next episode, when all of this aluminum is done being created. I had gone from an advanced Earth base to a barbaric space station with a nominal national GDP of 128 tungsten steel and 100 helium. This would pale in comparison to my later doomsday plans, which involve creating NASA supercomputers in Minecraft. So goodbye, and shout out to the members of the past.
Découvrez Bleu Blanc Paye, les e-cartes qui protègent votre pouvoir d'achat.
Minecraft is full of mobs, however there are many that still need to be added, which is why I have downloaded some mods and data packs to see if we need more mobs in the game or if it becomes too overwhelming. And we'll start with the Wilder Wild mod, which aims to add more features for the nature of Minecraft. Obviously I've covered this mod a bit in the past, it adds loads of new like tree variants, like we've got autumnal coloured leaves, hollow logs, new wood variants, that sort of thing. But obviously today we're covering the mobs, starting with the butterfly, which is a very small mob actually. As you can see, the hitbox is tiny, don't believe they drop anything when killed, but it's just a nice ambient mob to find in the game. And I believe this mod also, adds a butterfly in a bottle, which I assume is in survival, and that's how you actually spawn it in. So if we grab out a glass bottle, we can go up to them, and we actually get an advancement called Clipped Wings, and we get the butterfly in a bottle, and it looks like we get different variants of a butterfly as well. That's quite interesting. But these are just ambient mobs which fly around your world. They don't really add any purpose, but do I think butterflies should be added? Honestly, I think these would be really cool to find in like the sunflower plains or flower forest biome, just for more ambience. I could see like a large amount of these becoming quite annoying or laggy, but like if they're just floating around, they're not like really bouncing into you, they're not like disturbing your building. I think it'd be just quite a nice ambient feature. Maybe they do something a bit like the firefly bush where it's particles rather than an actual mob. It might be better, although they would be quite big particles, although I think it would work. Speaking about fireflies, it's only right we move on to the next mob inside of Wilder Wilds, which is the firefly. As you can see, these are just small particles, and this was sort of the original intention of fireflies to be added, rather than us getting the firefly bush, which if you place in like a dark area, it should begin to spawn firefly particles. Although I can't really see many here. But this mod also adds them in as a mob. Do we need firefly mobs? No. We've got the firefly bush now. I think it's fine without the fireflies. Although I will have one complaint with the firefly bush. If you look at them all together, they're perfectly in sync with the animations, which is not good. Like, they should all be variated. I don't know how easy it is to do that, or like if there's a texture pack which randomizes like the order of it, but that's what I'd like to see. But do we need these actual firefly mobs? Probably not. They're just not needed in current Minecraft, as we have the firefly bushes now. Next we have a mob vote loser, the crab, which I guess is once again just an ambient mob. When it was a part of the mob vote, it was intended to spawn in mangrove swamps and drop a crab claw, which actually I've got a number of mods on, Wilder Wild and Friends and Foes, which we'll cover later. But Wilder Wild adds the crab claw as a food rather than as like a tool for building. We also get a crab bucket, which I assume is how you pick it up, which is quite cool actually. And do we need crabs? Honestly, maybe. I feel like they will be added eventually in the future, as they were a part of a mob vote. As we know, the copper golem was recently added to Minecraft, and that was a mob vote loser. So I could see crabs being added in the near future, or maybe not near future, but they could definitely be a feature added in a later Minecraft update. Maybe we get like a mangrove swamp update, or if we get a beach update or something like that. I could definitely see the crab getting added, as well as crab claws. Although for building, I don't know how useful a crab claw would actually be. If you're enjoying today's video, make sure to like and subscribe. Next up, Wild of Wilds adds another mob into the game, the Jellyfish, which is an ocean exclusive mob. And this guy actually looks so cool. I haven't properly looked at this one yet. That looks so cool. Do they drop anything on death? Oh, they do. Pink Nematicize or something, I don't know. Oh, we can place it. That's quite interesting, actually. Oh, you can place it on the wall. Don't really know what it does, but obviously you can put the jellyfish in a bucket as well. That's quite cool. But these are just like, once again, ambient mobs. They do have some other purpose, I guess. What was this stuff? Yeah, there's loads of different colours. So I assume that means we get loads of different colours of jellyfish as well. But should jellyfish be added? Yeah, I think this would be a nice touch to the oceans. Obviously, in the next Minecraft game drop, we're getting the Nautilus and Zombie Nautilus. So it'd be cool to have jellyfish maybe floating around. I don't know, if I go into survival, do they sting? Oh, but they do poison you. But it's quite realistic, to be fair. I think that would be quite a cool mob. Although, the poison's a bit annoying, especially because we already have the pufferfish in the ocean. Next up, we've got one of my favourite mobs that needs to be added, the Moo Bloom, which, with the Wild and Wild mod, actually comes in loads of different variants. As you can see, we've got a poppy variant, a tulip variant, and there's your bluet variant, orange tulip, pink tulip variant, dandelion variant, lily of the valley variant, loads of different variants. Got the allium variant, cornflower variant. Should the Moo Bloom be added? 100%. And there's actually another mod, Friends and Foes, which we'll cover in a bit, which adds another version of the Moo Bloom, so we can talk more about that then. Now time for another mob vote loser. Well, technically this one was a biome vote loser instead. We've got the ostrich. Now, this guy looks quite terrifying. I'm not really a fan of ostriches, but in this mod you can tame them, which I don't know if Minecraft added the ostrich, you'd be able to tame him, as I don't think you can ride ostriches in real life. But it would be a cool thing to ride, especially in the Mountain Mayhem update. So if we grab out a saddle, we can obviously equip our ostrich. That's got a really cool saddle texture on it. And wow, he runs quite fast. And okay, when you try and jump or sprint with him, he just dips his head in the ground. Maybe he can dig things up, but yeah, this guy's quite good. Really fast, actually. And I assume this would be found in the Savannah biome. That's where the actual mob vote or biome vote took place, adding the baobab trees, termites, and ostrich. Unfortunately, this lost in places of the fox and sweet berries and campfires and things, but the ostrich would be a cool feature, actually. I feel like it would definitely enhance the Savannah, as well as just adding another mounted mob if it was added this way, which, if it was added in vanilla Minecraft, I don't really see it being rideable. Maybe just another ambient mob. But honestly, that's not a bad thing. I feel like a big complaint about Minecraft mobs, like the polar bear or the bat, is they don't add anything. But I don't think every mob in Minecraft should add something. Lots of them should be for ambient. That's why I'd like to see something like the butterfly in the game, as it doesn't do anything. It's not like a new feature, or doesn't offer you new blocks or anything. It's just an ambient mob, which I think Minecraft desperately needs more of. Now, does Minecraft need penguins? Obviously, this was once again another mob vote loser, and these guys are so loud. And they don't really do anything. They drop feathers, I guess. Slide around on their bellies. But mob boat, I believe they spawn in the Stony Shores biome, and obviously they can swim in water. I believe their bonus actually was if we grab out a boat with a penguin, they speed up the boat, which is quite a good bonus to be fair. It would make traveling across the oceans more exciting. So should penguins be added? I'd like to see penguins in the game actually. It's a shame they lost to the armadillo, although I voted for the armadillo. I think the armadillo was slightly better, as we got wolf armor, and then obviously that turned into wolf variants, but the penguin would definitely be a cool mob still to see. And the Wild Wild mod also adds in the Scorch, which I guess is some sort of like desert spider. Does it? What does it do if I attack here? Oh, it sets me on fire. Brilliant. But I don't think this really does anything. Should it like a Scorching be added? I feel like spiders do need more mob variants. We've got desert variants of the zombie, and now we're getting the parched in the next update, which is a skeleton variant. So I feel like spiders could get a few more variants, like a frozen spider or this scorched spider for the desert and mesa biomes. So overall, for the Wild Wild mod, I'd love to see most of these mobs added. I don't really care about the Firefly vote, to be honest, as we've got the Firefly bush now as a particle. But honestly, all these others would be really fun additions into Minecraft. Now, I touched on this mod earlier, but it's time to look at the Friends of Foes mod, which just adds in all the mob vote losers, basically. So first we've got the Wildfire, which is a giant blaze, and I believe you have to kill it by breaking all its shields, which is quite annoying to do, even though I've got max strength. And what does it drop? Wildfire crown fragments, as I believe it gives you a new helmet, right? Yeah, the Wildfire crown. Do we need the Wildfire in the game? It would be a fun sort of mini-boss, but Minecraft has stated in the past they won't be adding the 2017 mob vote losers, which means you won't be getting the Wildfire, most likely in the game. Now the crab, this is a bit more realistic looking towards the mob vote loser. I did not realise I had a baby variant as well. Where is it? That guy is so small. Now, as I've already mentioned, I think the crab should be added to the game, and this mod actually adds in another type of crab claw, although I don't really know what this one does, to be honest. It doesn't seem to extend block reach at all, which that's what the crab was intended to do for the mob though. It made it so you could place blocks from further away. It did not make it so you could reach further away and do more damage in PvP. I feel like that's a big misconception with the crab. Now, should the glare be added? We have seen another mob vote loser obviously added. We saw the copper golem recently. Now, should a glare be added? I don't know, to be honest, as its original intention was to tell you where the dark spots are in Minecraft, but it's quite easy now because light level 0 means mobs can spawn, light level 1 means they can't. So basically, if it says somewhere pitch black, you can place a torch and mobs don't spawn. So for the current functionality of a glare, we don't really need it. Interesting that it drops glow berries as well. However, if the glare was to have a different use, similar to how the copper golem no longer presses buttons but it sorts chests, maybe I could see it being added, although to be honest, this is one of the mobs I don't really care if we see or don't see added into Minecraft. Now, the Iceologer should 100% be added into the game. This would make exploring mountains way more interesting, as we'd have sort of a mini-boss to fight, and we need more Illager variants in Minecraft in general. Now, let's take a look at another Illager variant, the Illusioner, which actually is in base vanilla Minecraft. It's a bit like the Giant, where it hasn't been implemented in survival yet. Obviously, the zombie horse is finally being added. However, should the Illusioner be added? Well, it's in the base game, so yeah, I'd love to see the Illusioner added. Doesn't need to drop like a totem like this mod suggests. No, I don't think so. I think it would be a fun mini-boss, maybe.
Our equity options can offer you exposure to European.
The sky was invented in 1524, but in this video we will be scrutinizing the local atmospheric phenomenon known as Project Ozone 3, a skyblock mod pack with over 200 mods and 3 different levels of difficulty, with the final difficulty being fatuously nonsensical, taking 1 year to complete for the professional individual known as Hypnotized. The humorous plot twist is that rather than being actual skyblock, it is more like visiting 30 different dimensions to harvest resources from these 200 different mods, with nothing to do with the original skyblock. This is rather similar to Hypixel Skyblock, but much more egregious with the final difficulty, aka Kappa mode. Anyways, it is time to perceive what I can accomplish in Project Ozone 3 Kappa mode. It all begins on a relatively normal island, except with no lava, and with several pieces of information being forced upon me. But none of them were important, except for a quest book explaining the 20 different chapters of Project Ozone 3, ranging from beating the dragon in the beginning, to exploring the universe, to making preposterously expensive items, achieving the Nobel Prize of Gaming. But it all begins with the first quest, which gave me a sapling in return for left-clicking. As for cobblestone, they made me use a more painful way instead of a cobblestone generator, which is shift right-clicking dirt for pebbles, which is 25% of 1 cobblestone. But I made a stupefying disclosure. There is no speed limit to getting pebbles, so by auto-clicking dirt, this became several orders of magnitude overpowered than a cobblestone generator, with infinite cobblestone to be found in a single dirt block. Anyways, it was time to observe the other resources of this island, such as water and roots below the island. I repurposed the dirt to renovate the sky island into a platform to grow more trees at once. But while I was harvesting juicy pasturages from these trees, I noticed that the island water supply was spilling out into the void and had squids spawning in the waterfall. And free squids means free resources. So I launched a federal investigation into the squids. I manufactured a platform below the squid spawning Y level, which will be used to catch the decapodoforms and suffocate them frank and scrumptious seafood. But instead of getting my delectable seafood, I got loot bags for some reason. Because as it turns out, any entity in this game can drop loot bags, which carry multitudinous consumer products, which turned out to be even better than seafood in it. Because they donated foods such as Domino's pizza and s'more ingots, which were were far more nutrimental than measly seafood. Notable mention, mob loot that didn't even come from squids. But for now the surprisingly overpowered squid loot bag farm was overrun by hostile mobs at night, including some guardians and skeletons that sniped me into the void. But it didn't even matter because Project Ozone 3 came with a graveyard mod that stored all my items in a grave, which defied the unending expanse of the void. I bring a dirt block with me as a portable infinite cobblestone source, which I used to expand the squid containment area for easier loot bag accumulation.
Part 1. Thermal Expansion, an oldie but a classic. Thermal Expansion mostly replaced Buildcraft and Industrial Craft in the old days because it was simply more modern and better in a lot of ways. Now when I talk about the best Minecraft tech mods part 1. Thermal Expansion, an oldie but a classic. Thermal Expansion mostly replaced Buildcraft and Industrial Craft in the old days because it was simply more modern and better in a lot of ways. Now when I talk about Thermal Expansion, I am talking about all the modules which include Thermal Foundation for resources, Thermal Cultivation for farming and food, Thermal Dynamics for logistics and transportation, Thermal Innovation for advanced power tools, Thermal Integration for mod compatibility, and Thermal Locomotion for rails and minecarts. Subscribe to see more.
Notre équipe travaillait comme des...
I'm gonna do some real-life experiments that every kid has dreamed of doing. One of them is going inside a working microwave, or even swallowing a camera. I'm already here in Minecraft, and my Minecraft is totally modded, as you can see. On this side, I've got my X-ray, and as you can also see, it says OK. That's because I haven't broken any bones or anything like that yet. On the other side, there are warnings that Minecraft itself will give me. And up there, there's my mental sanity, which is at 89%. My sanity started at 89% because I've been making YouTube videos for a long time. So yeah, I'm kind of crazy already, right? The first test I want to do is to swallow this camera right here. I've got access to it, so I want to see what it looks like inside my body. So let's go. Let me swallow it. Yummy, yummy. I think I'm accessing the camera now. Whoa, dude, it's pitch dark. But yeah, I actually became the camera. I can control it, okay? Wow, it moves just like a player. It's jumping on these weird slime-looking things. But yeah, I'm basically inside my own body here in Minecraft. Let me break this slime block. Okay. Oh my gosh, hold on. I needed to go over there. Wow, I'm a camera, but wait, I jumped so high. What's going on? Okay, I've got an idea. I'll grab a block. Okay, I'm a camera that jumps super high. That makes no sense, but I guess this camera's built for that. All right, here we go. Jumping on the slime block. Ah, didn't make it because I'm too tiny. Jump again. Okay, wow. Remember, I'm inside my own body, dude. Let's jump again. Place this block. Hold on. It's gonna work. Calm down. Okay, after a lot of trying, I'm finally here. Nice. Okay, now I just need to jump a little more. All right, almost there. Oh my gosh, this is so hard. I'm in the stomach inside my own body. What's this? What could this be, dude? Like a door inside my own body? That's weird. Ah, I get it. Since it's Minecraft, it's obviously a representation. This here would be the lungs. I'm inside my own lungs, dude. Okay, let me just check if this is like the other one. Okay, and I better not fall because I don't have any blocks left. Yeah, dude, it really is my lungs. Look, some stuff popped up on my screen. My sanity dropped. I didn't even notice. And there's a warning that says leave the lungs. I think it's something really sensitive, so I'll just close this door, even though there's a door inside me. But obviously it's just a representation. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go down again. All right, going down here, down. Let's see what this is. Whoa, dude. Man, I made it to the stomach. What even is this? No way. Where am I, bro? Holy moly. Yeah, this is the stomach for sure. It's full of bacteria, obviously. Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm a camera. I can't get wet, dude. It's even hard to record here, man. I think I'm gonna get out. I'll do the next experiment. Swallowing a camera and controlling it inside my own body was not fun. It's full of rotten food in here too. Now I want to see what happens if I flush myself down the toilet. Let's go. Flushed and bye. I'm already starting to smell the stench. You, dude. Good thing I made this mod, right? At least I won't be able to laugh now. Look, at least I won't be able to touch the water. All right, here in the water, I just gotta do it this way because there's a lot of blocks I can use. Bro, it's super dark here. I can't see a thing. There's something over there. Something's moving up ahead. I don't even know what that is, but I'm low-key scared. Looks like a cockroach, dude. Wait, yep, it is a cockroach. Obviously.
Pipkin, guess what? You're adopted. I know. It's okay. We still love you.
Pontianak window fall incident. On February 12, 2024, a busy fitness center in Pontianak, Indonesia became the scene of a shocking and preventable tragedy. Lynn, a 22-year-old fitness enthusiast and university student, was exercising on the third floor of the multi-level gym. The facility had recently undergone renovations, adding more equipment to maximize space in the crowded building. The treadmill Lynn chose that morning was positioned just 2 feet from a large window. The window, which stretched from floor to ceiling, had been left partially open to improve air circulation in the stuffy exercise room. According to witnesses, Lynn had been running for approximately 15 minutes when the incident occurred. At around 8:45 a.m., security footage showed Lynn adjusting the speed settings on the treadmill. As she reached forward, she momentarily lost her balance. Her foot slipped off the moving belt, causing her to stumble backward. In the split second that followed, Lynn tried to regain her footing, but the belt's continued movement propelled her further back. The momentum carried her directly toward the open window. She struck the glass with enough force that she broke through the lower portion that was open and fell. The drop was approximately 40 feet to the concrete below. First responders arrived within minutes, but Lynn had suffered catastrophic injuries from the impact. Her skull had fractured in multiple places, and internal bleeding was severe. Despite emergency medical efforts, Lynn was pronounced dead at the scene at 9:17 a.m. Video of the accident, captured by gym security cameras, spread rapidly across social media. The footage prompted immediate calls for safety regulations requiring proper spacing between exercise equipment and architectural hazards. LA Fitness treadmill fatality incident. On July 21st, 2023, a routine workout at an LA Fitness gym in California ended in tragedy. Rosario, a 36-year-old mother of two, arrived at the facility shortly after 6 o'clock p.m. She'd been a member for 3 years and regularly used the cardio equipment after work. Security footage showed Rosario selecting a treadmill in the center of the gym floor. She placed her water bottle in the holder and began a brisk walk that gradually increased to a jog. For nearly 20 minutes, her workout proceeded normally as other gym members exercised nearby. At approximately 6:28 p.m., Rosario appeared to reach for the speed controls on the treadmill console. According to the incident report, she was attempting to reduce the machine's speed when the accident occurred. As she leaned forward to adjust the settings, she missed a step in her running rhythm. The moving belt continued at its programmed pace while Rosario momentarily lost her footing. She stumbled, first falling to her knees on the belt. The treadmill's momentum then propelled Witnesses described a sudden violent movement as Rosario's head struck the front metal portion of the treadmill frame. The impact caused immediate unconsciousness. 2 gym employees rushed to her aid, while another called emergency services. Paramedics arrived within 7 minutes and found Rosario unresponsive with severe head trauma. They detected a weak pulse and transported her to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Medical scans revealed extensive cranial bleeding and significant brain swelling. Despite emergency surgery to relieve pressure, Rosario never regained consciousness. She was pronounced dead at 3:14 a.m. the following morning. The medical examiner later determined the cause of death to be traumatic brain injury resulting from blunt force. Gurugram Gym dispute incident. On March 17, 2018, a high-end fitness center in Gurugram, India became the scene of a fatal workplace altercation. Sharma, a 29-year-old personal trainer, had been employed at the facility for just over 2 years. Colleagues described him as ambitious and protective of his client relationships. The incident began at approximately 2:15 p.m. on the ground floor of the multi-level gym. According to witnesses, Sharma confronted 2 other trainers regarding a dispute over a wealthy client. The client had recently switched to working with another trainer, resulting in a significant commission loss for Sharma. What started as a heated verbal exchange quickly escalated. Security footage showed Sharma gesturing aggressively as the argument intensified. The gym's layout featured an open atrium design with the ground floor overlooking the basement training area 16 feet below. A glass barrier surrounded most of the atrium, but left open near the stairwell. At 2:23 p.m., as the confrontation reached its peak, Sharma backed toward one of these openings. Witness statements conflict on whether he was pushed or lost his balance during the argument. Regardless, he fell backward through the opening and plummeted to the concrete floor of the basement level. The impact was severe. Sharma landed directly on his head and upper back. Staff members rushed to his aid while the gym manager called emergency services. First responders arrived within 12 minutes, but found Sharma with no vital signs. The medical report documented multiple skull fractures, cervical spine damage, and extensive internal bleeding. Despite CPR attempts, Sharma was pronounced dead at the scene at 2:47 p.m. Police investigation later classified the death as accidental, finding insufficient evidence that the fall resulted from intentional action by the other trainers. Norwich Smith machine accident. On January 9th, 2025, the university gym in Norwich, UK, became the site of a deadly equipment failure. Cartwright, a 24-year-old medical student, was training alone during a quiet evening session. The facility had recently extended its hours to accommodate students with clinical rotations. Cartwright selected a Smith machine, a guided barbell system designed to allow safer solo lifting. Security footage showed him setting up for squats at approximately 9:40 p.m. The machine featured adjustable safety stops that could prevent the bar from descending below a certain point. However, investigation would later reveal these stops had not been properly engaged. In an unusual modification to his workout, Cartwright positioned an aerobic step platform beneath him to increase his range of motion. This equipment was not designed for use with the Smith machine and created an unstable lifting surface. Gym policy prohibited such combinations, but no staff member was present to intervene. At 9:47 p.m., Cartwright began his exercise with 220 pounds loaded on the bar. During his third repetition, his foot placement on the aerobic step shifted. As he descended into the squat position, the platform tilted slightly. Cartwright lost balance and fell backward. The unengaged safety stops provided no protection as the loaded bar crashed down. The weight struck his neck and upper chest with the full force of gravity. The impact crushed his trachea and fractured his cervical spine in multiple locations. Another gym member discovered Cartwright 2 minutes later and immediately called emergency services. Paramedics arrived at 10:01 p.m. and found him unresponsive with no pulse. Despite resuscitation efforts, Cartwright was pronounced dead at the scene at 10:23 p.m. The coroner's report listed mechanical asphyxiation and cervical trauma as the causes of death. Dublin kickboxing fatality incident. On April 3rd, 2024, a community gym in Dublin, Ireland witnessed the sudden collapse of a man who had already survived one brush with death. Fusneka, a 27-year-old Romanian carpenter, had been living and working in Dublin for 5 years. Just 13 months earlier, he had been the victim of a brutal assault that left him in a medically induced coma for 30 days. After extensive rehabilitation, Fusneka had made what doctors called a remarkable recovery. He had returned to work and gradually rebuilt his physical fitness. As part of his recovery regimen, he began attending kickboxing classes 3 times weekly at a local gym in North Dublin. That evening, Fusneka arrived for the 7:00 p.m. intermediate kickboxing session. According to the instructor, he showed no signs of distress during the initial warm-up. The class progressed to partner drills involving moderate intensity, punching, and kicking combinations. At approximately 7:38 p.m., surveillance footage showed Fusneka suddenly stopping mid-exercise. He placed his hand on his chest and took several labored breaths before collapsing to the floor. The instructor immediately called for emergency assistance while another gym member, a registered nurse, began CPR. First responders arrived within 6 minutes and took over resuscitation efforts. They administered defibrillation 4 times but detected no cardiac response. Despite their continued attempts, Fusneka showed no signs of recovery. He was pronounced dead at 8:15 p.m. The autopsy revealed Fusneka had suffered a massive myocardial infarction. Medical examiners discovered significant scar tissue in his heart muscle, likely resulting from the trauma sustained during his previous injury. The physical exertion of the kickboxing class had triggered a catastrophic cardiac event in his already compromised heart. Fusneka had survived a brutal attack only to have his life claimed during a routine exercise session. Jekaonsporium fire incident. On December 21, 2017, a multi-purpose fitness complex in Jekaon, South Korea, became the site of one of the country's deadliest building fires. The Dusansporium housed a gymnasium, golf practice facility, public sauna, and several restaurants across its 8 floors. That afternoon, the building was occupied by approximately 60 people, many visiting the sauna to escape the winter cold. At 3:53 p.m., security cameras captured the first signs of smoke rising from the first-floor parking garage. Investigation would later determine that faulty electrical wiring had ignited a vehicle's fuel tank. Within minutes, the flames spread to adjacent cars, creating intense heat and thick toxic smoke. The building's sprinkler system activated but proved inadequate against the rapidly spreading fire. By 4:07 p.m., black smoke had begun filling the stairwells and elevator shafts. These vertical passages acted as chimneys, carrying the smoke upward throughout the structure. On the second floor, 29 people were using the gender-separated sauna facilities. Many were resting or sleeping in the heated rooms when the smoke began seeping under the doors. The fire alarm sounded, but several crucial emergency exits were blocked by illegally parked maintenance equipment. As visibility diminished to less than 3 feet, panic set in. Those in the women's sauna found themselves trapped as the single exit door became impassable due to the thick smoke. Firefighters arrived at 4:12 p.m. but struggled to reach the second floor as the stairwells were now completely filled with smoke. Autopsies would later show that most victims died not from burns, but from carbon monoxide poisoning and smoke inhalation. The toxic gases rendered them unconscious within minutes, long before the flames reached them. By the time firefighters controlled the blaze at 5:40 p.m., 29 people had perished, making it the deadliest gym-related disaster in South Korean history. If you want to see more videos like this, click the video on screen now and make sure to subscribe.
You know, in the animal kingdom, a simple misunderstanding.
Je suis convaincue que le nouveau Sensodyne Clinical Réparateur peut changer la vie des gens qui souffrent de sensibilité dentaire. La technologie Novamine va former une couche protectrice sur les zones sensibles des dents. C'est vraiment réparateur après 2 minutes de brossage. Sensodyne Clinical Réparateur, une révolution technologique.
Dispositif médical.
Invisible Sesame. On July 17, 2016, 15-year-old Natasha Ednan Laprousse arrived at Heathrow Airport with her father and friend for a dream vacation to Nice, France. Before boarding, she stopped at a Pret-a-Manger cafe in Terminal 5 and purchased an artichoke, olive, and tapenade baguette. Natasha had severe food allergies since childhood, particularly to sesame seeds. She checked the label carefully, as she had been taught to do all her life. No allergens were listed. As British Airways flight BA342 took off, Natasha bit into her sandwich. Unknown to her, sesame seeds had been baked directly into the dough. They were invisible, unlisted, and lethal. Within minutes, red hives appeared on her neck and midriff. Natasha took 2 Puritan allergy tablets, hoping to stop the reaction. It wasn't enough. The symptoms escalated rapidly. Her father, Nadim, administered her EpiPen, injecting adrenaline into her thigh. The small cabin of the airplane became a desperate medical scene. Natasha's throat was closing. Each breath became more difficult than the last. At 35,000 feet, there was no way to land quickly. No hospital was within reach. A second EpiPen was used. It had little effect. Natasha's oxygen levels plummeted as her airways swelled shut. The cabin crew called for any doctors on board. A physician responded, but had limited medical supplies. Natasha lost consciousness as her body was starved of oxygen. The pilot issued an emergency alert requesting priority landing in Nice. For 40 minutes, Natasha's father performed CPR in the airplane aisle as other passengers watched in horror. When the plane finally landed, French paramedics rushed aboard. They continued resuscitation attempts, but Natasha's brain had been without oxygen too long. At a hospital in Nice, doctors pronounced Natasha Ednan Laprousse dead. The cause? Anaphylactic shock from undeclared sesame. Her death sparked outrage across the UK, revealing that food regulations allowed allergens to go unlisted if ingredients were added during the production process. In 2021, Natasha's law was enacted, requiring full ingredient labeling on all prepackaged foods in the United Kingdom. Murder over coffee. On January 6, 2016, a 27-year-old Indonesian woman, Wayan Mirna Salian, met her friends at Olivia Cafe in Grand Indonesia shopping mall in Jakarta. Myrna, a newlywed who had recently returned from a honeymoon, was looking forward to catching up with college friends Jessica Kumalawong Sonhani. Jessica arrived first and ordered a Vietnamese iced coffee for Myrna, before the others reached the cafe. When Myrna arrived, the coffee was waiting. Security cameras captured the moment as she took her first sip. Immediately, Myrna commented on the bitter taste. Within seconds, her body stiffened. She began to convulse violently, foam spilling from her mouth. Her eyes rolled back as she slumped in her chair. Staff rushed over as Myrna fell to the floor, her body now racked with seizures. Bystanders attempted to help as Hani screamed for someone to call an ambulance. Witnesses later recalled Jessica remaining oddly calm while chaos unfolded around her. Cyanide works with brutal efficiency in the human body. It blocks cells from using oxygen, essentially suffocating every organ simultaneously. The brain, which requires constant oxygen, shuts down first. Death can occur within minutes. Paramedics arrived and found Myrna unresponsive, her pulse weak and irregular. They rushed her to Abdiwelio Hospital, where doctors fought to save her, but the poison had already caused irreversible damage. At 4:45 p.m., just under an hour after that first sip, Wayan Mirna Salian was pronounced dead. Police analysis found 298 milligrams of cyanide in the coffee, enough to kill several adults. Investigators discovered Jessica had harbored a grudge against Myrna for criticizing her previous relationship. CCTV footage showed Jessica placing 3 shopping bags to block the cafe security camera view of the table where Myrna's coffee waited. In October 2016, after a televised trial that captivated Indonesia, Jessica Kumala Wongso was convicted of premeditated murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Birthday dinner that ended in silence. On September 13th, 2021, Chris Russ celebrated his 57th birthday at an upscale steakhouse in Atlanta, Georgia. He was surrounded by friends and family, enjoying the evening he had looked forward to for weeks. Chris ordered his favorite, a thick-cut bison steak, rare. The restaurant was known for its generous portions and quality meat. The meal was going well, conversation flowed, glasses clinked in toast to another year of life. Then, mid-sentence, Chris stopped talking. His hand moved to his throat, the universal sign of choking. At first, those around him thought he might be coughing. Seconds later, his face began to turn red. A friend at the table realized what was happening and asked, "Are you choking?" Chris couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe. A piece of bison steak, roughly the size of a golf ball, had become lodged in his windpipe, creating a complete blockage. One of his dinner companions immediately attempted the Heimlich maneuver. The abdominal thrust failed to dislodge the meat. Chris's face changed from red to purple as oxygen deprivation set in. A restaurant staff member trained in first aid tried next, also without success. Within 4 minutes without oxygen, brain cells begin to die. By the time paramedics arrived 6 minutes after the first signs of distress, Chris had collapsed and lost consciousness. They used specialized equipment to extract the meat, but the blockage had been in place too long. Chris was rushed to Grady Memorial Hospital in critical condition. Scans revealed severe hypoxic brain injury, damage caused by lack of oxygen. For 3 days, he remained on life support while his family maintained vigil. The birthday celebration that should have marked another year of life instead marked its end. On September 16th, doctors confirmed Chris Russ had no meaningful brain activity. His family made the painful decision to remove life support. What began as a simple bite of food had ended a life in less than a week. The medical examiner listed the cause of death as complications of asphyxia due to choking on food. Jelly that killed. On November 10th, 2018, 67-year-old Edward Eddie Casson was admitted to Royal Bolton Hospital in England. He had a complex medical history including dysphagia, difficulty swallowing, and had previously suffered a stroke that further compromised his ability to safely consume certain foods. His medical notes clearly specified that he required a carefully textured diet and that jelly, a seemingly innocent dessert, posed a particular danger to him. 3 days after admission, a healthcare assistant served Eddie raspberry jelly for dessert. His medical chart, with its clear warnings about swallowing risks, had been overlooked. The jelly's unique texture, solid enough to hold shape but melting to liquid, made it especially dangerous for someone with Eddie's condition. Minutes after consuming the jelly, Eddie began to choke. The gelatinous substance slipped past his airway protection reflexes and entered his lungs, a process called aspiration. Unlike choking, which causes immediate symptoms, aspiration can initially seem less severe while setting a deadly process in motion. By the next morning, Eddie developed a fever of 38.5 degrees Celsius. His breathing became labored, with an elevated respiratory rate of 26 breaths per minute. X-rays revealed the beginnings of aspiration pneumonia, an infection caused when food particles introduce bacteria into the lungs. Despite being started on intravenous antibiotics, Eddie's condition deteriorated rapidly. Aspiration pneumonia is particularly dangerous because the foreign material creates an ideal breeding ground for bacteria. The body's immune response triggers inflammation, which floods the lungs with fluid, making oxygen exchange increasingly difficult. Within 48 hours, Eddie required supplemental oxygen as his blood oxygen levels dropped to 88%, well below the normal range of 95–100%. On November 15th, 5 days after the jelly was served, Eddie Casson suffered respiratory failure. His lungs could no longer deliver sufficient oxygen to his organs. At 3:47 p.m., he was pronounced dead. A subsequent coroner's inquest ruled that his death was contributed to by neglect, finding that hospital staff had failed to follow clearly documented dietary restrictions. A spoonful of jelly, meant to provide comfort, had instead delivered a death sentence. The lung that mushroom ate. On May 11, 2020, in rural South Korea, a previously healthy elderly man collected wild mushrooms from the mountainside near his home. The retired farmer often gathered seasonal vegetables and fungi to supplement his meals. That evening, he boiled the mushrooms and consumed them for dinner, unaware he had made a fatal identification error. 6 hours after his meal, the first symptoms appeared. Violent vomiting began suddenly, followed by profuse diarrhea. The man initially dismissed it as simple food poisoning that would pass. By morning, the gastrointestinal symptoms had become severe enough that his son drove him to a local hospital. Initial blood tests showed elevated liver enzymes, with ALT and AST levels over 5 times normal limits, indicating acute liver injury. Doctors suspected mushroom poisoning and began supportive treatments. What happened next baffled the medical team. Within 48 hours, the patient developed a persistent cough and increasing shortness of breath. A chest CT scan revealed something horrifying. The man's left lung showed extensive consolidation. Areas where the normally air-filled spaces had become filled with fluid. By the 4th day, the lung tissue had begun to necrotize, literally die and decompose inside his body. The toxin was destroying his lung cell by cell. The patient was transferred to a specialized toxicology unit in Seoul. By day 6, his oxygen levels had dropped so critically that he required intubation and mechanical ventilation. The left lung continued to deteriorate despite aggressive treatment. Tissue samples confirmed the presence of Podostroma cornudae toxins, one of the deadliest mushrooms in Asia. On day 9, surgeons performed an emergency pneumonectomy, complete removal of the left lung, as a desperate measure to prevent the spread of necrosis. The extracted lung was blackened, liquefied in areas, and barely recognizable as human tissue. The operation came too late. Multiple organ systems had already absorbed the toxin. The patient's remaining lung, liver, and kidneys began to fail simultaneously. Despite continuous dialysis and maximum life support measures, he died on day 13. The mushroom he had mistaken for an edible variety contained trichothecene mycotoxins, compounds so potent they had once been investigated as biological weapons. A date that turned fatal. On May 7, 2019, 23-year-old Allison Pickering agreed to a first date with a classmate at a trendy seafood restaurant in Boston. The senior at Boston University was just 3 days away from graduation, eagerly anticipating the environmental science career she had spent years preparing for. Allison had lived with a severe peanut allergy since childhood and always carried 2 EpiPens in her purse. When ordering, she did what she had done hundreds of times before, informed the server about her peanut allergy. She selected the mahi mahi, a dish she had safely enjoyed at the same restaurant twice before. Unknown to Allison, the restaurant had recently updated their menu. The fish now came with a peanut-based sauce not mentioned in the description. Halfway through her meal, Allison felt the first warning sign, a tingling sensation in her lips. She put down her fork immediately and reached for her water glass. Within seconds, the tingling progressed to swelling. She calmly told her date she was having an allergic reaction and retrieved an EpiPen from her purse. Allison self-administered the epinephrine auto-injector, pressing it firmly against her outer thigh as she had been trained to do. The date called 911. Restaurant staff cleared a path to the entrance. Allison remained conscious and alert, even walking unassisted to meet the ambulance that had arrived within minutes. This false stability is common in severe allergic reactions. The EpiPen had temporarily slowed the reaction, but the allergen continued circulating through her system. In the ambulance, just 4 minutes after leaving the restaurant, Allison's blood pressure plummeted. Her airways, already narrowed by inflammation, began closing completely. Paramedics immediately administered a second epinephrine dose and intravenous antihistamines. They placed an oxygen mask over her face, but her oxygen saturation continued dropping. By the time they reached Massachusetts General Hospital, Allison was in full anaphylactic shock. Her heart had slowed to a dangerous rhythm. The emergency room team worked frantically, performing an emergency tracheotomy to bypass her swollen airways. Despite their efforts, Allison Pickering's heart stopped at 9:43 p.m. After 20 minutes of resuscitation attempts, she was pronounced dead. Her graduation gown would hang unworn, her future erased by a hidden ingredient in a restaurant meal she thought was safe. The leftover Bonaloo feast. On July 17, 2018, the Bonaloo Festival brought vibrant celebrations to the streets of Hyderabad, India. The annual Hindu festival honored the goddess Mahakali with elaborate offerings of food and rituals. 46-year-old Srinivas Yadav, a local shopkeeper, participated in the festivities with his extended family, preparing traditional dishes including mutton, chicken, and specially prepared goat intestines. The celebration continued late into the night. When it ended, leftover food was packed away. The temperature that night remained above 30 degrees Celsius, dangerously warm for storing meat. The following day, at lunch, Srinivas and 3 relatives reheated and consumed the leftover feast. The meat had been refrigerated briefly, then sat at room temperature for hours before being warmed again. Perfect conditions for bacterial growth. Just 4 hours later, Srinivas experienced severe abdominal cramps. The pain came in waves, doubling him over. Soon after, violent vomiting began, followed by profuse watery diarrhea. His relatives, 2 brothers-in-law and a nephew, developed similar symptoms. By evening, all 4 men were severely dehydrated. Srinivas's condition deteriorated faster than the others. His vomiting became tinged with blood. His skin turned cold and clammy as his blood pressure dropped. Family members rushed all 4 men to Gandhi Hospital around midnight, with Srinivas barely conscious upon arrival. Medical tests revealed Bacillus cereus food poisoning, a particularly aggressive form that produces 2 distinct toxins. One causes vomiting by directly attacking the stomach lining. The other produces a toxin that remains stable even through reheating and triggers dangerous intestinal inflammation. By morning, Srinivas had lost over 12% of his body's fluid volume. His kidneys began to fail as they struggled to process the bacterial toxins. His heart rate climbed to 160 beats per minute as his body fought to maintain blood pressure. Despite aggressive IV fluid replacement and antibiotics, his organs continued shutting down one by one. At 6:17 the next morning, less than 18 hours after consuming the meal, Srinivas Yadav went into cardiac arrest. Resuscitation attempts failed. The other 3 men survived after several days of intensive treatment. Health officials later confirmed that improper storage between serving and reheating had allowed bacteria to multiply to lethal levels in the festival food. If you want to see more videos like this, click the video on screen now and be sure to subscribe. Trampled to death. On November 28, 2008, thousands of shoppers gathered outside the Valley Stream Walmart on Long Island, New York. It was 5 o'clock a.m., still dark, with temperatures hovering just above freezing. Among the employees preparing for the day was Jedimitai Damour, a 34-year-old temporary worker who had been
Nouveau Garni People Patch.
Halloween pedestrian crash. On October 31st, 2013, the streets of the Bronx were filled with children in costumes. It was 5 o'clock p.m., the busiest time for trick-or-treating, when families felt safe to be out before darkness fully set in. Among them was a 10-year-old girl walking with her grandfather and a 24-year-old man who had joined their group. The driver of a Honda sedan was traveling north on Morris Avenue. Witnesses later reported the car moving at normal speed before something changed. The 52-year-old driver suddenly stiffened behind the wheel. His eyes rolled back, his hands locked on the steering wheel. He was having a seizure. The Honda accelerated to approximately 45 miles per hour and veered sharply right. It jumped the curb with enough force to become momentarily airborne. The front bumper struck the 10-year-old girl first. The impact launched her body nearly 15 feet through the air. Her candy scattered across the sidewalk as she landed. The grandfather, 65, turned at the sound, but he had no time to react. The vehicle's hood struck him directly at thigh level, breaking both femurs instantly before the grille impacted his torso. The 24-year-old tried to dive away, but was caught by the passenger side of the windshield. 3 other pedestrians were struck with glancing blows. They suffered fractures and lacerations, but survived. The Honda continued another 30 feet before crashing into a brick wall. The driver was found unconscious, but breathing. First responders arrived within minutes. The 10-year-old girl was pronounced dead at the scene, the Spider-Girl costume soaked with blood. Her grandfather died en route to the hospital from massive internal bleeding. The 24-year-old survived for 47 minutes in emergency surgery before succumbing to a ruptured aorta. Toxicology reports later confirmed the driver had no drugs or alcohol in his system. The medical examiner determined he had experienced an unexpected brain seizure. No criminal charges were filed. The 3 victims had simply been in the wrong place at precisely the wrong moment. Spidey costume victim. On October 31st, 2010, Aaron Shannon Jr. was celebrating Halloween in the backyard of his family's South Los Angeles home. The 5-year-old boy was proudly showing off his new Spider-Man costume to his relatives. His grandfather, uncles, and father watched as he posed and jumped, mimicking his superhero idol. The mask was pushed up on his head so everyone could see his smile. At 2:05 p.m., 2 men appeared at the alleyway behind the property. They were members of a local gang looking for rivals who supposedly lived nearby. Neither had any connection to the Shannon family. The men paused, observing the backyard scene for approximately 15 seconds. Without warning, one of the men raised a .22 caliber handgun and fired multiple shots into the yard. The first bullet struck Aaron in the back of his head as he was mid-jump, showing off a Spider-Man move. The round penetrated his skull and fragmented inside his brain. 4 other bullets hit various family members. His grandfather took a round to the wrist. His uncle was struck in the leg. Aaron collapsed instantly. The red parts of his costume now indistinguishable from the blood spreading across the fabric. His family, themselves injured, rushed to his side. His father cradled the boy's head, desperately trying to stop the bleeding with his bare hands. The Spider-Man mask was still partially on his face, now soaked crimson. Paramedics arrived 6 minutes after the 911 call. Aaron was still breathing but unresponsive. His pupils were fixed and dilated. The medics intubated him on site before rushing him to Harbor UCLA Medical Center. Surgeons worked for 3 hours hours to relieve the pressure on his brain, but the damage was catastrophic. Aaron Shannon Jr. was pronounced dead at 5:42 p.m. on Halloween night. He was still wearing parts of his Spider-Man costume when doctors gave up their efforts. 2 days later, police arrested Marcus Denson and Leonard Hall Jr. for the shooting. Hall was eventually convicted of murder. Candy bag snatcher. On October 31st, 1967, James Earl Brown Jr. was trick-or-treating through the streets of Portsmouth, Virginia. The 14-year-old wore a simple ghost costume made from an old sheet with eye holes cut out. It was approximately 8:30 p.m. when he encountered another group of teenage boys near the corner of Deep Creek Boulevard and Graham Street. Brown had collected a substantial haul of candy that evening. His pillowcase was filled with chocolate bars, bubble gum, and lollipop. But he wanted more. As the other group passed, Brown noticed one boy carrying a grocery bag overflowing with premium candy. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and grabbed the bag, ripping it from the other teenager's hands. The victim of the theft was a 15-year-old who had spent hours collecting his treats. He immediately protested, demanding his candy back. Brown refused, backing away while taunting the other boy. What Brown didn't see was a third teenager, a friend of the victim, silently approaching from behind. This boy, just 16 years old, had been carrying a weapon all evening. Some witnesses later claimed it was a sharpened ice pick, while others insisted it was a thin steak knife with a 4-inch blade. Without warning, he thrust the weapon forward, aiming for Brown's back. The pointed metal pierced Brown's sheet costume and entered his body between the 4th and 5th ribs on his left side. It punctured his lung with a single precise thrust. Brown initially didn't realize what had happened. He continued backing away for approximately 3 steps before the pain registered. Suddenly, Brown dropped both candy bags and clutched his chest. He struggled to breathe as his left lung collapsed. Frothy blood bubbled through the sheet, creating a spreading red stain. He staggered forward 6 more steps before collapsing on the sidewalk among scattered candy. By the time police arrived, James Earl Brown Jr. was gasping his final breaths. He was pronounced dead on arrival at Portsmouth General Hospital at 9:17 p.m. The incident, combined with several other violent encounters that same night, prompted city officials across Hampton Roads to implement age restrictions on trick-or-treating that remain in effect today. The lethal costume fire. On October 31st, 1984, Jessica Harrington was excited to show off in her homemade Halloween costume. The 12-year-old from Austin, Texas, had spent weeks creating an elaborate scarecrow outfit with her mother. The costume featured strips of burlap carefully sewn onto an old pair of overalls, with additional burlap fringe hanging from the arms and legs. Jessica completed the look with straw poking out from her sleeves and a wide-brimmed hat. At 7:15 p.m., Jessica was trick-or-treating with 3 friends in her neighborhood. The group approached a house decorated with multiple jack-o'-lanterns lining the front walkway. Each pumpkin contained a lit candle, creating an eerie glow in the gathering darkness. The homeowners had placed the decorations at ground level to create a dramatic effect. As Jessica walked between 2 of the pumpkins, the dangling burlap strips on her right leg brushed against an open flame. The dry, fibrous material ignited instantly. Fire safety experts later determined that the burlap, which had been stored in the family's garage for months, had absorbed trace amounts of gasoline fumes, making it exceptionally flammable. The flame traveled up the burlap strips at approximately 17 inches per second. Within 3 seconds, the entire right side of Jessica's costume was engulfed. Her friends initially thought it was part of her costume, a special effect she had planned. This misconception delayed their reaction by crucial moments. When Jessica began screaming, the sound was muffled by her mask. She instinctively began to run, which only accelerated the spread of flames. The increased oxygen flow caused the fire to intensify, with temperatures reaching over 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Her synthetic hat melted onto her scalp. The homeowner rushed out with a garden hose, but Jessica had already suffered third-degree burns over 85% of her body. Her respiratory system was severely damaged from inhaling superheated air and toxic smoke from the burning synthetic materials. Emergency responders arrived within minutes. Jessica was still conscious, able to give her name to paramedics as they cut away the remnants of her costume. She died 12 hours later in the burn unit of Dell Children's Medical Center from a combination of shock, respiratory failure, and cardiac arrest. Her case was later cited in the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's campaign for flame-retardant Halloween costumes. The Van Fallout. On October 31st, 2018, Caden Shane Robinson was trick-or-treating with his family in White Pine, Tennessee. The 4-year-old was dressed as a Ninja Turtle, his green mask pushed up on his head as he climbed into the family's 2006 Dodge Caravan. It was 7:45 p.m., and they had been going house to house in their rural neighborhood for over an hour. Caden's mother was driving while his father and 2 siblings rode in the back seats. The van moved slowly down Foxwood Drive at approximately 5 miles per hour, a walking pace that allowed them to cover more ground while staying together as a family. Caden sat near the sliding door, his plastic pumpkin bucket half filled with candy. As they approached the next house, Caden noticed something fall from his bucket. It was a full-size Snickers bar, his favorite, which he had received just minutes earlier. Without warning anyone, he reached for the door handle and slid it open while the van was still in motion. The interior light came on, but no one noticed immediately in the excitement of the evening. Caden leaned out, stretching his small arm toward the candy bar lying on the asphalt about 2 feet from the vehicle. His body weight shifted, and he slipped from the seat. His mother, unaware of the open door, continued driving at the same slow pace. The boy fell directly into the path of the van's rear tire. The right rear wheel, bearing approximately 1,200 pounds of the vehicle's weight, rolled over his chest and abdomen. Pressure was equivalent to being crushed between 2 concrete slabs. His ribs splintered instantly, driving bone fragments into his lungs and heart. His father saw the open door and turned just as Caden fell. His scream alerted the mother, who slammed on the brakes, but it was already too late. The van had moved only 6 inches after running over the boy, coming to a complete stop with the tire still partially on Caden's body. Neighbors rushed from their homes, one performing CPR while another called 911. Paramedics arrived 7 minutes later, but Caden had suffered catastrophic internal injuries. The traumatic asphyxiation and blood loss had been immediate and overwhelming. He was pronounced dead at the scene, his Ninja Turtle mask and scattered candy illuminated by the flashing emergency lights. The Utility Trailer Massacre. On October 31st, 2016, the Tate family was trick-or-treating in Chunky, Mississippi. Rather than walking house to house in the rural area where homes were spread far apart, they used a flatbed utility trailer pulled by a Jeep Cherokee. The trailer, normally used for hauling firewood, was decorated with hay bales for Halloween. 9 people, mostly children, sat on these makeshift seats. At approximately 7:30 p.m., the group was traveling west on Highway 80, a narrow 2-lane road with no shoulder. The trailer had reflective tape but no lights of its own. It relied on the Jeep's taillights for visibility. Among the passengers were 3 children: 7-year-old Christina, 9-year-old Bailey, and 8-year-old Brooke. All 3 wore princess costumes with reflective trim. The night was particularly dark with no moonlight. A heavy fog had settled in the low-lying areas of the road. The Jeep was moving at approximately 15 miles per hour, slow enough for safety but fast enough to cover ground between distant houses. As they approached a slight curve, a Ford F-150 pickup truck appeared behind them. The truck was traveling at 68 miles per hour, more than double the posted limit of 30 miles per hour. The driver later claimed he never saw the trailer until impact. There were no skid marks at the scene. The truck struck the rear of the utility trailer at full speed, with a collision force estimated at 30 Gs. The impact instantly shattered the wooden trailer bed. Bodies were thrown in all directions. Physics experts later calculated that the children experienced deceleration equivalent to being dropped from a 5-story building. 3 children were thrown directly into the path of the oncoming pickup. The truck's grille and undercarriage caused catastrophic crushing injuries. First responders described the scene as a war zone. Candy wrappers, plastic pumpkins, and fragments of costumes were scattered across 120 feet of highway. Emergency medical technicians found lifesavers and Milky Way bars mixed with blood on the asphalt. Christina died instantly from multiple traumatic injuries, including severed spinal cord and skull fracture. Bailey survived for 17 minutes, bleeding internally from a lacerated liver and ruptured spleen. Brooke was airlifted to University Medical Center in Jackson, but was pronounced dead on arrival from traumatic brain injuries. 7 others, including 4 adults and 3 children, suffered injuries ranging from broken bones to permanent paralysis. Ants SUV. On October 31st, 2019, Sophia Martinez was trick-or-treating in Boynton Beach, Florida. The 5-year-old wore a butterfly costume with large, colorful wings that extended 12 inches from her small frame. She had been excited about Halloween for weeks, practicing how she would flutter from house to house collecting candy. Sophia's group included her 2 older brothers, a cousin, and several neighborhood children, all supervised by her mother. Her aunt, Maria Gonzalez, followed slowly in her 2017 Chevrolet Tahoe, carrying extra water bottles and serving as a mobile rest stop for tired children. The SUV crept along at walking speed, approximately 3 to 5 miles per hour, staying about 20 feet behind the group. At 7:22 p.m., the children approached a house with an elaborate haunted display. Excited by the decorations, the group suddenly scattered across the front yard. Sophia, normally shy, ran ahead of the others toward a mechanical witch that had captured her attention. In her excitement, she veered into the street, directly into the path of her aunt's approaching vehicle. Maria didn't see Sophia enter the roadway. The Tahoe's hood stood 45 inches tall, creating a substantial blind spot for objects close to the vehicle. Butterfly wings on Sophia's costume, though brightly colored, were nearly invisible in the growing darkness. The neighborhood had minimal street lighting, with shadows cast by trees further reducing visibility. The SUV's front bumper struck Sophia at shin level, knocking her forward onto the pavement. Before Maria could react to the initial impact, the vehicle's right front tire rolled over the child's torso. The 5,600-pound SUV crushed her chest cavity, causing immediate respiratory failure and catastrophic internal hemorrhaging. Maria felt the impact and slammed on the brakes. Sudden stop threw her forward against her seatbelt as she screamed in horror. Sophia's mother reached the scene seconds later, cradling her daughter's broken body as neighbors called 911. First responders arrived within 4 minutes, but Sophia had suffered irreversible traumatic asphyxiation. The butterfly wings of her costume crushed and blood soaked beneath her. The medical examiner later determined that the weight of the vehicle had compressed her chest by over 6 inches, rupturing her heart and collapsing both lungs instantly. Sophia was pronounced dead at Delray Medical Center at 8:03 p.m. No charges were filed against Maria Gonzalez, who required sedation and psychiatric care after witnessing the death of her niece by her own vehicle. The Candy Sack killing. On October 31st, 2011, Liddell Peoples and Maria Adams were spending Halloween together in Peoples' apartment on Chicago's South Side. The 55-year-old man and his 49-year-old friend had known each other for over 2 decades. They had purchased several bags of chocolate assortments to hand out to neighborhood children, placing the candy in a decorative plastic pumpkin by the front door. At approximately 8:45 p.m., Peoples noticed one of the full-size candy bags was missing. It had contained premium chocolate bars worth approximately $15. The trick-or-treating rush had ended, and they had closed their door for the night. Peoples immediately accused Adams of taking the candy for herself. According to neighbors in the adjacent apartment, the argument began with normal speaking voices, but escalated rapidly over the next 4 minutes. Peoples' voice grew louder, using profanities that echoed through the thin walls. Adams shouted back, denying the accusation. The confrontation turned physical at 8:52 p.m. when Adams grabbed a ceramic dinner plate from the kitchen counter and hurled it at Peoples' face. The plate shattered on impact, creating a 2.3-inch laceration above his left eye. Blood immediately streamed down his face, temporarily blinding him on that side. Peoples staggered backward, then lurched toward the kitchen. He grabbed a 7-inch stainless steel carving knife from the wooden block on the counter. In a motion witnesses would later describe as mechanical and emotionless. He plunged the knife into Adams' chest. The blade penetrated her sternum and pierced her heart, creating a wound 5.5 inches deep. He withdrew the knife and stabbed again, and again, 5 times in total, with each wound concentrated in a 3-inch radius around her heart. The medical examiner would later determine that the first strike was fatal, causing catastrophic damage to her left ventricle. Adams stumbled backward, blood soaking through her sweater. She managed to open the apartment door and stagger onto the external walkway. Children in Halloween costumes watched as she collapsed near the sidewalk, a pool of blood expanding beneath her body. First responders arrived 7 minutes later, but Adams had already lost over 40% of her blood volume. She was pronounced dead at University of Chicago Medical Center at 9:37 p.m. Police found people still in the apartment, the bloody knife on the counter next to an open bag of Snickers bars. The missing candy bag was later discovered under the living room sofa, where it had fallen unnoticed earlier in the evening. If you want to see more videos like this, click the video on screen now and make sure.
Oh my